India Live this morning. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. Our top story will be coming in as the Maharashtra leaders are in the national capital. They are holding meetings with the top BJP brass to really break that stalemate when it comes to portfolio allocation and the cabinet formation in the new Maha-Yuti government in Maharashtra. That's a top story that we're getting for you right now. But as usual, the headlines coming in. Let's get started. Ahead of final word on Maharashtra portfolios, Maharashtra CM Fadnavis meets Home Minister Shah. Sources say portfolio disputes discussed. TMC's Kalyan Banerjee under fire for lady killer remark. BJP MPs to stage protest in Parliament. Major terror hideout busted in Jammu and Kashmir's Riyasi. AK-47, 2 pistols, 4 grenades among items recovered. Manipur BJP level sensational allegations against Congress. Says Congress has links with Kuki organization. Says there is proof showing Congress Kuki link. Actor Mohan Babu booked for allegedly assaulting journalists. We go to the top story coming in, where we are seeing that there is a lot of bargaining happening when it comes to portfolios in the Maharashtra cabinet, and because of that we are seeing that a lot of meetings have been held in the national capital. We see that amid the suspense over portfolio distribution, Maha-CM Fadnavis meets Amit Shah. Maha-Yuti alliance in Maharashtra is grappling with internal discord over the allocation of cabinet portfolios. Key leaders of the alliance, Devendra Fadnavis, Eknath Shinde, Ajit Pawar, traveled to Delhi to hold discussions with Union Home Minister Amit Shah in a bid to resolve the stalemate. Sources indicate that disagreements over the equitable distribution of significant portfolios among the BJP, Shiv Sena and the NCP have led to mounting tensions within the alliance. So we saw that meeting take place yesterday. A very important meeting take place yesterday where Devendra Fadnavis, Amit Shah are holding late night meetings in Delhi amid Maharashtra portfolio suspense. And we'll try to go across to our reporters too to understand what we can expect next. Remember, the meeting is coming in over suspense on who will get which portfolio. I want to go across to my colleague who's joining us. Gopi is joining us live. Gopi, I'm coming across to you. And Gopi, we have been tracking the story so closely, and Maha-Yuti got thumping numbers, very, very strong numbers in those assembly elections. But the question right now is who will get which portfolio? There seems to be a fight over it. Number two, who were the leaders from Maharashtra who were present at that late night meeting with the BJP top brass, which took place last night? Go ahead, Gopi, take us through the latest details that we're learning of.
Well, Shivangi, good morning to the viewers. Now, when you speak of the cabinet expansion, which is likely to take place on coming 14th in Maharashtra, there are repeated meetings that are happening in Delhi. We have witnessed one such meeting happening last night at Amit Shah's residence, where JP Nadda and Devendra Fadnavis, the Maharashtra Chief Minister, were present. Now, this comes after a crucial meeting which took place in the evening, a day before, with all the two deputies, chief ministers as well as chief minister, and they had in fact almost finalized on the cabinet berth distribution, which happens to be what sources tell us is BJP would have 22 berths, while Shiv Sena led by Eknath Shinde and NCP will have 11 and 10 each. Speaking of the portfolios, most probably yesterday what we are learning from our sources is that there was discussion over the crucial portfolios. Now BJP is most likely to keep the crucial portfolios, which includes home as well as revenue, while Eknath Shinde led Shiv Sena would continue with the urban development, which he has always handled, while speaking of NCP, they are going to keep revenue with themselves. Now there is probably an issue with two portfolios, two important portfolios, which includes agriculture and PWD, Public Works Department. So these are the kind of discussions probably which would take place. There is tussle over distribution of portfolios among the three parties. But yes, all is well because the BJP top brass leaders are in communion with the Chief Minister as well as the Deputy Chief Ministers of Maharashtra, and there is a possibility that cabinet expansion might take place on 14th. But instead of 30 ministers who were expected to take oath on 14th, it is unlikely, and there is a possibility that over 12 to 13 ministers might take oath on the 14th, which includes 3 to 4 cabinet ministers of each party. Back to you, Shivangi.
That is right. That is right, Gopi. Of course, we will be waiting for those names to come out. Who will be part of the cabinet? Who will get which portfolio? This is where our viewers will know everything which is happening, because the suspense remains over portfolio distribution in Maharashtra. The CM Fadnavis has met Home Minister Amit Shah in New Delhi. BJP President JP Nadda was also present in that meeting. Viewers, the meeting is very crucial, as my colleague Gopi told us, because key decisions have to be made in this meeting. Here's a full report highlighting what we can expect next as we await who will be part of that cabinet in a few days from now.
As suspense remains over portfolio distributions in Maharashtra, Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis landed in Delhi to meet Union Home Minister Amit Shah in a bid to resolve the stalemate. However, Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde was not present in the meeting. As per sources, there are few disagreements over the allocation of portfolios among the Mahayuti alliance partners. The staggering delay in portfolio distribution has kept BJP and its allies anxious and on the edge. Fadnavis' meeting with Amit Shah is seen as a critical effort to broker a compromise and provide a solution to this delay. It is said that portfolios such as finance, urban development and revenue are at the center of the dispute. Now, this is not the first time when Mahayuti leaders have faced internal challenges. Nevertheless, the leadership remains hopeful that the intervention of senior BJP leaders will help stabilize the situation. Meanwhile, Maharashtra Assembly's winter session will take place from December 16th. So, it is expected that portfolio disclosure and cabinet expansion will take place before the session begins.
And viewers, the winter session is on right now, and we are coming to know that as the winter session was adjourned till 11 a.m. today, with Parliament erupting over George Soros Congress links, the women MPs of the BJP will stage protest in Parliament against Kalyan Banerjee's statement, where he made sexist remarks. This is what we can expect today. So today we can expect it to be a very, very fast tracked day, especially in the morning when the BJP MPs will stage a stir against the TMC MPs' sexist remarks. And remember that this is coming in as Lok Sabha was adjourned after comments made by the TMC's Kalyan Banerjee against BJP leader and Union Minister Jyotir Aditya Scindia led to a big uproar. And this is what we are learning of right now on Republic TV. And now, because of all the ruckus and this chaos which we have been seeing, the women MPs of the BJP will stage a protest in Parliament against Kalyan Banerjee's statement, which was a very, very sexist remark. viewers, a group of women MPs from BJP met Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju on Wednesday, demanding action against TMC leader Kalyan Banerjee for calling Union Minister Jyotiraditya Scindia a lady killer, a remark for which he later apologized. But Scindia did not accept his apology. Watch this report for more as we get to the top updates coming in.
Women BJP MPs on Wednesday filed a complaint with Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju against TMC MP Kalyan Banerjee. This comes after Banerjee made a controversial comment about Telecom Minister Jyotiraditya Scindia. The women BJP MPs also urged Rijiju to take strict measures to prevent such incidents in the future.
The repetitive comments that Kalyan Banerjee ji of TMC has been making against the women in the parliament. This is not the first time that he had commented pointing out to Jyotiraditya Scindia that he is a lady killer. In fact, even earlier also he had commented that there are so many beautiful women in the house, but my attention is not distracted. I think this is very unbecoming of a parliamentarian who hails from a state which is actually led by a woman there. Mamata Banerjee leads West Bengal, and it's very unbecoming of him to pass such comments on women. This is not the first time. He is repetitively habituated to passing comments like this, which is very offending to the woman.
It all started on Wednesday after a heated argument in Parliament between Scindia and Kalyan Banerjee during a discussion on the disaster management bill happened. The controversy began when Banerjee made personal accusations and called Scindia a lady killer.
आप सुंदर है देखने के लिए, आप ये बहुत बड़ा फैमिली सबको छोटा करेंगे, प्लीज हमारे सब्जेक्ट पे सब्जेक्ट में आ रहा है, क्या सोच रहे हैं आप? सुंदर है तो सब कुछ है, सिंधिया फैमिली का है तो राजा है क्या? हम लोग क्या है? आप लोग क्या सोच रहे हैं आप?
Jyotiraditya Scindia hit back at Kalyan Banerjee and said, "If you get personal, be prepared."
क्या बोल रहे हैं?
इन्होंने व्यक्तिगत टिप्पणी की है, मेरा हक है जवाब देने का। मैं इनको आपके द्वारा सूचित करना चाहता हूं सर कि मेरा नाम ज्योतिरादित्य सिंधिया है। मैं इस देश का प्रजातांत्रिक प्रणाली का नागरिक हूं। जो आज मैं हूं जनता के आशीर्वाद और मैंने मेहनत और मेरी मशक्कत के आधार पे हूं। ये अगर मेरे परिवार पर कलंक लगाने की कोशिश करेंगे और बेफजूल बात इस सदन में करेंगे तो मुझसे भी बर्दाश्त नहीं किया जाएगा। कृपा करके सदन में सदन की प्रणाली की बात करें, उनकी बात हम सुनने के लिए तैयार हैं। अगर बेफजूल बात करेंगे तो कोई भी सुनने के लिए तैयार नहीं होगा।
Facing backlash over his lady killer remark, Kalyan Banerjee later attempted to take a U-turn.
वो सदन में तो हंगामा
आपके बयान से हुआ
हाँ ठीक है, हम
आपत्तिजनक बयान दिया है महिलाओं के लिए ऐसा
नहीं महिला को लिए नहीं, उनको बोला था ज्योतिरादित्य सिंधिया को आई हैव सेड सॉरी, दैट्स एनफ।
However, the BJP demanded Banerjee's expulsion from the house.
And viewers, Jagdambika Pal, the chairman of the Joint Parliamentary Committee on Waqf, has announced and invited Darul Uloom Devband for suggestions on the Waqf Amendment Bill 2024. Now, the JPC chairman highlighted that the institution's role in producing Islamic scholars and significance in the legislative process. Watch this report for more as we get to the biggest updates coming in.
The JPC on Waqf held a key meeting in the national capital on Wednesday. JPC chairperson Jagdambika Pal invited Darul Uloom Deoband for suggestions on the Waqf Amendment Bill, highlighting the institution's role in producing Islamic scholars and its significance in the legislative process. Jagdambika Pal said that JPC seeks contributions from prominent organizations.
कमेटी में दारुल उलूम देवबंद आया और उसको हम लोगों ने जेपीसी में इसलिए बुलाया था कि एक देवबंद का जो दारुल उलूम है वो करीब 150 साल पुराना है। वहाँ से तमाम देश में नहीं पूरी दुनिया में इस्लामिक स्कॉलर्स निकले थे। तो आज उसके मौलाना अरशद बंदी साहब और वहाँ के वाइस चांसलर नुमानी साहब आए थे और जो प्रपोज अमेंडमेंट बिल है उस प्रपोज अमेंडमेंट पे हमने सोचा कि देवबंद के तरफ से भी इस्लामिक स्कॉलर्स हैं और वाइस चांसलर हैं मौलाना असदबंदी साहब, उनके हमें प्रपोज अमेंडमेंट्स पे हमने उनके व्यूज लिए हैं, उनके सजेशन लिए, उन्होंने लिख के भी दिया, उन्होंने एक्सप्लेन भी किया है, उस पर जेपीसी गौर करेगी।
Earlier, Maulana Arshad Madni, President of Jamaat Ulema-e-Hind, was present at the committee's meeting to deliberate on the bill. The JPC chairperson revealed that the committee has already conducted 27 meetings engaging with multiple stakeholders. It must be noted that the Lok Sabha has recently agreed to extend the committee's tenure, requiring a report by the end of the 2025 budget session. The JPC aims for comprehensive insights into amending the Waqf Bill. Proposed reforms include digitization and enhanced audits for transparency and reclaiming illegally occupied properties by the Waqf Board.
And viewers, the death of the 34-year-old techie, a professional Atul Subhash, who died by suicide, is gaining national attention. Atul's family has now filed an FIR accusing his wife and her family of harassing him to the point of taking this very drastic step. The police has booked 4 individuals for the abetment of suicide case. And as the campaign for justice for Atul continues, watch this report for more.
With the suicide of Bengaluru techie Atul Subhash becoming the biggest talking point, the family of Nikita Singhania, his wife, in a verbal conversation with Republic, claims that she was harassed.
3 साल से मुकदमा चल रहा है कोर्ट में, इस बीच कोई हमारी उन लोगों से भेंट हुई या बातचीत हुई, तो कोर्ट में केस चल रहा है। अभी अचानक कैसे क्या हो गया, तो इसके हम लोग कोई दोषी नहीं है। सुभाष जो आरोप लगाने सारा निराधार है।
Atul Subhash's family is devastated. 34-year-old Atul, a techie based in Bengaluru, took his life alleging years of distress by his estranged wife and family.
और इतना टॉर्चर हुआ कि हमको नहीं बताता था कि मेरे माँ बाप दुखी थे।
किया गया है, मेरा बच्चा को क्या लगता है ये कहीं ना कहीं हत्या की गई है?
अब ये तो आप उसमें सुने हैं ना कि टॉर्चर करना भी एक हत्या है, टॉर्चर करना भी एक हत्या है। हम तो यही मानते कि कानून व्यवस्था सही हो, मेरे बच्चे को इंसाफ मिले।
भाई ने जो सुसाइडल नोट लिखा है उसमें सबसे पहले लाइन लिखा हुआ है जस्टिस इज ड्यू। तो वी वांट जस्टिस एट एनी कॉस्ट। आई वांट यू मीडिया पीपल आर सपोर्ट अस फॉर दिस जस्टिस एंड वी वांट अ फाइट अगेंस्ट देम एंड at any cost we want justice.
Listen in to some of the political reactions over this.
This case, the state government has to take it very serious, and investigation has to be taken very seriously. And who are the culprits? They have to be punished.
एक बहुत ही नौजवान और उनका जो वीडियो है वो दिल दहला देने वाला है। निंदनीय फेमिनिज्म का जो पूरा साइड है उसका कीड़ा इसमें, और बाकी 3-4 चीज़ें अगर इसमें और एक धंधा लोग बना लेंगे उसको। करोड़ों रुपए की एक्सटॉर्शन उससे की जा रही थी जो कि उसकी कैपेसिटी से भी बहुत बाहर थी।
The incident has now taken a legal turn, with the police booking Atul's wife Nikita and 3 others for abetment to suicide. The FIR was lodged on Tuesday based on a complaint by Atul's brother Vikas Kumar at the Marthahalli police station in Bengaluru.
Atul Subhash on the 9th of early morning committed a suicide. Regarding this issue, his brother has given a complaint in Marthahalli police station, stating that there are multiple cases running on him in Uttar Pradesh. The family members of his wife and their relatives demanded money for settling these issues. So they harassed him. For that reason, he has committed suicide. He has given a statement.
The 4 accused have been charged under sections 108, abetment of suicide, and 3, subsection 5 of the BNS Act, which deals with joint criminal liability.
इनके खिलाफ जो है, उनके परिवार वालों के खिलाफ जो है दहेज उत्पीड़न का मुकदमा भी हुआ था और मुकदमे हुए थे, घरेलू हिंसा का मुकदमा हुआ था और इनकी पत्नी ने डाइवोर्स का भी मुकदमा एक फाइल किया था। यहाँ कई मुकदमे चल रहे थे।
However, the complaint filed by Vikas Kumar alleges a troubling chain of events, which claims that after their divorce, Atul was harassed by his wife and her family, who reportedly filed false charges against him.
मेरे बच्चे को, कोई 5 लाख, कोई 10 लाख,
मेरे बच्चे को पापा सब हो जाएगा, सब हो जाएगा।
केस खत्म हो जाता था, फिर बार केस डाल दिया जाता था। मेरे बच्चे को पढ़ नहीं लगी, मेरे बच्चे को, मेरे बच्चे ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए। बच्चे को इंसाफ दिला दीजिए, बस मेरे बच्चे को इंसाफ दिला दीजिए और कुछ नहीं चाहिए।
In order to meet his own kid, she is asking him money of around 30 lakhs and also monthly maintenance of around 2 lakhs, where the judge has ordered maintenance of around 40,000 rupees per month. We don't want his death to be go as a waste. We wanted to give him a justice. For that is what even we are requesting the society.
Complaint states that they also demanded an exorbitant amount of money for settlement, 3 crore rupees. The complaint also goes on to accuse Nikita of demanding rupees 30 lakh from Atul in exchange for allowing him to visit their 4-year-old son. In response to the complaint, the police has registered a case and an investigation is underway. A suicide note spanning 24 pages and an almost 90-minute long video was sent before Atul committed suicide. As the nation's anger continues to mount, the question is, will Atul get the justice he deserves?
Alright, getting us some big breaking updates coming in right now. The Indian Army has made a significant breakthrough in its counter-terrorism efforts, busting a major terror hideout in Riasi's Mahor area. The operation was conducted by the 58 Rashtriya Rifles, resulted in the recovery of a substantial cache of arms and ammunition. The recoveries include AK-47 rifle, 2 pistols, 4 grenades, 5 magazines, and over 400 rounds of ammunition. And those are the pictures coming in for you. Major terror hideout busted. And on your screen, you can see all the recoveries which have been made. And let's go across to Gursimran joining us live on this. Gursimran, I'm coming across to you right now. One more victory, one more win for the Indian Army and our forces. They have cracked down, they've recovered these materials. If you could take our viewers through the details and which terror group is suspected to have been associated with this encounter and this recovery.
See, if you speak of this recovery, this is a big consignment of weapons that has been recovered by the Indian Army's 58 Rashtriya Rifles in the Mahor area of the Riasi. This includes 1 AK series rifle, 2 pistol, along with the 4 grenades, 5 magazines, along with 500 ammunitions of the AK series rifle, as well as the pistol have been recovered from this area. This area, based on a specific intelligent input, falling under the police post of the Shajru area. The operation was launched in the Darsha Ki Gali and also the Lapri area yesterday afternoon. Based on this input, the operation was launched, and during the operation, the forces have made this recovery from the Lapri area from a rucksack bag inside which this entire cache of arms and ammunition was put on. Since this area has been the active for the Lashkar-e-Toiba, has been a traditional route of Lashkar-e-Toiba, so it is believed that this consignment could be linked with Lashkar-e-Toiba, though the investigations have been set in the motion. But this is a big success because Riasi is the same district where we have seen on 9th of June when the Prime Minister Narendra Modi was taking oath as the Prime Minister of country for the 3rd time. There was a deadly terror attack on the Shiv Khodi pilgrims in which 9 pilgrims lost their life while more than 40 others were injured in that deadly attack. So the terrorists were trying to activate this Riasi district as well, and now with this recovery of the huge consignment of arms and ammunition, it clearly hints that the terrorists were planning a major terror strike that has been averted by the 58 Rashtriya Rifles of the Indian Army in an operation that they carried out yesterday afternoon, which led to the recovery of significant amount of weapons that was kept there inside a rucksack bag, probably to be handed over to active terrorists and to carry out a bloodshed in Jammu and Kashmir. But that attempt of the Pakistani terrorist has been busted, and now this consignment has been recovered.
All right, thank you for joining us with all those details. I'll be coming back to you, Gursimran, because we keep a very close eye on this biggest win by the Indian Army and our forces. We'll move ahead right now because the atmosphere of tension has gripped the Parbhani city on Wednesday as the district administration imposed section 163 of the Indian Civil Security Code 2023. Now, this comes as a violence broke out in the district with protesters taking to streets, angered with vandalism of a constitution replica near Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar statue. Here is a full report. Take a look.
Stones pelted, vehicles torched, riots. Such was the scene in Maharashtra's Parbhani district. This after protesters claimed that the accused, identified as Supan Dattarao Pawar, tore off a miniature copy of the constitution at the foot of the state of Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar. Owing to the chaos, section 163 and 144 of the BNSS has now been implemented in Parbhani.
हमने जो कलम 144 है और जो नया कलम 163 के हिसाब से जमाबंदी के आदेश पारित किए हैं और पुलिस प्रशासन पूरा रोड पे है। हम पूरे कार्रवाई पे कंट्रोल में स्थिति है। जहाँ तक है कि हमने एडिशनल पुलिस बंदोबस्त SRPF भी हमने मंगाया है। तो इसके ऊपर मैं सबके आपके माध्यम से सबको अपील करता हूँ कि आप शांतता सुव्यवस्था बनाए रखें।
With Parbhani plunging into chaos, internet has also been suspended. Listen then to some of the reactions.
परभनी में कल मतलब एक व्यक्ति ने मतलब बाबा साहब अम्बेडकर के स्टैचू के सामने जो ग्लास में संविधान का किताब था उस ग्लास को तो तोड़ा है और वहाँ संविधान का भी अपमान हुआ है, बाबा साहब के स्टैचू का भी बहुत बड़ा अपमान हुआ है। पुलिस ने फौरन उस आरोपी को अरेस्ट किया है, लेकिन हमारी मांग ये है कि भाई उसको कठोर उनके ऊपर कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए। उसके साथ साथ उनके पीछे किसका राज है, हमारी देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी की सरकार आने के बाद कोई लोग जानबूझकर वातावरण बिगाड़ रहे हैं क्या, इसकी भी जांच करने की आवश्यकता है और इसीलिए इसकी पूरी जांच हो।
हिंसा भड़काना चाहते हैं, जिस तरह से मार्केटवाड़ी में, जिस तरह से मानगांव में, जिस तरह से कराट के कोड़ी गांव में और धुलिया में जिस तरह से ऑटो की चोरी की गई है और आम जनता रास्ते पर आकर खड़ी है, उससे ध्यान भटकाना, अलग तरीके से हिंसा में झोंक देना राज्य को, ये भी एक षड्यंत्र इसमें हो सकता है, ऐसा हमें लगता है।
A huge police contingent was mobilized when the protests turned violent. The violence prompted the police to enforce a shutdown in the area for the day. The protesters went berserk on the streets demanding
We're getting some big breaking update coming in right now. A new twist in the techie Atul Subhash suicide case. Nikita's mother and brother have fled on a bike after mother Nisha, brother Anurag Singhania fled on a bike. Deceased in-laws were caught on camera trying to run away. All right, so we'll also try to put that CCTV footage out for you once we get it. But this is a big twist coming in where the in-laws have run away and they have been caught on CCTV running away on a bike. So this is a big update coming in right now on Republic TV as the investigation continues into the suicide case of Atul Subhash, where we are getting you every angle and trying to get you every detail of the investigation. What we see right now is that there's a CCTV footage which has come in where we can see the in-laws of Atul have run away on a bike. They have run away on a bike. Now, let's take it through the details that we have for you. Remember that this is coming in after the in-laws have been booked for abetment of suicide. An FIR has been filed against 4 people. The FIR is based on complaint by Atul's brother. And the FIR has been filed under Section 108, abetment of suicide, Section 335. establishes a joint criminal liability when two or more people act with the common intention of the BNS. FIR is filed against the techie's wife Nikita Singhania, mother-in-law Nisha Singhania, and brother Anurag Singhania, and one more relative. So this is the big update coming in. Okay, we have those pictures coming in for you right now. Those pictures are out only on Republic. First on Republic, you're seeing pictures. Now what you see on your screen is a bike and two people on that bike. It's a new twist coming in when Nikita's mother and brother have fled on a bike after mother Nisha, brother Anurag Singhania has also fled on a bike, and the deceased in-laws are caught on camera trying to flee, trying to run away. In fact, you can see that there are two individuals on the bike. These are in-laws of Atul Subhash. So this is the big update coming in right now. We are trying to get you more updates. We'll try to connect with reporters as well. Now, this story has really shocked the nation with so many people going on social media and asking for justice for Atul. Now, the complaint has been filed already, like I told you, and the complaint alleges that the four accused filed a false case against Atul Subhash after their divorce and insisted on paying crores for the settlement of the case. The complaint also alleges that Atul's wife had demanded a lot of money to allow him to visit his son, who is now 4 years old. The complaint alleges that Atul had died by suicide as he was harassed mentally and physically. So we will try to connect to reporters. Those pictures are also coming in. There has been a lot of outrage in this case. And he had Atul Subhash, before he took that drastic step, also shared a video. In the video, which has gone viral on social media platform, he can be heard saying, "I feel I should not live anymore because the money I earn is making my enemies stronger." So he had said these things in that video, which has gone viral, before he committed suicide. And he had also written a death note requesting that the custody of his child be granted to his parents, stating that they could provide better values. So this case has really struck a chord with a lot of people, with the citizens who have been calling in here on Republic TV and sharing their views. There's a Justice for Atul campaign where we see on social media people are writing, they are expressing their views on this case. But we have those pictures coming in for you where we can see the in-laws who, by the way, the FIR has been registered against them. They are caught running away on that bike that you see. We'll try to once more connect to our reporters to find out exactly what could be expecting next, because the Bengaluru police is carrying out the investigation. They will be going to Uttar Pradesh, they will be going to Bihar for questioning and further investigation. Just to take you back in the background that is coming in, Bengaluru techie Atul Subhash, who committed suicide, allegedly blaming his wife in a 24-page suicide note, had also written a letter where he showed that and about the harassment that he has faced, viewers. And he has made a lot of allegations against his wife. Atul claimed that Nikita had filed 9 cases against him over murder, sexual misconduct, harassment, domestic violence and dowry. He also accused a family court judge in Jaunpur for not hearing his problem. In the last 2 pages of the letter, Subhash told ways to remove corruption in the judiciary. All right, let's move ahead right now, viewers, to some of the other stories that we're tracking, which are coming in. And in the horrifying remnants of Bashar al-Assad's brutal regime have come to light as Republic gains exclusive access to Syria's notorious torture chambers. Now, these underground prisons, grimly referred to as slaughterhouses, expose the unimaginable atrocities committed under Assad's rule. Survivors bearing deep physical and emotional scars recount the horrors of systematic abuse and in these underground facilities. Here's a full report and a ground report showcasing you what is happening in this big international development.
Republic cameras have reached former Syrian President Bashar al-Assad's torture house that he also called prisons. Watch how prisoners in Syria were living in underground prisons. On your screens are pictures of countless prisoners who died living in these conditions. In Sednaya, a notorious prison was discovered after a week-long of digging. Special teams were deployed to locate these secret prisons and break open the rooms. Brutal torture devices were also discovered, the most dangerous of which was the human press. Prisoners were placed in this machine and pressed until their flesh mixed with their bones, turning their bones as fragile as paper. Countless underground torture facilities and secret prisons have been discovered after Assad's ouster. Hundreds of thousands of people were released and they continue to bear the horrific marks of brutal torture.
Sadnaya, one of the most brutal reminders of the oppressive Assad regime that reigned with an iron fist on Syria for the last 50 years. Republic is bringing you these exclusive visuals, viewers. This prison was stormed mere hours after Assad's ouster in Syria, and the visuals are terrifying. It took a team of expert diggers over a week to dig out the secret rooms and tunnels underneath Sadnaya. And men, women, children, all alike were perpetrated some of the most horrific tragedies and atrocities in this very prison.
Life has begun to return to normal in Syria, with people slowly resuming their work in the war-shattered nation. Syria's international airport is now operational, which was not functioning during Assad's regime. Displaced Syrians are returning home from neighboring countries. Now, Syria's new caretaker PM urged people to enjoy peace and stability after rebels overthrew Assad's regime. Here's a full report. Take a look.
Life slowly begins returning to normalcy since rebels have taken over in Syria. Residents of Syria begins to venture out their homes.
هلا بتشوف العالم بسمتها غير بسمة بالشوارع. بيقول لك اخي الحمد لله انه رجعت الشام وسوريا كلياتها مثل ما كانت من زمان.
With shops reopening and people strolling through the markets, crowds gather as merchants open their storefronts. People from northern Syria came to downtown Syria to visit Umayyad Mosque. The mosque was previously under Assad's regime, where many had been unable to visit. Banks and government has also reopened. Damascus International Airport is now operational. On Wednesday, a handful of engineers inspected 4 planes that were on the tarmac. Airport security official said the airports would be operational in less than a week.
يعتبر مطار دمشق الدولي هو النواة الأولى في دمشق، حيث أنه يعني هو المهبط والمكان الأول لدخول الوفود والبعثات العمومية والدولية إليه. فهو المركز الأول في دمشق والأهم، حيث يعتبر أنه يعني الجهة أو المعبر الدولي لدمشق وتنفس سوريا.
Meanwhile, thousands of displaced Syrians were returning home from neighboring countries. On Tuesday, Mohammed al-Bashir was appointed as new caretaker prime minister. He previously headed a rebel-led administration in northwestern Syria. Al-Bashir urged people to enjoy stability and peace after overthrow of President Bashar al-Assad. Syrian rebel group led by Hayat Tahrir al-Sham swept across the country in just over a week and toppled Assad's regime.
Iran's supreme leader claims that US and Israel engineered the fall of Assad government in Syria. This is his first remark after the rebel forces toppled the Syrian government. Listen in to this report for more.
Iran's supreme leader Ayatollah Khan Khamenei claimed that the fall of Assad's regime was planned by both US and Israel. Iran claims that they have evidence to back their allegations.
نباید تردید کرد که اونچه در سوریه اتفاق افتاد محصول یک نقشه مشترک آمریکایی و صهیونیستی.
Without naming anyone, Khamenei also claimed that a neighboring country of the Syria also plotted against them. Khamenei rejected the narrative that fall of Assad will weaken Syria.
تحلیلگر نادان بیخبر از معنای مقاومت خیال میکنه که مقاومت که ضعیف شد ایران اسلامی هم ضعیف خواهد شد. من عرض میکنم به حول و قوه الهی به اذن الله تعالی ایران قوی مقتدر است و مقتدرتر هم خواهد شد.
The Syrian forces took control of Damascus on Sunday, marking an end to a 50-year-old rule by the Assad family. With Iran's friendly relations with the previous government, the big question is, how will the new regime impact Iran's military power?
Hundreds of farmers continue to march to central London, voicing their concerns over Labour Party's changes to inheritance tax. A convoy of tractors adorned with union flags and placards had gone ahead, and you can see a lot of them were on the streets around Parliament Square in a loud and defiant demonstration. Now listen into this report to know why the farmers are taking over Westminster.
The farmers continue to protest in central London, opposing the inheritance tax changes proposed by the Labour Party. The amendment seeks to overturn a tax break dating back to 1990s. Agricultural property was earlier exempted from inheritance tax. However, under the new guidelines, a 20% inheritance tax on agriculture assets valued over £1 million will be imposed.
Mr. Speaker, as he knows, we put £5 billion into farming over the next 2 years. That's a record number under the budget. Last week alone, £350 million to support farmers in the United Kingdom. That does contrast with the last government, who was an underspend of £300 million in relation to farmers. In relation to inheritance tax, as he knows, in a typical family case, the threshold is £3 million, and therefore the vast majority of farmers will be unaffected, despite the fear-mongering of the party opposite.
The changes will be implemented in 2026. Farmers claim the tax burdens an industry already struggling, saying that rising costs and slim margins will further put them in debt. While British Prime Minister Keir Starmer defended the policy, he claims that the vast majority of farmers would not be affected due to the £3 million threshold for paying the taxes. Thousands of people aboard tractors drove past Starmer's Downing Street office, flashing signs that read, "No farmers, no food," and "Save British farming."
And Canada on Wednesday responded to Trump's Canada trolling comments. Canada's response followed when US President-elect Donald Trump took a light jab at his Canadian counterpart on Tuesday, referring to Justin Trudeau as the governor of the great state of Canada. Take a look at this report for more.
Canada's former ambassador to the UN on Thursday responded to Trump's trolling comments on Canada and Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau.
You wonder why the President-elect Trump wants to put tariffs? Because we're a threat to the U.S., because we're a manufacturing powerhouse. We created more manufacturing jobs last year.
On Tuesday, Trump took a light jab at his Canadian counterpart. In his post on Truth Social, Trump referred to Justin Trudeau as the governor of the great state of Canada. Last week, Justin Trudeau flew to Florida for dinner with Trump. Trudeau discussed Trump's tax threats on all products.
As far as the government of Canada is concerned, the real temptation is to respond in kind, but of course we can't do that. What's needed here, in my view, is for the Prime Minister to speak personally to Trump on the telephone soon and to communicate to him that this message is offensive in every way to Canadians and to Canada.
Trump threatened Canada to impose 25% tax on products entering the US from Canada when he takes office in January. In response to Trump's threats, Trudeau signaled his government is prepared to defend Canadian interests.
South Korea is still reeling from the tumultuous series of events after President Yoon announced a sudden and short-lived martial law. Despite surviving the impeachment motion, protesters are still demanding resignation of President Yoon. Protesters gathered outside National Assembly and shouted slogans against Yoon government. Here's a report. Take a look.
After a tumultuous series of political events in South Korea and President Yoon surviving the impeachment motion, situation in South Korea remains intense. Protesters braved the cold and took to streets of capital city Seoul, calling for impeachment of President Yoon Suk-yeol. Protesters are coming up with new ideas, including long-standing songs, dances and chants, as their demand remains the same. Arrest President Yoon for his December 3 decree.
대한민국의 안보와 대한민국의 민주주의가 심각하게 지금 위기에 처해 있기 때문에 그 이유는 잘못된 대통령이 아직도 물러나고 있지 않기 때문입니다. 빨리 즉각적으로 윤석열을 퇴진시켜야 하기 때문입니다.
On the other hand, South Korean police were denied entry to search President Yoon's office as part of an intensifying investigation following President's sudden and short-lived martial law. As per investigators, they were handed over a very small portion of the material by President's office, which they hoped to secure with a search warrant.
저희가 직접 대통령실 등 장소에 들어가서 직접 압수수색을 하겠다고 강력 요청을 하였습니다만 공무상 비밀 그리고 군사상 비밀 등의 이유로 직접 들어가지는 못한다고 지금 거부를 하였고 그에 따라 임의 제출을 받기로 하였습니다. 그래서 저희가 사실은 원래 저희가 압수영장을 통해서 확보하려고 했던 자료들 중에 극히 일부에 해당하는 자료만 제출받았습니다. 그래서 굉장히 유감이라고 생각합니다.
Meanwhile, the main opposition party plans to submit a new motion to impeach President. President Yoon had apologized over martial law, saying he won't avoid legal or political responsibility for it. December 3, 2024 marked a black day in the history of South Korea when President Yoon announced martial law, which shocked the citizens as well as the international community. Within next 6 hours, the martial law was uplifted after it saw widespread condemnation. The opposition seized this opportunity to file an impeachment motion against President Yoon Suk-yeol. Although the president survived the motion as 108 members walked out during voting, with the opposition again planning to submit new motion, it will be seen whether it will succeed or backfire once again.
Also coming up, viewers, Elon Musk Tesla has resumed its search for showroom space in New Delhi. In the first sign, it is rethinking entering the Indian market after putting its investment plans on hold earlier this year. Coming up next, stay tuned.
आइस बोला था लाने को, लद्दाख चला गया। पूछा फोन पे इतना बिजी क्यों है, तो क्या बोला तू? हाँ, माउंटेन्स वर कॉलिंग।
डॉक्टर जानवी उस दिन सनसेट देखने छज्जे पे चढ़ा, टूट गया।
हाँ, तू किसने बोला घर की दीवार पे रॉक क्लाइंबिंग करने को?
सफीना बदतमीजी।
समझ गया। मेरे पास आप दोनों की प्रॉब्लम की मेडिसिन है। इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
The 2024-25 edition of the Border Gavaskar Trophy has more than lived up to the hype at this point, with the first 2 tests of the 5-match series producing 2 very different results. India made the perfect start to the series with a clinical win in Perth, making them the first visiting team to win a test match at the new Optus Stadium in the city. But Australia bounced back with a vengeance, beating India by 10 wickets in the second test in Adelaide, which also happened to be a day-night pink ball encounter, which Australia now specialise in. The third test of the series is set to be held at the Gabba in Brisbane. and the Indian team have already been given a fair idea on what it is they can expect for that particular match. The Gabba at Brisbane is traditionally renowned for being a track that assists pace and bounce, and the Brisbane pitch curator David Sandersky says that is exactly the type of pitch they are trying to prepare. Generally speaking, we still prepare the pitch the exact same way every time to try and get the same good carry, pace and bounce that the Gabba is known for. We are just trying to make a traditional Gabba wicket like we do each year, said Sandersky. He also added that the time of the year in which the test match is played can also make a difference, as the Gabba pitch is often bouncier at
Welcome back. We are live this morning, viewers. Elon Musk Tesla has resumed its search for showroom space in New Delhi. In the first sign, it is rethinking entering the Indian market after putting its investment plans on hold earlier this year. Take a look at this report as we get to this biggest update coming in.
Elon Musk's Tesla signaled a potential revival of its Indian market entry plans. Tesla has recommended its search for showroom locations in New Delhi. Following a temporary pause in its Indian showroom research, Tesla has now initiated preliminary discussions with DLF to help secure space in Delhi. Sources say that Tesla is seeking 3,000 to 5,000 square feet for a customer experience center. The company is considering multiple locations, including DLF's Avenue Mall in South Delhi. Earlier this year, Elon Musk revealed his plan to meet Prime Minister Narendra Modi. However, the plans got cancelled when Tesla announced staff reductions amidst declining sales. According to reports, Musk is still keen on investing $2 to $3 billion in the country.
Getting you some top updates coming in right now, viewers. In its India Economic and Market Outlook report, Axis Bank predicts a strong economic recovery with the gross value added growth expected to rebound to 7% in financial year 2026, up from 6.6% in financial year 2025. Despite challenges from fiscal consolidation, the outlook remains optimistic, driven by industry growth, a real estate upcycle and agriculture resilience. Axis Bank's chief economist Neelkantha Mishra, along with co-authors, have a forecast that India's economy will see significant recovery in financial year 2026. Global beverage giant Coca-Cola has announced the sale of a 40% stake in its Indian bottling business, Hindustan Coca-Cola Beverages Private Limited, to the jubilant Bharatiya Group. In a joint statement, Coca-Cola has confirmed that there's a transaction with the jubilant Bharatiya Group, which is a conglomerate with a diverse global presence across multiple sectors. The sale involves the parent company of HCCBL, Hindustan Coca-Cola Holdings Private Limited, which is the largest bottler of Coca-Cola products in India. This move aligns with Coca-Cola's strategy to pursue an asset-light model by divesting bottling operations worldwide. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has, while addressing the Global Economic Policy Forum organized by the Confederation of Indian Industry on Wednesday, emphasized the need for a balanced approach to economic growth, combining the scale of large enterprises with the reach of small and medium-sized businesses. She also added that the priority is that the industry should work together with small and medium units to see how they can support large units equally as much as they support job creation.
Hustle and bustle in Delhi as Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis comes here to meet the top brass, Amit Shah as well as JP Nadda, to discuss crucial cabinet berths and portfolios amidst the cabinet expansion, which is most likely to take place on 14th. We will be back with the rolling coverage. Stay tuned with Republic TV.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
उस दिन सनसेट देखने छज्जे पे चढ़ा, टूट गया।
हाँ, तू किसने बोला घर की दीवार पे रॉक क्लाइंबिंग करने को?
सफीना बदतमीजी।
समझ गया। मेरे पास आप दोनों की प्रॉब्लम की मेडिसिन है। इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
देखिए, फॉर्म में तो सवाल उठेंगे क्योंकि देखिए उनकी काफी ज्यादा फेल्योर हो चुकी है और आउट ऑफ फॉर्म चल रहे हैं। ये नहीं है कि वो प्लेयर अच्छे नहीं है, टॉप क्लास के प्लेयर है, बट आपको रन तो बनाने पड़ेंगे ना। और कई बार क्या होता है कि अगर आपकी फॉर्म अच्छी नहीं चल रही होती तो वो कैप्टनसी के ऊपर रिफ्लेक्ट कर जाती है। बाकी ये है कि फॉर्म जो है एक मैच ही दूर होती है, बट उनको तो रन बनाने पड़ेंगे क्योंकि जिस पोजीशन पे भी
Getting you some more updates coming in from the world of sports for all our sports lovers. The Brisbane Cricket Ground, known popularly, in fact, the Brisbane Cricket Ground will be axed as a test cricket venue as announced by Cricket Australia. The CA and Brisbane Lions would submit proposals to replace the iconic 42,000-seater venue with some other stadium which could host the test games as well as the matches for the Australian Football League for the upcoming 50 years. Former Australian opener Matthew Hayden has advised the Indian bowlers to target the 4th, 5th stump line and make use of the natural bounce offered by the surface in the 3rd test of the Border Gavaskar Trophy starting December 14. Now, the 5-match series is locked 1-1 after Australia's emphatic win in the Pink Test in Adelaide. India won the opener by 295 runs in Perth. Hayden shared his views on how to dismiss the Australian batters. Out of favour, India batter Ajinkya Rahani's explosive 50-cap Mumbai stunning 6-wicket victory over Vidarbha and their entry in the semi-finals of the Syed Mushtaq Ali Trophy. Once Vidarbha posted a massive 221 for 6, Mumbai needed a strong chase and Rahane led from the front with an 84 of 45 balls. Mumbai made 224 for 4 in 19.2 overs and they will face Baroda in the semi-finals. Pacer Mohammad Shami has rarely operated at his best and it has had a cascading effect on Bengal as they went down 41 runs against Baroda in the quarterfinals of the Syed Mushtaq Ali Trophy.
Well, lots coming up at 8 a.m. on Live this morning. It's a fresh twist in Atul Subhash suicide case. His in-laws have fled their house fearing arrest by the Bengaluru police. We'll get you more on that at 8 a.m. on Live this morning.
उस दिन सनसेट देखने छज्जे पे चढ़ा, टूट गया।
हाँ, तू किसने बोला घर की दीवार पे रॉक क्लाइंबिंग करने को?
सफीना बदतमीजी।
समझ गया। मेरे पास आप दोनों की प्रॉब्लम की मेडिसिन है। इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very good morning. It's 8 a.m. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. The big story that we are tracking is the probe into the suicide of Atul Subhash, 34-year-old techie who ended his life and alleged that there was harassment not just by his estranged wife but also his in-laws. We'll get you the latest on the probe so far by the Bengaluru police, beginning first with the headlines. Ahead of final word on Maharashtra portfolios, Chief Minister Fadnavis meets Home Minister Amit Shah. Sources say portfolio disputes discussed. TMC's Kalyan Banerjee under fire for lady killer remark. BJP MPs to stage protest in Parliament. Major terror hideout busted in JNK's Riyasi. AK-47, 2 pistols and 4 grenades among items recovered. Manipur BJP levels sensational allegations against Congress, says Congress has links with Kuki organization, says there is proof showing Congress Kuki link. Actor Mohan Babu booked for allegedly assaulting a journalist. And it's a fresh twist in Atul Subhash suicide case. We're given to understand that his in-laws have fled their house as they fear arrest by the police. Note the FIR that's been registered in the case so far has mentioned that the deceased was harassed by his in-laws. In fact, 4 people who've been booked by the police for abetment to suicide. So his estranged wife's mother and brother have fled from their house as they feared arrest by the police. The visuals on your screens. Alright, we will just go across to Deepak as well, who will get us the latest in the case so far. But important to note that the FIR that's been registered by the police in the suicide case has mention of the harassment that was subjected to, that Atul Subhash was subjected to. His in-laws as well as his estranged wife have been booked by the police. We will just go across to Deepak in a bit, but Atul Subhash, 34-year-old, who ended his life and left behind a 24-page suicide note, as well as a 90-minute video in which he said that he was harassed to no end by his estranged wife, his in-laws since 2020. He's mentioned that there were fake false charges that were leveled against him by his estranged wife. He's also made dowry charge against his wife, and that there was an alimony demand from his estranged wife as well. Let's go across to Deepak joining us from the newsroom. Deepak, good morning. It's of course a fresh twist in the case. We understand that Atul Subhash's in-laws have fled their house. Give us more details.
Right, Samiksha, now serious allegations were made by Atul Subhash in his 24-page suicide note, and following that expose the family of Nikita Singhania, is fearing police action. And like we've shown our viewers, some visuals on our screens clearly show how the guilty conscience of the in-laws family has now come out in the open. And in fact, their house also stands locked and they have been caught fleeing on a bike. So this goes on to show that, the in-laws are clearly guilty of what they've done. And if proven, action might be taken against them based on what Atul has written in his suicide note. In fact, right now, all we have to wait and watch for is whether or not the police will be able to, nab them, because their house is locked and Nikita's mother and brother were also seen fleeing on the bike. Whether they were escaping or whether they were going home, that remains to be seen, Samiksha.
Just a quick follow-up question, Deepak. If you can take us to the details of the FIR registered in this case, in which 4 people have been named as accused.
Right, Samiksha, now the 4 people who have been named accused are none other than the members of Atul's in-laws, because in the FIR copy, Vikas, who is Atul's brother, had clearly stated that Atul took the extreme step after he was mentally harassed, tortured, and in fact 9 fabricated cases is what he said were filed against Atul. And in fact, even in Atul's 24-page suicide note as well, he has mentioned all those 9 cases in detail. Charges like unnatural sex and extortion and even domestic violence have also been mentioned against him. And Atul clearly clarifies in his suicide note that all of these cases are fake, and some of them were also withdrawn by Nikita Singhania when she was asked to appear in the court.
All right, Deepak, we leave it at that. We will keep coming back to you, of course, for more developments in the case. For now, let's once again tell our viewers about that 24-page suicide note that has been left behind by Atul Subhash, as well as that 90-minute video getting you this report, which has harrowing details of the kind of torture that Atul Subhash was subjected to, not just by his in-laws, not just by his estranged wife, but also by his in-laws.
With the suicide of Bengaluru techie Atul Subhash becoming the biggest talking point, the family of Nikita Singhania, his wife, in a verbal conversation with Republic, claims that she was harassed.
3 साल से मुकदमा चल रहा है कोर्ट में. इस बीच कोई हमारी उन लोगों से भेंट हुई या बातचीत हुई, तो कोर्ट में केस चल रहा है. अभी अचानक कैसे क्या हो गया, इसके हम लोग कोई दोषी नहीं है. बात जो आरोप लगाने सारा निराधार है.
Atul Subhash's family is devastated. 34-year-old Atul, a techie based in Bengaluru, took his life alleging years of distress by his estranged wife and her family.
और इतना टॉर्चर हुआ कि हमको नहीं बताता था कि मेरे माँ बाप दुखी
किया गया है. मेरा बच्चा को क्या लगता है, ये कहीं ना कहीं हत्या की गई है?
अब ये तो आप उसमें सुने हैं ना कि टॉर्चर करना भी एक हत्या है. टॉर्चर करना भी एक हत्या है. हम तो यही मानते कि कानून व्यवस्था सही है, मेरे बच्चे को इंसाफ मिले.
भाई ने जो सुसाइडल नोट लिखा है उसमें सबसे पहले लाइन लिखा हुआ है जस्टिस इज ड्यू. तो वी वांट जस्टिस at any cost. I want you media people are support us for this justice, and we want to fight against them, and at any cost we want justice.
Listen in to some of the political reactions over this.
This case, the state government has to take it very serious, and the investigation has to be taken very seriously, and who are the culprits, they have to be punished.
एक बहुत ही नौजवान और उनका जो वीडियो है वो दिल दहला देने वाला है. निंदनीय फेमिनिज्म का जो पूरा साइड है उसका कीड़ा इसमें, और बाकी 3-4 चीज़ें अगर इसमें और एक धंधा लोग बना लेंगे उसको. करोड़ों रुपए की एक्सटॉर्शन उससे की जा रही थी जो कि उसकी कैपेसिटी से भी बहुत बाहर थी.
The incident has now taken a legal turn, with the police booking Atul's wife Nikita and 3 others for abetment to suicide. The FIR was lodged on Tuesday based on a complaint by Atul's brother Vikas Kumar at the Marthahalli police station in Bengaluru.
Atul Subhash on the 9th of early morning committed a suicide. Regarding this issue, his brother has given a complaint in Marthahalli police station, stating that there were multiple cases running on him in Uttar Pradesh. The family members of his wife and the relatives demanded money for settling these issues. So they harassed him. For that reason, he has committed suicide. He has given a statement.
The 4 accused have been charged under sections 108, abetment of suicide, and 3, subsection 5 of the BNS Act, which deals with joint criminal liability.
इनके खिलाफ जो है, उनके परिवार वालों के खिलाफ जो है दहेज उत्पीड़न का मुकदमा भी हुआ था और मुकदमे हुए थे, घरेलू हिंसा का मुकदमा हुआ था और इनकी पत्नी ने डाइवोर्स का भी मुकदमा एक फाइल किया था। यहाँ कई मुकदमे चल रहे थे।
However, the complaint filed by Vikas Kumar alleges a troubling chain of events, which claims that after their divorce, Atul was harassed by his wife and her family, who reportedly filed false charges against him.
मेरे बच्चे ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए। बच्चे को इंसाफ भी दिला दीजिए, बस मेरे बच्चे को इंसाफ दिला दीजिए और कुछ नहीं चाहिए।
In order to meet his own kid, she is asking him money of around 30 lakhs and also monthly maintenance of around 2 lakhs, where the judge has ordered maintenance of around 40,000 rupees per month. We don't want his death to be go as a waste. We wanted to give him a justice. For that is what even we are requesting the society.
Complaint states that they also demanded an exorbitant amount of money for settlement, 3 crore rupees. The complaint also goes on to accuse Nikita of demanding rupees 30 lakh from Atul in exchange for allowing him to visit their 4-year-old son. In response to the complaint, the police has registered a case and an investigation is underway. A suicide note spanning 24 pages and an almost 90-minute long video was sent before Atul committed suicide. As the nation's anger continues to mount, the question is, will Atul get the justice he deserves?
Now, days after the swearing-in ceremony of Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis and his deputies Eknath Shinde and Ajit Pawar, there is still no clarity on portfolio allocation in Mahayuti 2.0. In fact, a late-night meet that was held between Union Home Minister Amit Shah and Devendra Fadnavis. All those details in this next report.
As suspense remains over portfolio distributions in Maharashtra, Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis landed in Delhi to meet Union Home Minister Amit Shah in a bid to resolve the stalemate. However, Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde was not present in the meeting. As per sources, there are few disagreements over the allocation of portfolios among the Mahayuti alliance partners. The staggering delay in portfolio distribution has kept BJP and its allies anxious and on the edge. Fadnavis' meeting with Amit Shah is seen as a critical effort to broker a compromise and provide a solution to this delay. It is said that portfolios such as finance, urban development and revenue are at the center of the dispute. Now, this is not the first time when Mahayuti leaders have faced internal challenges. Nevertheless, the leadership remains hopeful that the intervention of senior BJP leaders will help stabilize the situation. Meanwhile, Maharashtra Assembly's winter session will take place from December 16th. So, it is expected that portfolio disclosure and cabinet expansion will take place before the session begins.
Now, the JPC chairman on amendments suggested to the Waqf Act, Jagdambika Pal, has invited representatives from the Darul Uloom outfit to put forth their views on the amendments suggested to the Waqf Act. It said that the Waqf bill The amended Waqf bill is likely to be taken up in the parliament in this session.
The JPC on Waqf held a key meeting in the national capital on Wednesday. JPC chairperson Jagdambika Pal invited Darul Uloom Deoband for suggestions on the Waqf amendment bill, highlighting the institution's role in producing Islamic scholars and its significance in the legislative process. Jagdambika Pal said that JPC seeks contributions from prominent organizations.
कमेटी में दारुल उलूम देवबंद आया और उसको हम लोगों ने जेपीसी में इसलिए बुलाया था कि एक देवबंद का जो दारुल उलूम है वो करीब 150 साल पुराना है। वहाँ से तमाम देश में नहीं पूरी दुनिया में इस्लामिक स्कॉलर्स निकले थे। तो आज उसके मौलाना अरशद बंदी साहब और वहाँ के वाइस चांसलर नुमानी साहब आए थे और जो प्रपोज अमेंडमेंट बिल है उस प्रपोज अमेंडमेंट पे हमने सोचा कि देवबंद के तरफ से भी इस्लामिक स्कॉलर्स हैं और वाइस चांसलर हैं मौलाना असद बंदी साहब हैं, उनके हमें प्रपोज अमेंडमेंट्स पे हमने उनके व्यूज लिए हैं, उनके सजेशन लिए, उन्होंने लिख के भी दिया, उन्होंने एक्सप्लेन भी किया है, उस पर जेपीसी गौर करेगी।
Earlier, Maulana Arshad Madni, president of Jamaat Ulema-e-Hind, was present at the committee's meeting to deliberate on the bill. The JPC chairperson revealed that the committee has already conducted 27 meetings engaging with multiple stakeholders. It must be noted that the Lok Sabha has recently agreed to extend the committee's tenure, requiring a report by the end of the 2025 budget session. The JPC aims for comprehensive insights into amending the Waqf bill. Proposed reforms include digitization and enhanced audits for transparency and reclaiming illegally occupied properties by the Waqf board.
And in other story that we are tracking is the sexist statement that was made by TMC Kalyan Banerjee, who called Jyotiraditya Scindia, the Union Minister, a lady killer. In fact, the remarks of Kalyan Banerjee were later expunged. However, Scindia, who received an apology from Kalyan Banerjee, did not accept that apology and said that those remarks are completely unacceptable. Getting you those remarks, the details of what exactly transpired in the Parliament on Wednesday.
Women BJP MPs on Wednesday filed a complaint with Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju against TMC MP Kalyan Banerjee. This comes after Banerjee made a controversial comment about Telecom Minister Jyotiraditya Scindia. The women BJP MPs also urged Rijiju to take strict measures to prevent such incidents in the future.
The repetitive comments that Kalyan Banerjee ji of TMC has been making against the women in the parliament. This is not the first time that he had commented pointing out to Jyotiraditya Scindia that he is a lady killer. In fact, even earlier also he had commented that there are so many beautiful women in the house, but my attention is not distracted. I think this is very unbecoming of a parliamentarian who hails from a state which is actually led by a woman there. Mamata Banerjee leads West Bengal, and it's very unbecoming of him to pass such comments on women. This is not the first time. He is repetitively habituated to passing comments like this, which is very offending to the woman.
It all started on Wednesday after a heated argument in Parliament between Scindia and Kalyan Banerjee during a discussion on the disaster management bill happened. The controversy began when Banerjee made personal accusations and called Scindia a lady killer.
देखने के लिए आप ये बहुत बड़ा फैमिली सबको छोटा करेंगे प्लीज 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 हमारे सब्जेक्ट पे सब्जेक्ट में आ रहा है क्या सोच रहे हैं आप सुंदर है तो सब कुछ है सिंधिया फैमिली का है तो राजा है क्या हम लोग क्या है आप लोग क्या सोच रहे हैं आप
Jyotiraditya Scindia hit back at Kalyan Banerjee and said, "If you get personal, be prepared."
क्या बोल रहे हैं?
इन्होंने व्यक्तिगत टिप्पणी की है, मेरा हक है जवाब देने का। मैं इनको आपके द्वारा सूचित करना चाहता हूं सर कि मेरा नाम ज्योतिरादित्य सिंधिया है। मैं इस देश का प्रजातांत्रिक प्रणाली का नागरिक हूं। जो आज मैं हूं जनता के आशीर्वाद और मैंने मेहनत और मेरी मशक्कत के आधार पे हूं। ये अगर मेरे परिवार पर कलंक लगाने की कोशिश करेंगे और बेफजूल बात इस सदन में करेंगे तो मुझसे भी बर्दाश्त नहीं किया जाएगा। कृपा करके सदन में सदन की प्रणाली की बात करें, उनकी बात हम सुनने के लिए तैयार हैं। अगर बेफजूल बात करेंगे तो कोई भी सुनने के लिए तैयार नहीं होगा।
Facing backlash over his lady killer remark, Kalyan Banerjee later attempted to take a U-turn.
वो सदन में तो हंगामा
आपके बयान से हुआ है।
ठीक है, हम
आपत्तिजनक बयान दिया है महिलाओं के लिए ऐसा।
नहीं, महिला को नहीं, उनको बोला था ज्योतिरादित्य सिंधिया को। आई हैव सेड सॉरी, दैट्स एनफ।
However, the BJP demanded Banerjee's expulsion from the house.
Alright, getting in a strong statement from Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, who's come down heavily on Rahul Gandhi, the LOP, for making baseless remarks about India's public sector banks. This after Rahul in a social media post had said, and I quote, forced to prioritize profit over people and are therefore unable to serve the public effectively, something which has drawn a sharp response from Nirmala Sitharaman, who says that there's been a remarkable turnaround in India's banking sector, particularly in the PSBs, and that didn't the people who met the LOP tell him that a high concentration of corporate credit and indiscriminate lending during UP tenure had resulted in significant deterioration in the health of PSBs, unquote, further mentioning how there's been a paradigm shift when it comes to the reforms in India's banking sector. Now, the Kapoor family held a meet with Prime Minister Modi to invite him at Raj Kapoor's centenary celebrations, getting you all the highlights.
एक हफ्ते से सिर्फ ये डिसाइड करें कि हम कैसे आपको कहेंगे प्राइम मिनिस्टर जी, प्रधानमंत्री जी।
मैं भी आपका परिवार का हूं भाई।
वेट करी थी जब आपको मिलेगी, 10 साल से बनाए करेंगे।
10 साल
जी, 10 साल
पहले इन्वेस्टमेंट करना था भाई। राज कपूर साहब ने दुनिया में भारत के सॉफ्ट पावर की ताकत को एस्टैब्लिश कर दिया।
फोटो तो रैली होता होगा। बहुत कम वस्तुओं में जो बचे थे फैमिली में, तो ये 10 या 12 वस्तुओं में से एक है, तो आपको पेश करना चाहते हैं हम।
यहाँ जो पीएम म्यूजियम बना है उसमें रखा हूँ।
आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी।
पिछले हफ्ते जो हमारी व्हाट्सएप फैमिली ग्रुप है, हमें एक हफ्ते से सिर्फ ये डिसाइड करें कि हम कैसे आपको कहेंगे प्राइम मिनिस्टर जी, प्रधानमंत्री जी। रीमा बुआ मेरे को रोज फोन करके पूछ रही है क्या मैं ये बोल सकती हूँ, क्या मैं ये वो बोल सकती हूँ।
मैं भी आपका परिवार का हूँ भाई, आपको जो मर्जी पड़े वो बोलिए।
बहुत अच्छा रट गया। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी। इतने कीमती वक्त में आपने सबको आज यहाँ निमंत्रित किया राज कपूर के बर्थडे 100वीं बर्थडे पे अवसर पे। हम आपका शुक्रिया अदा करते हैं। और पापा की पिक्चर के गाने की 1-2 लाइन याद आ गई। मैं ना रहूंगी, तुम ना रहोगे, लेकिन रहेंगी निशानियां। आपने इतना सम्मान प्यार दिया है, आज के दिन को सारी इंडिया देखेगी कि नरेंद्र मोदी जी प्राइम मिनिस्टर हमारे ने कितना सम्मान कपूर परिवार को दिया है। राज
कपूर साहब
ऊपर
का
से
बहुत बड़ा योगदान है जी, आपका स्वागत करने का अवसर मिला। और राज साहब का 100वां जन्मदिन यानी हिंदुस्तान की फिल्म इंडस्ट्री की स्वर्णिम यात्रा का वो कालखंड है जी। अब 1947 नीलकमल, अब 2047 को हम जा रहे हैं। 100 साल की एक प्रकार से जब यात्रा बनेगी तो कितना बड़ा देश को कंट्रीब्यूशन है। आजकल हमारे यहाँ डिप्लोमेटिक वर्ल्ड में सॉफ्ट पावर इसकी बहुत चर्चा होती है कि भाई जिस जमाने में सॉफ्ट पावर शब्द का जन्म नहीं हुआ होगा, शायद राज कपूर साहब ने दुनिया में भारत के सॉफ्ट पावर की ताकत को एस्टैब्लिश कर दिया था। यानी एक बहुत बड़ी भारत को उनकी सेवा थी।
रणबीर के साथ हुआ है, वो गाड़ी में बैठा था और एक रशियन टैक्सी ड्राइवर था और उसने बोला कि आर यू फ्रॉम इंडिया? ओह, एंड ही वाज सिंगिंग अ सॉन्ग, आई एम राज कपूर्स ग्रैंडसन। से बेटा
मैंने कहा था कि मैं उनका पोता हूं तो हमेशा मुझे फ्री टैक्सी
फ्री हो जाती है।
एक काम हो सकता है क्या, खास करके सेंट्रल एशिया, कोई ऐसी फिल्म बने जो वहाँ के लोगों के दिल दिमाग पर राज साहब आज इतने सालों के बाद भी, यानी आज भी उनका पूरा कंट्रोल है। मैं बताता हूँ,
आज छोटे बच्चों को भी सिखाते गाने।
हाँ, यानी उनके जीवन में प्रभाव है। मुझे लगता है कि सेंट्रल एशिया में बहुत बड़ी ताकत है जी। हमें पुनर्जीवित करना चाहिए, हमें इसको नई पीढ़ी तक जोड़ना चाहिए और एक लिंक बने, वैसा कोई क्रिएटिव वर्क करना चाहिए और बन सकता है।
वो उनको इतना प्यार मिला उसमें कि ये थोड़ा से उनका नाम इंटरनेशनली भी बाहर गया और उनको बोल सकते हैं छोटे से तरीके से एक कल्चरल एम्बेसडर। लेकिन आज मैं ये आपको बोलना चाहती हूँ, वो छोटे से कल्चरल एम्बेसडर थे, लेकिन हमारे प्राइम मिनिस्टर इंडिया के तो हमें ग्लोबल मैप में डाल दिया है। एंड वो हम वी आर सो प्राउड, ईच मेंबर ऑफ दिस फैमिली इज वेरी प्राउड।
देखिए, देश की आज प्रतिष्ठा बहुत बड़ी है। सिर्फ योगा ले लीजिए जी, आज दुनिया के किसी भी देश में जाइए, योगा के प्रति इतना
मम्मी और मैं, हम दोनों, बेबो लोलो, हम सब योगा में बहुत रुचि रखते हैं।
वैसे मैं दुनिया के जितने लीडर से मिलता हूँ, लंच डिनर अगर साथ में है तो मेरे अगल बगल में जितने भी है वो मेरे से योगा के लिए ही चर्चा करते हैं।
एक छोटा सा ट्रिब्यूट है नाना जी के लिए। एक्चुअली दरअसल मेरा पहला फिल्म है एज अ प्रोड्यूसर एंड मेरा सपना था कि मैं अपने फैमिली के साथ कुछ करूं, तो सब इस फिल्म में है।
मैं एक चीज बोल सकती हूँ?
बिल्कुल।
ये वो ग्रैंडसन है, राधा ग्रैंडसन्स, मेरे दोनों बच्चे, ये अपने नाना को मिले नहीं है और ये पिक्चर बना रहे और उनकी सब उस अरमान ने इतनी खोज की है हर चीज की और उसमें थोड़ा बहुत जस्ट फॉर हिम ही इज मेकिंग।
जो कुछ सीखे हम फिल्मों के माध्यम से और जो माँ ने सिखाया मुझे, उनसे सीखे हम।
देखिए, जब आप रिसर्च करते हैं ना तो एक प्रकार से आप उसको जीते हैं जी, उस दुनिया को जीते हैं, तो आप बड़े भाग्यवान हैं जी कि भले आपने नाना जी को देखा नहीं लेकिन नाना जी को जीने का आपको अवसर मिल रहा है।
जी बिल्कुल, ये बहुत बड़ा सपना है मेरा और आई एम रियली थैंकफुल, फुल फैमिली इज पार्ट ऑफ दिस।
मुझे याद है हमारे यहाँ इनके फिल्मों की ताकत क्या थी। जनसंघ का जमाना था और दिल्ली का चुनाव था, तो चुनाव में जनसंघ के लोग हार गए, तो अडवाणी जी, अटल जी ने कहा यार चुनाव तो हार गए, क्या करेंगे, तो चलो बोले मूवी देखते हैं। तो वो मूवी देखने गए, राज कपूर साहब की मूवी फिर सुबह होगी। जनसंघ के दो नेता पराजय के बाद जाते हैं और मूवी देखते हैं फिर सुबह होगी, और आज फिर सुबह हुई। मैं चाइना में था, आपके पिताजी का एक गाना था, उसको वो प्ले कर रहे थे, तो मैंने मेरे साथियों को कहा, मैंने कहा इसका मोबाइल फोन पर रिकॉर्डिंग करो, मैंने ऋषि साहब को भेजा था।
अच्छा।
और वो इतने प्रसन्न हो गए।
इनफैक्ट अभी हाल ही में आप आई थिंक अफ्रीका गए थे और वहाँ भी मैंने एक क्लिप देखा था, आप एक जवान के साथ खड़े थे और वो उस टाइम मेरा गाना गा रहे थे समझा आप, पर मैंने वो क्लिप देखा था और काफ़ी लोगों ने मुझे भेजा था और सब लोग बहुत खुश हो गए। बट एक चीज़ मैं कहना चाहूँगी, गाना जो है जो दुनिया को यूनाइट करता है, स्पेशली जो हिंदी गाने होते हैं, मतलब लोग गाते ही रहते हैं, शायद शब्द उनको समझ में ना आए। और ये मैंने काफ़ी देखा जब हम ट्रैवल करते हैं, खास करके ऑफ कोर्स विद राज कपूर सॉन्ग्स, बट इवन नाउ आई थिंक एक जो एक स्पेशल फीलिंग और एक सेंटिमेंट होता है हमारे गानों में, सब लोग बहुत इंस्टेंटली कनेक्ट करते हैं। और उसी के साथ एक क्वेश्चन था आपके लिए, क्या आप गाने सुन पाते हैं?
मैं सुन पाता हूँ क्योंकि मुझे अच्छा लगता है, कभी मौका मिल जाए तो मैं जरूर सुन लेता हूँ।
आप पहले प्रधानमंत्री हैं जिससे मैं मिला हूँ, और आपने आंखों में आंख लगा के इतने मतलब पर्सनली हमसे मिले हैं, और 2 बार मिले हैं। आप में इतनी अच्छी एनर्जी है और आप इतनी मेहनत करते हैं, और आप जो करते हैं मैं आपको कंग्रेचुलेट करना चाहूँगा। और थैंक यू फॉर ओपनिंग योर डोर्स और हम सबसे मिलने के लिए और इतने एक्सेसिबल होने के लिए, तो बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया।
मैं आपके पिताजी को मिला हूँ और मैं सोच रहा था कि आज मुझे 3 पीढ़ी को मिलने का मौका मिलेगा, लेकिन आप लाए नहीं तीसरी पीढ़ी को।
They are all big actors. We are not in the creative field. My children are trying level best. That we would be come to be invited by the Prime Minister. मतलब पापा थैंक यू।
13, 14 और 15 दिसंबर को हम राज कपूर का एक रेट्रोस्पेक्टिव कर रहे हैं। गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया, NFDC और NFAI ने हमारी बहुत मदद की। हमने उनकी 10 फिल्म लेके उनको रिस्टोर किया है, ऑडियो और विजुअल। तो हम पूरे हिंदुस्तान में कुछ 160 थिएटर्स में 40 सिटीज़, अराउंड 40 सिटीज़ उनकी फिल्में दिखा रहे हैं। तो 13 तारीख को हमारा प्रीमियर है जो हम मुंबई में करें। पूरी फिल्म इंडस्ट्री को हमने बुलाया है।
Thank you. जय गणेश।
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
आइस बोला था लाने को, लद्दाख चला गया। पूछा फोन पे इतना बिजी क्यों है, तो क्या बोला तू? हाँ, माउंटेन्स वर कॉलिंग।
डॉक्टर जानवी उस दिन सनसेट देखने छज्जे पे चढ़ा, टूट गया।
हाँ, तू किसने बोला घर की दीवार पे रॉक क्लाइंबिंग करने को?
सफीना बदतमीजी।
समझ गया। मेरे पास आप दोनों की प्रॉब्लम की मेडिसिन है। इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
The Pakistan Cricket Board could face revenue losses, lawsuits and the risk of alienation from the cricket world if they decide to withdraw from the ICC Champions Trophy 2025. This comes as a deadlock persists with the governing body, the ICC, over the mode of organizing the 50-over event scheduled for February to March of next year. Last week, the ICC reached a consensus to conduct next year's Champions Trophy in a hybrid model, allowing India to play its share of matches in Dubai while agreeing in principle to a similar arrangement in multilateral events in 2027. However, a formal announcement of the same is awaited. Senior cricket administrator who's well versed with the organization of ICC events revealed that it would not be an easy decision for the PCB to not play in the Champions Trophy if their hybrid model formula is not accepted in entirety by the ICC and the Board of Control for Cricket in India. That if Pakistan were to withdraw from the tournament, they could face potential lawsuits from the ICC and maybe even some...
Welcome back, viewers. The horrifying remnants of Bashar al-Assad's brutal regime have come to light as Republic gains exclusive access to Syria's notorious torture chambers, and these underground prisons, grimly referred to as slaughterhouses, expose the unimaginable atrocities committed under Assad's rule. Survivors, in fact, bearing deep physical and emotional scars, have also recounted the horrors of systematic abuse in these underground facilities. Take a look at it for yourself.
Republic cameras have reached former Syrian President Bashar al-Assad's torture house that he also called prisons. Watch how prisoners in Syria were living in underground prisons. On your screens are pictures of countless prisoners who died living in these conditions. In Sednaya, a notorious prison was discovered after a week-long of digging. Special teams were deployed to locate these secret prisons and break open the rooms. Brutal torture devices were also discovered, the most dangerous of which was the human press. Prisoners were placed in this machine and pressed until their flesh mixed with their bones, turning their bones as fragile as paper. Countless underground torture facilities and secret prisons have been discovered after Assad's ouster. Hundreds of thousands of people were released, and they continue to bear the horrific marks of brutal torture.
Sadnaya, one of the most brutal reminders of the oppressive Assad regime that reigned with an iron fist on Syria for the last 50 years. Republic is bringing you these exclusive visuals, viewers. This prison was stormed mere hours after Assad's ouster in Syria, and the visuals are terrifying. It took a team of expert diggers over a week to dig out the secret rooms and tunnels underneath Sadnaya. And men, women, children, all alike were perpetrated some of the most horrific tragedies and atrocities in this very prison.
In fact, viewers, life has begun to return to normalcy in Syria, with people slowly resuming their work in the war-shattered nation. In fact, Syria's international airport is now operational, which was not functioning during Assad's regime. Displaced Syrians are also returning homes from neighboring nations. And now, Syria's new caretaker PM has urged the people to enjoy peace and stability after rebels overthrew Assad's regime. Take a look.
Life slowly begins returning to normalcy since rebels have taken over in Syria. Residents of Syria begins to venture out their homes.
هلا بتشوف العالم بس متى غير رسمي بالشوارع. بيقول لك اخي الحمد لله انه رجعت الشام وسوريا كلياتها مثل ما كانت من زمان.
With shops reopening and people strolling through the markets, crowds gather as merchants open their storefronts. People from northern Syria came to downtown Syria to visit Umayyad Mosque. The mosque was previously under Assad's regime, where many had been unable to visit. Banks and government has also reopened. Damascus International Airport is now operational. On Wednesday, a handful of engineers inspected 4 planes that were on the tarmac. Airport security official said the airports would be operational in less than a week.
يعتبر مطار دمشق الدولي هو النواة الأولى في دمشق، حيث أنه يعني هو المهبط والمكان الأول لدخول الوفود والبعثات العمومية والدولية إليه. فهو المركز الأول في دمشق والأهم، حيث يعتبر أنه يعني الجهة أو المعبر الدولي لدمشق وتنفس سوريا.
Meanwhile, thousands of displaced Syrians were returning home from neighboring countries. On Tuesday, Mohammed al-Bashir was appointed as new caretaker prime minister. He previously headed a rebel-led administration in northwestern Syria. Al-Bashir urged people to enjoy stability and peace after overthrow of President Bashar al-Assad. Syrian rebel group led by Hayat Tahrir al-Sham swept across the country in just over a week and toppled Assad regime.
Viewers, the first reaction coming in from Iran's supreme leader in the aftermath of Assad regime's collapse is that US and Israel have allegedly engineered the fall of Syria, and this is his first remark after the rebels toppled the Syrian government. He alleges that it is US and Israel that is behind the entire civil war that forced Assad regime to elope to Moscow. Here's the report.
Iran's supreme leader Ayatollah Khan Khamenei claimed that the fall of Assad's regime was planned by both US and Israel. Iran claims that they have evidence to back their allegations.
نباید تردید کرد که اونچه در سوریه اتفاق افتاد محصول یک نقشه مشترک آمریکایی و صهیونیستی.
Without naming anyone, Khamenei also claimed that a neighboring country of the Syria also plotted against them. Khamenei rejected the narrative that fall of Assad will weaken Syria.
تحلیلگر نادان بیخبر از معنای مقاومت خیال میکنه که مقاومت که ضعیف شد ایران اسلامی هم ضعیف خواهد شد. من عرض میکنم به حول و قوه الهی به اذن الله تعالی ایران قوی مقتدر است و مقتدرتر هم خواهد شد.
The Syrian forces took control of Damascus on Sunday, marking an end to a 50-year-old rule by the Assad family. With Iran's friendly relations with the previous government, the big question is, how will the new regime impact Iran's military power?
Viewers, hundreds of farmers continue to march to central London, voicing their concerns over Labour Party's changes to inheritance tax. A convoy of tractors, also adorned with union flags and also placards, filled the streets around the Parliament Square in loud and defiant demonstration.
The farmers continue to protest in central London, opposing the inheritance tax changes proposed by the Labour Party. The amendment seeks to overturn a tax break dating back to 1990s. Agricultural property was earlier exempted from inheritance tax. However, under the new guidelines, a 20% inheritance tax on agriculture assets valued over £1 million will be imposed.
Mr. Speaker, as he knows, we put £5 billion into farming over the next 2 years. That's a record number under the budget. Last week alone, £350 million to support farmers in the United Kingdom. That does contrast with the last government, who was an underspend of £300 million in relation to farmers. In relation to inheritance tax, as he knows, in a typical family case, the threshold is £3 million, and therefore the vast majority of farmers will be unaffected, despite the fear-mongering of the party opposite.
The changes will be implemented in 2026. Farmers claim the tax burdens an industry already struggling, saying that rising costs and slim margins will further put them in debt. While British Prime Minister Keir Starmer defended the policy, he claims that the vast majority of farmers would not be affected due to the £3 million threshold for paying the taxes. Thousands of people aboard tractors drove past Starmer's Downing Street office, flashing signs that read, "No farmers, no food," and "Save British farming."
Canada yesterday responded to Trump's trolling comments. Canada's response followed after US President-elect Donald Trump, took a light jab at his Canadian counterpart on Tuesday, referring to Justin Trudeau as the governor of the great state of Canada. Here's the face-off. Canada's former ambassador to the UN on Thursday responded to Trump's trolling comments on Canada and Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau.
You wonder why, the President-elect Trump wants to put tariffs? Because we're a threat to the U.S., because we're a manufacturing powerhouse. We created more manufacturing jobs last year.
On Tuesday, Trump took a light jab at his Canadian counterpart. In his post on Truth Social, Trump referred to Justin Trudeau as the governor of the great state of Canada. Last week, Justin Trudeau flew to Florida for dinner with Trump. Trudeau discussed Trump's tax threats on all products.
So far as the government of Canada is concerned, the real temptation is to respond in kind, but of course we can't do that. What's needed here, in my view, is for the Prime Minister to speak personally to Trump on the telephone soon and to communicate to him that this message is offensive in every way to Canadians and to Canada.
Trump threatened Canada to impose 25% tax on products entering the US from Canada when he takes office in January. In response to Trump's threats, Trudeau signaled his government is prepared to defend Canadian interests. With that, viewers, it's time for a quick break. On the other side, we'll tell you how Elon Musk has resumed his plans to enter Indian markets and his first plant could be in New Delhi. Stay tuned.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
उस दिन सनसेट देखने छज्जे पे चढ़ा, टूट गया।
हाँ, तो किसने बोला घर की दीवार पे रॉक क्लाइंबिंग करने को?
सफीना बदतमीजी।
समझ गया। मेरे पास आप दोनों की प्रॉब्लम की मेडिसिन है। इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
And completely out of touch and an insult to the intelligence of the American people and the lived experience. And completely out of touch.
Welcome back, viewers. Elon Musk's Tesla has resumed its search for showroom space in New Delhi in the first sign that it is rethinking of entering the Indian market after putting its investment plans on hold earlier this year. And this is what Tesla is planning here in this report. Elon Musk's Tesla signaled a potential revival of its Indian market entry plans. Tesla has recommended its search for showroom locations in New Delhi. Following a temporary pause in its Indian showroom research, Tesla has now initiated preliminary discussions with DLF to help secure space in Delhi. Sources say that Tesla is seeking 3,000 to 5,000 square feet for a customer experience center. The company is considering multiple locations, including DLF's Avenue Mall in South Delhi. Earlier this year, Elon Musk revealed his plan to meet Prime Minister Narendra Modi. However, the plans got cancelled when Tesla announced staff reductions amidst declining sales. According to reports, Musk is still keen on investing $2 to $3 billion in the country. Its India Economic and Market Outlook 2025 report, Axis Bank predicts a strong economic recovery with gross value added growth expected to rebound to 7% in financial year 26, up from 6.6% in FY25. Despite challenges from fiscal consolidation, the outlook remains very optimistic, and it's driven by industry growth, a real estate upcycle, and agricultural resilience. Axis Bank's chief economist Neelkanta Mishra, along with co-authors Pratik Ancha and Tanay Dalal, Pulkit Kapoor and Smriti Mehra, forecast the India's economy will see significant recovery in financial year 2026. Global beverage giant Coca-Cola has announced the sale of a 40% stake in its Indian bottling business, Hindustan Coca-Cola Beverages Private Limited, to the Jubilant Bharatiya Group. In a joint statement, Coca-Cola confirmed the transaction with the Jubilant Bharatiya Group, a conglomerate with a diverse global presence across multiple sectors, The sale involves the parent company of HCCBL, Hindustan Coca-Cola Holdings Private Limited, which is the largest bottler of Coca-Cola products in India. This move aligns with Coca-Cola's strategy to pursue an asset-light model driven by divesting bottle operations worldwide. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, while addressing the Global Economic Policy Forum 2024 organized by the Confederation of Indian Industry, emphasized the need for a balanced approach to economic growth, combining the scale of large enterprises with the reach of small and medium-sized businesses. She also added that the decadal priority is that industries should work together with small and medium units to see how they can support large units equally as much as they support job creation.
Industry together with policymakers, strategic leadership together with citizens' forums will all have to work on those larger goals. Otherwise, the decade would be frittered away. We can't even restore or claw back.
In his first address as the 26th Governor of the Reserve Bank of India, Sanjay Malhotra highlighted the crucial themes of stability, trust and growth. In realizing the vision of Viksit Bharat, he emphasized that ensuring the continuity of growth is a massive responsibility, especially in the current global context marked by geopolitical tensions, climate change and political uncertainty. Malhotra also stressed the importance of policy stability, particularly in maintaining the continuity. He noted that consistency in policy is essential for fostering trust among people, and this trust is fundamental for sustained growth of the economy. Viewers, moving on, the GABA test is the much anticipated test match in the Border Gavaskar Trophy, because the first two test matches threw up some unusual results. First match was taken away by India and the second match at Adelaide was stolen by Australia. So all eyes will be on how India will make a strong comeback, because Rohit's poor form has also raised a lot of eyebrows, because fans had expected Rohit to make a good comeback, but this time around the expectations continue to rise ahead of the third test as well. Here's a report.
The 2024-25 edition of the Border Gavaskar Trophy has more than lived up to the hype at this point, with the first two tests of the 5-match series producing two very different results. India made the perfect start to the series with a clinical win in Perth, making them the first visiting team to win a test match at the new Optus Stadium in the city. But Australia bounced back with a vengeance, beating India by 10 wickets in the second test in Adelaide, which also happened to be a day-night pink ball encounter, which Australia now specialise in. The third test of the series is set to be held at the Gabba in Brisbane, and the Indian team have already been given a fair idea on what it is they can expect for that particular match. The Gabba at Brisbane is traditionally renowned for being a track that assists pace and bounce. And the Brisbane pitch curator David Sandersky says that is exactly the type of pitch they are trying to prepare. Generally speaking, we still prepare the pitch the exact same way every time to try and get the same good carry, pace and bounce that the Gabba is known for. We are just trying to make a traditional Gabba wicket like we do each year, said Sandersky. He also added that the time of the year in which the test match is played can also make a difference, as the Gabba pitch is often bouncier at the start of the season. Different times of year definitely makes it different. It can be a slightly different pitch. Pitches later in the season might have a bit more wear and tear, while ones early in the season usually are a bit fresher and might have a bit more in them, said Sandersky. This explains why it is that Australia have chosen to keep the Brisbane Test towards the start of the summer season as opposed to later in the season. But there's another interesting reason that may have played a part as well. Australia's test record in the Gabba before and after Christmas presents a striking contrast, which is why past Australian captains have advocated for a match in Brisbane earlier in the summer rather than after the new year. The Aussies have been defeated just 7 times in 61 tests played at the Gabba before Christmas, whereas they have lost 3 out of 5 tests held at the venue after Christmas, including 2 in the last 3 years. India famously breached the Fortress Gabba to win the Test series in a thrilling finish in the 2020-21 season, and the West Indies also registered a close victory at the same stadium earlier this year. Coincidentally, both of those tests were played in January, and might well explain why it is that the Australians have chosen to go with the numbers and schedule a Gabba test when it best suits their team.
Brisbane cricket ground, known popularly as the Gabba, could be axed as a test cricket venue as announced by Cricket Australia. And the Brisbane Lions would submit proposals to replace the iconic 42,000-seater venue with some other stadium which could host the test games as well as the matches for the Australia Football League for the upcoming 50 years. Before the development for the Brisbane Olympics begins, the Australian Cricket Board will submit proposals to the government for a rejuvenated stadium. Former Australian opener Matthew Hayden has advised the Indian bowlers to target the 4th or 5th stump line and make use of the natural bounce offered by the Gabba surface in the 3rd test of the Border Gavaskar Trophy starting December 14th. The 5-match series is locked at 1 each for Australia and India after Australia's emphatic win in the pink ball test match in Adelaide, and India won the opener by 295 runs at Perth. Hayden shared his views on how to dismiss the Australian batters at Gabba. Out of favour, India batter Ajinkya Rahane's explosive 50 kept Mumbai's stunning 6-wicket victory over Vidarbha and their entry into the semi-finals of the Syed Mushtaq Ali Trophy. Once Vidarbha posted a massive 221 for 6, Mumbai needed a strong chase and Rahane led from the front with an 84 for 45 deliveries. Mumbai made 224 for 4 in 19.2 overs and they will face Baroda in the semi-finals.
Delhi as Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis comes here to meet the top brass Amit Shah as well as JP Nadda to discuss crucial cabinet berths and portfolios amidst the cabinet expansion which is most likely to take place on 14th. We will be back with the rolling coverage. Stay tuned with Republic TV.
उस दिन सनसेट देखने छज्जे पे चढ़ा, टूट गया।
हाँ, तो किसने बोला घर की दीवार पे रॉक क्लाइंबिंग करने को?
सफीना बदतमीजी।
समझ गया। मेरे पास आप दोनों की प्रॉब्लम की मेडिसिन है। इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
As part of my plan to secure the border on day 1 of my new term in office, I will sign an executive order making clear to federal agencies that under the correct interpretation of the law, going forward, the future children of illegal aliens will not receive automatic U.S. citizenship. It's things like this that bring millions of people to our country, and they enter our country illegally.
Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Days left for the winter session to end. Deadlock and showdown continues as opposition latches onto Adani matter.
कुछ ऐसी ताकतें हैं देश में और बाहर जो भारत की प्रगति को पचा नहीं पा रहे हैं.
VP Dhankar warns against anti-national forces in India, says some unable to digest India's progress. Himanta announces no Aadhaar cards to persons who did not apply for the NRC. A three-judge bench scheduled to hear multiple pleas on Places of Worship Act today. And Bangladesh court rejects a petition to advance hearing of Chinmay Krishnadas bail plea. And we begin first up with strong statements coming in from Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar, who's warned against anti-national forces. He's made a statement claiming that a well-planned effort has been ongoing to disintegrate the country, divide the country and insult its institutions as well. He says, and I quote, "There are some forces in the country and outside who are unable to digest India's progress. There is a well-planned effort going on to disintegrate the country, divide the country and insult its institutions, and that we must neutralize in togetherness against every anti-national force." Listen in to the sharp remarks coming in from Jagdeep Dhankar, who says that there are some in the country who are working against the interests of India.
कुछ ऐसी ताकतें हैं देश में और बाहर जो भारत की प्रगति को पचा नहीं पा रहे हैं. देश को खंडित करने का, देश को विभाजित करने का, देश की संस्थाओं को अपमानित करने का सुनियोजित तरीके से एक कृत्य हो रहा है. आम नागरिक की इसमें बहुत बड़ी भूमिका है. We must neutralize in togetherness every anti-national narrative. कुछ ऐसी ताकतें हैं देश में और बाहर जो भारत की प्रगति को पचा नहीं पा रहे हैं. देश को खंडित करने का, देश को विभाजित करने का, देश की संस्थाओं को अपमानित करने का सुनियोजित तरीके से एक कृत्य हो रहा है. आम नागरिक की इसमें बहुत बड़ी भूमिका है. We must neutralize in togetherness every anti-national narrative.
And let's shift focus to more news break coming in. This is regarding the bail plea of Chinmay Das Prabhu, who remains in custody in Dhaka. He's been charged with sedition. A Bangladesh court that has rejected Chinmay Krishnadas' bail plea. He had sought early bail hearing in the plea, which has now been rejected by the Bangladesh court. So the hearing on Chinmay Das bail plea that is set to take place in January next year. A bail plea in which he sought early hearing of his case has now been rejected by the Bangladesh court. Let's try and see if Ridita is with us. But yes, that's the news break coming in this hour. Clearly justice that has been delayed for Chinmay Das Prabhu once again, as his plea seeking an early hearing in the case for which he's been charged with sedition has been rejected by a Bangladesh court. So the hearing on Chinmay Das bail plea that is set to take place on 2nd of January next year. This was a bail plea which he had filed, another bail plea that he'd filed seeking an urgent hearing in the case which has been junged by a Bangladesh court. Let's go across to Ridhita. She's joining us live from the Bangla newsroom. Ridhita, that's of course another setback coming in from for the Hindu monk. Tell us on what grounds has the Bangladesh court rejected that bail hearing request, the early bail hearing request that the Hindu monk had sought from the Bangladesh court?
Very good morning to you, Samiksha. So as we get to understand from the earlier reports that on December 3rd was Chinmay Krishna Das Prabhu's first trial which was to be heard, and the court had that day rejected it and stating postponing it to January 2nd, 2025. So that was the first day when the case was postponed, and in the next case yesterday when his lawyer, the Hindu Bangladesh is one of the senior most lawyer and a Hindu lawyer Rabindra Ghosh had gone yesterday to seek for an urgent bail plea or to look into this matter seriously, has requested rather the government yesterday, the Attorney General, he had requested the Attorney General to hear to the case at the earliest. He was rejected. He was called, he is one of the agents of ISKCON, and he was taunted amidst the court while there was a lot of people there. So he was called that you are a agent of ISKCON, you are an agent of the Shammilani Jot, which is the Hindu Jot in Bangladesh. So he was called that, and not only that, yesterday the CGI had said that he was also amidst all of the he has said to the public that he was not only humiliated, but the Jamaat leaders had called him with names, had called him an agent, and a lot of humiliation took place, and with that they had said that this hearing cannot happen at the earliest, it will only happen on the date it is mentioned. So that is the biggest breaking that we have got, and after which Republic Bangla spoke to Chinmay Krishna Das Prabhu's lawyer, who till this date was not being given any assistance of law, and yesterday this Hindu lawyer had himself, he is an Hindu activist also in Bangladesh, he had gone up and said and requested the court for an urgent look into the case, and he was again said no. That is as of now that we are gathering from Bangladesh. Update. Back to you.
All right, Ridhita, thank you for the moment. So tracking all those developments very closely. But Ridhita, just a quick follow-up question. If you can once again take us through all that's been happening in Bangladesh since last week, because from what we understand that even basic essentials are denied to Chinmay Prabhu, be it the medicines or even the prasad that his devotees had got for him in the prison, which was denied by the prison authorities.
Correct, Samiksha. It has been more than 15 days now that Chinmay Krishna Das Prabhu has been arrested, and a proper legal notice has not been served, as in why is he arrested? No law assistance has been given to him. He is not assigned of a lawyer, which is a basic right of any criminal who has been arrested. He's not a criminal, but he has been arrested and accused of unknown reason, which is still not known. He does not have a law assistance, and also back-to-back Hindu attacks have been happening. Even the prasad which was carried by the Vaishnavis to him was not given, was not being allowed. It was not being allowed to give the prasad. A Vaishnavi is cooking his own food inside the jail. Even the two followers of his who has taken the prasad was also arrested, is what we have got to know. As you see, is a global outrage that is happening in Bangladesh. Excuse me. I beg your pardon. So, as you see that it is a global outrage, a worldwide cry that is happening to save the Hindus of Bangladesh, and the UNO's government is completely deaf and dumb about the issue. Back to you.
All right, stay with us, Ridhita. We will just come back to you, but let's once again tell our viewers that the plea that Chinmay Das had filed in Bangladesh court has been junged. He sought early hearing of the case, which is due to be heard on 2nd of January next year.
Yes.
Let's go across. Yes. Let's go across to. Sir, stay with us. Let's go across to Advocate Rabindra Ghosh joining us on the broadcast. Mr. Das, we understand that the plea that Chinmay Das' lawyer had filed has been rejected by the Bangladesh court. Your first response?
That is true, because I was in the court yesterday, and just now I am in the jail. That is, I have come here in the jail to see Chinmay Prabhu personally. I'm a lawyer of the Chinmay Prabhu, and so I talked to Chinmay Prabhu just now after half an hour. Then they have permitted to come as a lawyer to see Chinmay Prabhu in the jail gate, Chittagong. So yesterday there is a unfortunate incident within the court premises, that is the court. So some of the lawyers have most illegally come forward, and they are trying to intimidate me not to proceed with the case for Chinmay Prabhu. But I am a lawyer of the Supreme Court of Bangladesh, and I have come here to see as well as to plead on behalf of Chinmay Prabhu for his release and for his immediate.
Yes. Mr. Das, we understand that there was an attack by a group of people while you'd gone to visit Chinmay Das. If you can tell us exactly what happened and the attack that you were subjected to at that location where you'd gone, in fact, that prison where you'd gone to visit Chinmay Prabhu.
The other lawyers, the prosecution lawyers,
Yes.
there are so many, I think
Yes.
more than 45 lawyers. They have come without any lawful authority within the court premises, and they have warned me not to proceed with the case. So I am a lawyer. My duty to serve the people of the country. Not only lawyer, I am a human rights defender, and also working for the protection of the rights of the minorities of Bangladesh. So it is my responsibility to protect the interest of the minorities here in Bangladesh. So I am working since long for the protection of the rights of the minorities in Bangladesh, but the minorities are in great danger in Bangladesh because we have investigated so many cases, abduction, rape, murder, displacement of properties, and so many incidents we have investigated during this period. So it is our request to the government of Bangladesh to abide by the international protocol. There is an international protocol. Why the lawyers should be beaten? Why the lawyers should be rebuked?
Yes.
Because I have every right to protect the interest of the minority community.
Yes, and Mr. Das, not to forget the lawyer who was hacked to death outside the court during the hearing in the same case. But another quick response from you on the kind of free run that is being given to the Jamaat elements, the radical elements under Yunus administration.
That is true. Those lawyers, they are belonging to radical political parties. Jamaat Islami and also BNP, and we know the lawyers. So the name of the lawyers, I'd like to say. So these lawyers, the name of the lawyers: T.R. Khan, Muhammad Alamgir Yunus, number 3 Moinuddin, number 4 Alamgir Alam, number 5 S.S. Rezaul Karim, number 6 Farooq Ahmed Shani, number 7 Raihanul Wazet Chaudhuri, number 8 Muhammad Shahadat Hussain, number 9 Muhammad Faisal Amin, number 10 Sarwar Hamid Jewel, number 11 Nasimuddin, number 12 Nasir Ali, number 13 Ali Ahmed, number 14 Azizul Haq Masood, number 15 Shahiduddin Haq Chaudhuri Jewel, number 16 Arshad, number 17 Abdul Sattar, number 18 Didarul Islam Suman, number 19 Sanjida Akhtar, number 20 Nasimuddin Nizam, number 21, Jannatul Firdaus Mukta, Ahmedur Rahman Chaudhary. These are the lawyers who tried to intimidate me within the court premises in front of the judges. The presiding judge at that time he started. So today also I am going there to protest, and I think what will happen I don't know, but there are so many people who will be there, but the police is now helping me because they are protecting for the greater interest of the lawyers as a whole. So I do not know what will happen. After half an hour, we'll be able to know what will happen and what will be the fate of our case. Thank you very much.
Meet her.
So this is Ridhita from the Bangla newsroom, and I have one question for you. So which is, earlier also we have seen that after Chinmay Krishna Das Prabhu has been arrested, there were Hindu lawyers who had come up front to save him, to fight the case. But there has been fake cases which have been lodged against them. So what are you looking towards this? Is this fake cases going to be dismissed? Are you also going to seek justice for this?
That is true, because all the lawyers who have been pleading for Chinmay Prabhu, but they have been, there is a concocted and motivated cases. The false cases are there against those persons. Only for that reason they are not in a position to come to the court. Only for that reason I have come on their behalf to plead for Chinmay Prabhu and also the lawyers who have been involved by concocted and motivated cases. And only for that reason I have come from Dhaka to Chittagram.
Thank you so much, sir. We are looking forward to a very fruitful response from the court today.
Thank you very much. Yes, thank you.
All right, Mr. Rabindra Ghosh, appreciate you speaking to us. So that was the advocate of Chinmay Das Prabhu, who was intimidated by Jamaat lawyers while he'd gone to meet Chinmay Das, who remains in prison charged with sedition. And let's put out newsbreak that's coming in from Assam, where Chief Minister Himanta has said that those who did not apply for NRC will not be given Aadhaar cards. In an attempt to link the Aadhaar card with the National Register of Citizens, the NRC, the Assam government has decided that all applications to get the unique identity card will be rejected if the applicant or the family had not applied for NRC, a move that is being seen as a bid to crack down on Bangladeshi infiltrators in the state. Let's go across to Aniruddha joining us live on the broadcast. Aniruddha, it's yet another push by the Assam government to ensure that crackdown on infiltrators from Bangladesh is in place. Take us once again through that diktat coming in from Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma on NRC and Aadhaar card to be linked in the state.
Yes, Amit Shah, if you look into the recent span of events that has taken place in Bangladesh, there have been several attempts by Bangladeshi nationals to infiltrate into Assam. And over the last few months, at least more than 100 such infiltrators have been pushed back by the BSF and the Assam police, who have been working closely in coordination along the border. Meanwhile, Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma has raised concern over the issue that though many Bangladeshi infiltrators have been pushed back, there might be a few who have made it into the state, and they might try to obtain the documents like Aadhaar card, PAN card, and voter ID illegally. And in this regard, a robust mechanism has been made up by the state cabinet yesterday, in which from now onwards, if anyone wants to apply for an Aadhaar card in the state of Assam, they will also have to ensure that they had applied for the NRC, that is the National Register of Citizenship, when enrollment for the NRC was on in the state from 2013 up till 2018. And this only after verifying that if the person had applied for the NRC at that point in time, or his or her parents or grandparents have applied for the NRC at that point in time, then only they will be eligible to obtain an Aadhaar card in Assam. The General Administration Department have been issued instruction in this regard, and all the the district commissioners have been asked to ensure to appoint a nodal officer in this regard to make the Aadhaar verification system very strict and flawless. Samiksha.
For the moment, Anuradha, for now we switch focus to more news break coming in. This is the statement coming in from Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman on the remarks that were made by Rahul Gandhi on India's banking sector. All right, so that's a statement coming in from Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, who's said, and I quote, leader of the opposition Rahul Gandhi's penchant for making baseless statements is on full display again. India's banking sector, especially the public sector banks, have seen a remarkable turnaround under Prime Minister Modi. Further questioning, didn't the people who met the LOP tell him that high concentration of corporate credit and indiscriminate lending during UPA tenure had resulted in significant deterioration in the health of PSBs? The finance minister further says, and I quote, under the Congress, the UPA regime, PSBs were treated as ATMs for their cronies and shady businessmen. And a quick check of the top headlines, the global headlines that we're tracking. Putin heaps praises on Prime Minister Modi again, lauds Prime Minister's vision and Make in India initiative. In a historic first, Elon Musk's net worth tops $400 billion, fueled by $50 billion SpaceX share sale. FBI Director Wray announces plan to resign, paves way for Trump's nominee Kash Patel. South Korea's president defends martial law decree as act of governance, denies rebellion charges. And once again, Vladimir Putin, the Russian president, has showered praises on Prime Minister Modi, hailing the Make in India initiative under Prime Minister Modi. So this, while Russia looks to increase its manufacturing hubs in India, Vladimir Putin, who's hailed Prime Minister Modi's leadership while also speaking about India's Make in India initiative under Prime Minister Modi's leadership.
Contacts with Prime Minister Modi, and we speak on these matters. Of course, his initiative Make in India is great, but he is also a person who looks into the future, and Prime Minister is always trying to nudge India towards this development. We have regular contacts with Prime Minister Modi, and we speak on these matters. Of course, his initiative Make in India is great, but he is also a person who looks into the future, and Prime Minister is always trying to nudge India towards this development. We have regular contacts with Prime Minister Modi, and we speak on these matters. Of course, his initiative Make in India is great, but he is also a person who looks into the future, and Prime Minister is always trying to nudge India towards this development.
Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar warned against some forces in and outside the country who are unable to digest country's progress and looking to divide the country, further urging people to be together in neutralizing every anti-national narrative.
कुछ ऐसी ताकतें हैं देश में और बाहर जो भारत की प्रगति को पचा नहीं पा रहे हैं। देश को खंडित करने का, देश को विभाजित करने का, देश की संस्थाओं को अपमानित करने का सुनियोजित तरीके से एक कृत्य हो रहा है। आम नागरिक की इसमें बहुत बड़ी भूमिका है। We must neutralize in togetherness every anti-national narrative.
A 5-year-old boy died after being trapped in a 150-feet borewell in Dausa, Rajasthan. The incident occurred on 9th of December when the child accidentally fell into the deep borewell while playing.
देखो, यहाँ लाने की सबसे बड़ी वजह ये थी कि अगर हम किसी भी तरह का कोई लाइफ की कोई गुंजाइश हो और बची हो तो हम उसको आगे ट्रीटमेंट करके उसको रिकवर कर पाएँ, लेकिन यहाँ ईसीजी करके देखी तो उसमें कोई लाइफ नहीं बची थी।
क्या माना जाए अब बच्चे को?
बच्चा इस वक्त हम घोषित कर चुके हैं, मतलब हमने डिक्लेयर कर दिया डेड। ईसीजी करने के बाद 2 बार ईसीजी निकाल के देखी।
In a shocking turn of events, Nikita Singhania's mother, Nisha Singhania, and brother, Anurag Singhania, have absconded from their house in Jaunpur. The duo was caught on camera fleeing their house, leaving behind a locked door. The development comes amidst the ongoing investigation into suicide case of Atul Subhash, who ended his life due to harassment by his wife and in-laws. In latest development in the Arjikar incident, senior advocate Virinda Grover, representing the Abhaya's family, has withdrawn herself from the case in all courts, including Top Court, Calcutta High Court and Trial Court in Sealdah.
Indian Army has busted a terror hideout in the Mahur area of the Riyasat district. 58 Trust Rifles of the Indian Army launched an operation which led to the recovery of 1 AK series rifle, 2 pistols, 4 grenades and 5 magazines along with the 400 ammunition. And for more, stay tuned to Republic TV right after this short break.
आइस बोला था लाने को, लद्दाख चला गया। पूछा फोन पे इतना बिजी क्यों है, तो क्या बोला तू? हाँ, माउंटेन्स वर कॉलिंग।
डॉक्टर जानवी, उस दिन सनसेट देखने छज्जे पे चढ़ा, टूट गया।
हाँ, तू किसने बोला घर की दीवार पे रॉक क्लाइंबिंग करने को?
सफीना बदतमीजी।
समझ गया। मेरे पास आप दोनों की प्रॉब्लम की मेडिसिन है। इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
देखिए, फॉर्म में तो सवाल उठेंगे क्योंकि देखिए उनकी काफी ज्यादा फेल्योर हो चुकी है और आउट ऑफ फॉर्म चल रहे हैं। ये नहीं है कि वो प्लेयर अच्छे नहीं है, टॉप क्लास के प्लेयर है, बट आपको रन तो बनाने पड़ेंगे ना। और कई बार क्या होता है कि अगर आपकी फॉर्म अच्छी नहीं चल रही होती तो वो कैप्टनसी के ऊपर रिफ्लेक्ट कर जाती है। बाकी ये है कि फॉर्म जो है एक मैच ही दूर होती है, बट उनको तो रन बनाने पड़ेंगे क्योंकि जिस पोजीशन पे भी
Days left for the winter session to end. A deadlock and showdown continues as opposition latches onto Adani matter.
कुछ ऐसी ताकतें हैं देश में और बाहर जो भारत की प्रगति को पचा नहीं पा रहे हैं।
Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar warns against anti-national forces, says some unable to digest India's progress. Himanta Biswa Sarma announces no Aadhaar cards to persons who did not apply for NRC. A three-judge bench scheduled to hear multiple pleas on Places of Worship Act. Bangladesh court rejects petition to advance hearing of Chinmay Krishna Das bail plea. And we begin first up with a statement coming in from Congress MP Manikam Tagore, who's responded to Finance Minister's sharp remarks against LOP Rahul Gandhi. So it's a statement coming in from Congress MP Manikam Tagore after Nirmala's sharp response to Rahul Gandhi's remarks. Congress MP Manikam Tagore, who says that Finance Minister likes a chat of the Congress leader says priorities of a minister in the Modi government are not in the right direction. So war of words over public sector banks remarks by the LOP Rahul Gandhi. So this comes after strong words were put out. A strong statement came in from Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman on LOP Rahul Gandhi. Finance Minister who said how under the Congress UPA regime, PSBs were treated as ATMs for the cronies and shady businessmen. It was actually during the UPA regime when bank employees were harassed and forced to give loans to cronies through phone banking by then Congress-led UPA government functionaries. The Finance Minister further says, didn't the people who met with the LOP tell him that asset quality review was launched by our government in 2015, unearthing the phone banking practices of the UPA government? Modi government initiated the 4 rupee strategy and other reforms in the banking sector as well. So Finance Minister detailing the reforms in the banking sector under the Modi government since 2015, and Congress now hitting back, responding to Finance Minister's statement. And a quick look at international stories that we are tracking. The Pentagon, citing a new US intel assessment, said that Russia could launch its lethal new intermediate range ballistic missile against Ukraine again soon. US officials said earlier on Wednesday that US was seeing the Russians make preparations for another launch of the missile, which was used for the first time last month.
Well, so Putin has said publicly that Russia intends to launch another experimental Oreshnik missile, as you mentioned. It's possible that Russia could do it in the coming days. I don't have an exact date for you. I think it's important to note that should Russia choose to launch this type of missile, it's not going to be a game changer on the battlefield. It's just yet another attempt to inflict harm and casualties in Ukraine. But of course, Ukraine, with the United States, other partners around the world, continues to have our support as they, fight every single day on the battlefield.
Syria is undergoing a political turmoil after the insurgents captured capital Damascus and other important cities, which led to the fall of Assad's 24-year-old regime. Now the insurgents have set fire to the tomb of Syria's former president Assad in his hometown in northwest. Videos that have been circulating online show men inside the tomb, and inside the tomb, Hafiz Assad was the president of Syria for 30 years until his death in 2000 when his son Bashar succeeded him. Bashar Assad was ousted over the weekend and he fled to Russia, where he was given a political asylum. Tractors lined the streets of London as thousands of farmers protested against changes to the tax rules. Hundreds of tractors descended on the English capital, driving slowly past the House of Parliament The tractors blocked roads in Whitehall and surrounded areas. The farmers were seen chanting anti-government slogans. Protest came in response to the UK government's budget, which outlines scrapping a tax break dating from 1990s. UK Prime Minister Starmer also spoke about farmers' issue while addressing the House of Commons. European Union gave a green light to Poland and other countries on Europe's eastern border to temporarily suspend asylum rights. EU believes that Belarus and Russia were weaponizing migrants to destabilize the bloc. Poland's Prime Minister has announced plans. He had announced plans in October to introduce a law that would suspend asylum application for up to 60 days.
Following Russia's war of aggression in Ukraine, the practice of instrumentalization and weaponization of migration started in 2021 and has continued at the borders with Latvia, Lithuania, Poland and Finland. But what we are seeing today is of an exceptional nature. We have a persistent and serious situation at the eastern border with a significant rise of illegal arrivals, particularly at the Polish-Belarus border, up to 66% from last year.
Canadians have responded to Trump's trolling comments throughout his first term in the White House. Trump has spun countless proactive and mocking statements on Canada. Now that he's preparing to return to the White House again, Trump is back at it. In his recent visit to Paris on the reopening of the cathedral, Trump posted a picture with Jill Biden with a tagline that read, and I quote, "A fragrance your enemies cannot resist," unquote. Even when Trudeau flew to Florida to meet Trump over his threat to impose 25% tariffs on Canadian products entering the US, the Republican leader tossed out the idea that Canada can become the 51st US state.
Why? The President-elect Trump wants to put tariffs because we're a threat to the U.S., because we're a manufacturing powerhouse. We created more manufacturing jobs last year than all 50 U.S. states.
US President Joe Biden said that he's proud that women's health research initiatives that he launched last year have already has invested nearly $1 billion. Further, Biden said that women improve not only their well-being but also the prosperity of the country overall. His comments were an apparent reference to President-elect Donald Trump and his incoming administration. It was Jill Biden who brought the idea of women's health research initiative to President Biden.
Because the fact is, the health of our moms and grandmothers, sisters and daughters, friends and colleagues affects not just women's well-being, but the prosperity of the entire nation. And that's a fact. We haven't gotten that through to the other team yet. No, I mean it, across the board. Anyway, I won't get into that. But that's why in my State of the Union address this year, I called on Congress to invest $12 billion in women's health research to benefit millions of lives.
And back home, shifting focus to news that's coming in from JNK's Riyasi, where a terror hideout has been busted by security forces, incriminating a recovery that's been made in this operation by the JNK police and the Indian Army. This is Riyasi's Mahor area, where the operation was conducted by the 58 Rashtriya Rifles as well, that resulted in recovery of substantial cache of arms and ammunition. The recoveries include AK-47 rifle, 2 pistols, 4 grenades, 5 magazine covers and over 400 rounds of ammunition. The visuals on your screens of the massive seizure by the 58 Rashtriya Rifles along with the JNK police. Let's go across to Gursimran, who's joining us with more details. Gursimran, the visuals on our screens, of course, of that massive recovery that's been made by the Indian Army and the JNK police. Talk to us more about what do we know about this terror hideout that's been busted.
See, this operation has been carried out in the Shajru area of the police post in the Mahur subdivision of Riyasi district. Based on some intelligence input, the Indian Army's 58 Raष्ट्रीय Rifle that is based in Mahur launched an operation. It was launched roughly around 3 in the afternoon yesterday, and after the 4 to 5 hour long operation that carried out, the security forces have been able to get a huge cache of arms and ammunition that was kept inside a rucksack bag, and it was hidden in a cave-like structure from where the security forces, the Indian Army's 58 Raष्ट्रीय Rifles has recovered. The recovery includes a AK series rifle, 2 pistols along with the 4 hand grenades and 5 magazines. Along with this, 400 plus ammunition of the AK series as well as the pistols has been recovered. So it is clearly hinting that there is activity of the terrorists or their associates in the area, because this area is the similar area which has seen a major terror strike on the day when the Prime Minister Narendra Modi was taking oath as the Prime Minister of the country for the 3rd time on June 9th, when the terrorist hit a vehicle of the pilgrims carrying the Shiv Khodi passengers from the Shiv Khodi back to the Kadra. 9 pilgrims were killed in that drastically terror attack and more than 40 were injured. And since then, this area has been on the surveillance of the security forces, because Lashkar's movement has been noticed here for multiple times, because Lashkar has been active in the area. This has been a traditional route of after infiltration for Lashkar-e-Toiba, and that's why the security forces were on the alert. And yesterday, based on a specific intelligence-based operation, the 58 Raष्ट्रीय Rifles has recovered a huge cache of arms and ammunition, possibly to be used for another terror strike.
All right, Gursimran, we leave it at that. We will come back to you to get more details on the NI raids that are currently underway. For now, we switch focus to news that's coming in from the US. In fact, this is the news regarding the Khalistani leader Gurpat Want Pannu. Details that have been sought by the National Investigative Agency from the US on Pannu's call records as well as his bank account details. Khalistan flag at District Administration Complex in Moga in 2020 is the case for which the NI is seeking details regarding the involvement of Khalistani extremist leader Gurpat Want Pannu. The NI note had taken over the probe as Gurpat Want Pannu's involvement surfaced, a Khalistani extremist leader. For now, 4 accused, 4 have been arrested by the Punjab police for hoisting a Khalistani flag in Moga in 2020. From the interrogation of arrested accused, Pannu's name has surfaced. It's said that the Khalistani extremist leader has hired people for the execution of Khalistani agenda in the country. The NI probing the role of Khalistani leaders in this case. Let's go across to Lalit, who has more details. Lalit, this case dates back to 2020 when a Khalistani flag was put up, was unfurled in Moga. Talk to us more about the involvement of Gurpat Want Pannu that's surfaced, as a result of which the NI has now sought call records, the details from the US administration.
If we talk about the Khalistani Gurpat Want Pannu, who is known to spread terror and hatred speech in India. If we talk about now, the NIA has seeks the bank details and the call details from the US when this whole incident took place. So in this whole case, Punjab has already arrested 4 persons from the Moga in 2020, and NIA is trying to find out what was the Pannu's involvement in this whole matter. If we talk about in this whole matter, already the investigation is going on, and from the 4 persons who have been arrested by the Moga police, from that lead now, the NIA is trying to find out the bank details and the call details of the Pannu's involvement in whole this matter. So right now, NIA is just probing the whole matter. Back to the studio.
All right, Lalit, thank you for the moment. For now, we switch focus to more breaking news coming in. This is from the state of Karnataka, where we understand that the state government has announced to pledge the BBMP, which is the civic body in Bengaluru, to construct the Bengaluru Twin Tunnel roads in the city. the BBMP has issued an expression of interest, which is the EOI, on newspapers for reputed financial institutions and banks to raise funds for its ambitious Bengaluru Twin Tunnel project. So the Karnataka government has also issued a statement regarding the same, as the BBMP, which is a civic body in Bengaluru, plans to secure funds for the construction of Bengaluru Twin Tunnel roads in the city. The BBMP has issued an expression of interest on newspapers for reputed financial institutions and banks to raise funds for the ambitious project in Bengaluru, which is the Twin Tunnel roads construction. The project aims to develop an underground vehicular tunnel to enhance mobility. Let's listen into the statement also coming in from the BBMP commissioner.
ನಲ್ಲಿ ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಡ್ರಿ, ನಾವು ಅರೌಂಡ್ 43,000-44,000ಕ್ಕೆ ನಮ್ಮದು ಈಸ್ಟ್ ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ನಾರ್ತ್ ಸೌತ್ ಕಾರಿಡಾರ್ದು ಪರಿಕಲ್ಪನೆಗೆ ತಕ್ಕು ಒಂದು DPR ತಯಾರಾಗಿದೆ ನಾರ್ತ್ ಸೌತ್. ಅದೇ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಈಸ್ಟ್ ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋದರೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಸಾವಿರ ಕೋಟಿ ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ತಯಾರು ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನನಗೆ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಗ್ಯಾರಂಟಿ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಕೊಡ್ತದೆ ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟರೆ ನಾವು ಬ್ಯಾಂಕಿಂಗ್ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳಿಗಾಗಿ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅನುಕೂಲ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಅದರ್ವೈಸ್ ನಾವು ಯಾವ ಆಧಾರದ ಮೇಲೆ ನಮಗೆ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಗ್ಯಾರಂಟಿ ಕೊಡ್ತದೆ, ನೀವು ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಕೊಡಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋದಾಗ ನಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರ ಏನು ಬ್ಯಾಕಪ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಆದೇಶ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಈಗ ಈಸ್ಟ್ ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಆಗಲಿ ನಾರ್ತ್ ಸೌತ್ ಆಗಲಿ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು VGF ಫಂಡಿಂಗ್ ಪ್ಲಸ್ ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಎಕ್ವಿಸಿಷನ್ ಅಮೌಂಟ್ ಸೇರಿದರೆ 19,000 ಕೋಟಿ ಸರಾಸರಿ ಅಂದಾಜಾಗಿದೆ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ಈಸ್ಟ್ ವೆಸ್ಟ್ಗೆ ಸದ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ DPR ತಯಾರಾಗಿಲ್ಲ, ನಾರ್ತ್ ಸೌತ್ಗೆ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಈಗ ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ನಾನು, ಈಗ ನಮ್ಮದು ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ, 3 ದಿವಸ ಆದಮೇಲೆ 4ನೇ ದಿವಸ 12ನೇ ತಾರೀಕಿಗೆ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕರ್ಸ್ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಸಭೆ ನಡೀತದೆ. ಆಗ ಅವರು ಏನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ನಾನು ಫೇಸ್ ವೈಸ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ತೊಗೊಳ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಸಾಲ ಫೇಸ್ ವೈಸ್ ತೊಗೊಳ್ತೀವಿ, ನಮಗೆ ಯಾವಾಗ ಬೇಕು ಆಗ ತೊಗೋತೀವಿ. 19,000ಕ್ಕೆ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಈಸ್ಟ್ ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ನಾರ್ತ್ ಸೌತ್ ಎರಡು ಕಾರಿಡಾರ್ಗೆ ಗ್ಯಾರಂಟಿ ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಗೋ ಟು ದ ಮಾರ್ಕೆಟ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
Let's go across to Deepak also joining us with more details. Deepak, take us to the details of this ambitious project for the Bengaluru city.
Example of how Khatakhat economics of the Congress government has failed once again in Karnataka, and with each passing day we know that the state government is battling for fund crunch, and a prime example of that is the BBMP accounts going completely nil because the BBMP has no funds for reconstruction or construction of new roads or new twin tunnels, one of the projects that has been proposed by the BBMP. So with the government not providing them funds, the BBMP has now been forced to pledge their properties with the banks to secure 19,000 crores, the funds that's required for this twin tunnel project that will connect Hebbal to Silk Board, which is a very crucial route for many commuters, and it's mostly traffic jammed. But now let's talk about what's happening in Karnataka, because DK Shivkumar is the Bangalore development minister. It's a plum portfolio that DK Shivkumar has secured for himself in the Karnataka cabinet, and with each passing day we can see how there is no development in Bangalore because there is no funds for it. All their schemes that they rolled out ahead of the elections are now biting into the to the exchequers because there is no funds left even for basic development of the city, for basic infrastructure like roads or even tunnels. There is no funds, Samiksha. So now with this in the backdrop, the BBMP will pledge most of its properties across Bengaluru, and after pledging their properties, it will secure about 19,000 crores as claimed by Tushar Girinath. He is another BBMP chief. So he has claimed that with the government now promising to pay the interest for the loans that they will take, they are moving ahead with this proposal, clear-cut example of how there is no funds left for anything with the Karnataka government.
All right, Deepak, we leave it at that, but requesting you to stay with us. Let's also shift focus to another story that we're tracking from Karnataka, a new twist in Atul Subhash suicide case. Nikita's mother, Nikita, the estranged wife of Atul Subhash, Nikita's mother and brother fled on a bike late last night. So the in-laws of Atul Subhash, who have been booked by the police in connection with the suicide case of Atul Subhash, have fled their house fearing arrest by the police. Let's go across to Deepak again. Deepak, that's again a sensational twist in this whole case being probed by the Karnataka police. Talk to us more about the mention of the estranged wife's in-laws by Atul Subhash in the suicide note, as well as that 90-minute video of Atul Subhash before he ended his life.
Well, Samiksha, the two individuals we see, escaping on the bike are two among the four individuals who have been booked by the Bengaluru police because the FIR has been launched against four of them. All of them are in-laws of Atul Subhash, who took the extreme step after alleging harassment by not only his in-laws but also the judiciary. Now, in his 24-page suicide note, Atul has claimed that his in-laws often pressured him to pay up money, to cough up an X amount whenever they asked him during every festival. Atul Subhash has alleged that his family, his in-laws claimed his in-laws asked him for about 1 crore to 50 lakh rupees, and then they also filed 9 fabricated cases as claimed by Atul's brother. And now, fearing police action, Atul's in-laws are seen escaping on the bike. Their house also remains locked, and when Republic in fact tried to speak to them, they even shouted at the media and they shunned us away. But it seems like the long hands of the law will certainly catch up to them in no time.
All right, Deepak, thank you for the moment. We will keep coming back to you to track more developments in the case. For now, we switch focus to other stories that we are tracking. Now, in other news, it's Xiaomi India that has unveiled the Redmi Note 14 5G series, which raises the bar for mid-range smartphones with groundbreaking GAI-powered features, superior durability and even excellent performance. The series features the Redmi Note 14 Pro as well as 50 5G and Redmi Note 14 Pro 5G that offers cutting-edge technology and robust protection. Getting you all those details in this report.
There is an increasing trend where people actually want to use their phones for much longer. So instead of just being used for, say, a year or so, they're actually using it for 3 years or almost 4 years now. And hence you need phones that are built to last and capable of lasting that in terms of performance, durability. So these phones come with Corning Gorilla Glass Victus 2, which ensures great impact resistance. The phones are also waterproof. So both our Redmi Note 14 Pro Plus and Pro are waterproof, so that you can also be sure that in case accidental spills, splashes, etc., your phone still survives that. And of course, all of them have brilliant cameras with AI capabilities, and ensuring that all of these are something that the user really enjoys using, not just before purchasing but even after purchasing. Their experience is something that we can guarantee to be incredible, especially thanks to a long support up to 4 years in terms of software updates. These will be available very soon, December 13th onwards.
Hustle and bustle in Delhi as Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis comes here to meet the top brass, Amit Shah as well as JP Nadda, to discuss crucial cabinet berths and portfolios amidst the cabinet expansion, which is most likely to take place on 14th. We will be back with the rolling coverage. Stay tuned with Republic TV.
आइस बोला था लाने को, लद्दाख चला गया, पूछा फोन पे इतना बिजी क्यों है, तो क्या बोला तू? हाँ, माउंटेन्स वर कॉलिंग।
डॉक्टर जहांगीर, उस दिन सनसेट देखने छज्जे पे चढ़ा, टूट गया।
हाँ, तू किसने बोला घर की दीवार पे रॉक क्लाइंबिंग करने को?
सफीना बदतमीजी।
समझ गया। मेरे पास आप दोनों की प्रॉब्लम की मेडिसिन है। इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
And in international news that we are getting this hour, this is from the US, where a propeller plane crashed onto a Texas highway and splintered into half. In fact, visuals on your screens of the two-engine propeller plane that crashed onto a Texas highway and splintered in two, leaving debris scattered across the roadway. 4 people who were taken to hospitals, 3 with non-life-threatening injuries, while 1 is said to be seriously injured in this incident, where a twin-engine propeller plane crashed onto a Texas highway and splintered in two, leaving debris scattered across the roadway. So these are your visuals. These are the visuals from Texas, the Texas highway, where a propeller plane had to make an emergency landing. It crashed into multiple cars on a busy interstate. Emergency crews that were rushed to the location in Victoria, Texas, after a small plane crashed and splintered in two.
Holy fuck.
Hustle and bustle in Delhi as Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis comes here to meet the top brass, Amit Shah as well as JP Nadda, to discuss crucial cabinet berths and portfolios amidst the cabinet expansion, which is most likely to take place on 14th. We will be back with the rolling coverage. Stay tuned with Republic TV.
आइस बोला था लाने को, लद्दाख चला गया। पूछा फोन पे इतना बिजी क्यों है, तो क्या बोला तू? हाँ, माउंटेन्स वर कॉलिंग।
डॉक्टर जहांगीर, उस दिन सनसेट देखने छज्जे पे चढ़ा, टूट गया।
हाँ, तू किसने बोला घर की दीवार पे रॉक क्लाइंबिंग करने को?
सफीना बदतमीजी।
समझ गया। मेरे पास आप दोनों की प्रॉब्लम की मेडिसिन है। इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Breaking up, Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in, and we have a lot lined up for you. We'll also talk about what is happening when it comes to the Maharashtra cabinet formation, where we see the top leaders from Maharashtra. That is a couple of leaders such as the CM Devendra Fadnavis and others are in the national capital holding late night meetings with the BJP top brass to decide on the cabinet formation in Maharashtra. We have a lot lined up for you and all the details coming up. But as usual, the headlines. Let's get started. Eight days left for winter session to end. Deadlock and showdown continues as opposition latches onto the Adani matter.
ताकतें हैं देश में और बाहर जो भारत की प्रगति को पचा नहीं पा रहे हैं।
VP Dhankar warns against anti-national forces in India, says some unable to digest India's progress. Himanta announces no Aadhaar cards to persons who did not apply for NRC. A 3-judge bench scheduled to hear multiple pleas on Places of Worship Act. Bangladesh court rejects petition to advance hearing of Chinmoy Krishna Das's bail plea. Alright viewers, let's go ahead to the top story coming in. A Pakistan national has been apprehended by the Indian Army along the LOC. That is what we're seeing right now on Republic TV, viewers. And let's go and take our viewers through the top update. Pakistani national apprehended by Indian Army along Pooch line of control. 18-year-old Mohammad Sadiq apprehended near LOC in village Noorkot ahead of fence in Pooch. Individual was attempting to infiltrate India from Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. Pakistani national handed over to Pooch police for further investigation. The Pakistan national, I repeat, has been handed over to Pooch police for further investigation. So this is the big update coming in right now. Pakistan national apprehended from Pooch near the line of control. And Gursimran is joining us live. Gursimran, Pakistan national, 18-year-old, has been apprehended, handed over to the police. If you could take our viewers to the latest coming in, and what was this Pakistan national doing along the LOC?
See, it was late last night. It was 7:30 in the evening when the Indian Army's 5 Jack light that has been deployed in the forward area ahead of the fence in the Noorkot village of the Poonch district. They saw some suspect entering the Indian territory. The suspect was challenged and then apprehended by the Indian Army. He has, after thorough investigation, he has revealed that he is Mohammad Sadiq, an 18-year-old boy from the Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, and he was entering into the Indian territory. Though his motive of entering the Indian territory remains to be unclear, but the agency suspect that it could be some motive that can be detrimental to the security of the country, and that's why the Indian Army's 5 Jack light has handed him over to the Poonch police. Poonch police, along with the central intelligence agencies, are carrying out the in-depth investigation and the cross-questioning of the Pakistan national that has been apprehended in the Indian territory. He was trying to sneak in from the Noorkot village or forward village on the Poonch line of control, and now he is presently being questioned. Multiple agencies are questioning him because in the past as well we have seen the terrorist guide entering the Indian territory being mentally unstable or similar kind of excuses that are being given, and that can prove detrimental to the sovereignty of the country, and also that can help these handlers of the terrorist across the Pakistan to get an idea that what route the terrorist can follow to infiltrate into the Indian territory. So keeping that in view, he is presently being questioned by the multiple intelligence agencies, and after the multiple agencies questioning is over, then the decision will be taken by the Jammu and Kashmir police along with the Indian Army.
All right, Gursimran, we'll come back to you right now because we're getting some more breaking updates coming in, and we're coming to know that in the valley, a couple of raids are taking place once again. That is right. NIA is conducting raids in 2 districts of the Kashmir Valley, including Anantnag and Baramulla areas. In Baramulla, Muhammad Yassin, a shopkeeper, is being raided. And Anantnag, one more person called Bashir Baba is being raided. And I want to go across to my colleague joining us, Zeenat. Zeenat, NIA cranking down in Anantnag and Baramulla in 2 districts, and we've been seeing that these raids have been happening in multiple areas of the valley in the past few days. So exactly what is the NIA looking for? Which nexus is it trying to bust? Which evidence is it trying to collect? Go ahead, Zeenat.
See, as far as today's raids are concerned, these are taking place in the 3 districts of the Kashmir Valley. One is Baramulla, the another is Anantnag, and the third is Central Kashmir's Badgaon, where the raids are taking place. In Baramulla, Muhammad Yassin, who is a shopkeeper by profession, he has been is being questioned. His house was searched in the morning. Similarly, in Anantnag, this is the Matan area where these raids are taking place, and Bashir Baba has been identified from there. Then in central Kashmir, another local who has been called to the police station for the questioning. He comes from Khan Saab Badgam of central Kashmir. These, as per the NIA, was just updated that these are the raids related to Jaish-e-Mohammed, for which the FIR was launched with the NIA, and the case was taken up by them this year. This is all related to terror fund, and because when we see the Jaish-e-Mohammed activities in the J&K overall, they have been more regarding the terror-related activities, the kind of terrorism that they have been supporting to carry the international or the other activities in the valley. In fact, the kind of logistics support that they require, for which the money is required through the local support. They engage the locals for the money game, and then they get the support and they carry the international, or they try to target the security forces or the civilians, for which we are seeing the NIA base also conducted raids earlier also this year. As far as this FIR is concerned, this is not the first time when the NIA is conducting raids as far as this FIR is concerned. In past also, incriminated material, digital evidences, documents, many things were seized from different places. Presently, we are seeing the raids being done by the NIA. In fact, the local police has been taken into confidence because they are the one in the valley as far as J&K police is concerned. And similarly, we are also seeing that the CRPF personals help is also being taken by the National Investigating Agency as far as these raids are concerned. The only motive of the all NIA related activities is that they don't want the terror to support and get support in the Kashmir or in the Jammu Valley, for which they are trying to choke the financial as well as the economic lines, and for these the raids are being done. In fact, we have seen in past that many persons were also arrested by the NIA when the charges were proved. Many NIA in fact has received the search warrants from the NIA courts to carry these kind of search. So we say that a proper procedure is usually followed when these kinds of raids are conducted. Whenever they get the links, they have certain things in their hands, and those are the ones that helps them to carry the raids. Then only the valley witness these kind of, although it is snowing in multiple places or the multiple districts in the Kashmir Valley, despite the chilling atmosphere, we are seeing the raids being conducted. In fact, the NIA sluff reached to these places somewhere at the 6:30 in the morning, when certain places were taken into cordon, and the lanes, although the local movement was not hampered because NIA is doing the job professionally along with the local forces. Only the people who is the inmates of the house where the raids are being taking place, they are being questioned, and certain documents are also being seen. We need to wait and watch till the evening. We get a proper confirmation and the details related to the raids as far as today's raids are concerned. Because overall in the Kashmir Valley, the 3 districts this time have been touched by the NIA. One is Badgam, which comes in the central Kashmir. This is the Khan Saab area where the raid is taking place. A local being detained. He has been questioned in a police station. Similarly, in North Kashmir, it is Creary, Baramulla, where the raids are on, and a shopkeeper is being raided. He is being questioned. And similarly, in Matan, Anantnag, which comes in South Kashmir, the South, North, and the Central. We can say the 3 districts of the Kashmir Valley from North, South, and Central are being raided by the NIA. It is also to give a stern warning to the terror supporters that nobody will be spared. So we have seen also the result of the raids that many terror activities have come down. The graph of terrorism have come down. This is not only the NIA that is doing the jobs. We have seen the kind of raids that SIA, the CID, and also the other investigating wings, even the J&K police who has been attaching the properties either of the drug dealers or for that matter those who are supporting the terrorism. So all this has helped to take the terror out from the Kashmir Valley.
Right, Zeenat, absolutely. And I just want to go across to my other colleague joining us as well, Gursimran, joining us from Jammu. Because Gursimran, as Zeenat explained to us, what exactly is happening, what is the NIA looking for? And in the past, and if you could add more to this, the NIA is looking for sympathizers. It has been looking for associates of terror groups who are hiding in those areas and trying to disturb the peace of the region. So Gursimran, take our viewers through the latest that you are learning of in this new development coming in.
Yes, Shivangi, going beyond the valley's perspective, this raid is being conducted at 19 locations across 4 states and 1 union territory, because this is in connection with the Jaish-e-Mohammed terror module. How the Jaish is recruiting the youth into Jaish-e-Mohammed, radicalizing them over social media, and also how they are inducting the youth by radicalizing them into Jamaat and then being used into the activities of Jaish-e-Mohammed. So this entire case was registered at the NIA police station in the national capital, and this is the second set of raids that are being conducted with regards to this case. This is the case number 13 of the Delhi police station of the NIA, registered this year only, and this mainly deals with the radicalization being done by the Jaish handlers sitting across the border to radicalize the youth. The first set of raids took place, it was on the 5th of October. The raids were in the Assam, in the Uttar Pradesh, Maharashtra and Jammu and Kashmir. 3 states and 1 union territory was covered in the first set of raids, and today the second set of raids is taking place at 19 locations across 4 states and 1 union territory. In Jammu and Kashmir, the raids are taking place at the 4 districts. The districts are Baramulla, Badgam, Anantnag and the Riyasi district's Mahur area, where a terror hideout was busted yesterday by the security forces and a huge cache of arms and ammunition was recovered. So the NIA's this module, this case mainly focuses on how the Pakistan-based handlers of Jaish are trying to revive the Jaish-e-Mohammed in Jammu and Kashmir and also the different parts of the country, be it Assam, because you see from north to we have seen to center of the country, they are trying to radicalize youth. They are trying to use the vulnerable population, be it in Uttar Pradesh, in Maharashtra, in Assam. So that has been a threat to the overall sovereignty of the country and the security of the region, and that's why this case was registered. And now, based on the inputs that the agency has gathered, the raids are being conducted at the 19 locations. It's been a couple of hours that the raids are underway, and we are told that some of the incriminating materials and the digital devices have been seized by the agency in the raid so far. Shivangi.
Right, thank you for joining us, like Gursimran and Zeenat, for getting us on the top updates coming in as NIA is conducting raids in different areas in the Kashmir Valley. I'll be coming back to both of you for more updates. We have to move ahead right now to the other story we are tracking, and this is Justice for Atul campaign, which continues, getting some updates coming in. The Karnataka police has reached Jaunpur for further investigation into the death and suicide case of Atul. Now, Karnataka police has reached Jaunpur for further action in Bengaluru Techie case. Last night, accused family managed to flee from their house in Jaunpur. 4 of the family members, including wife of Atul, have been booked already. There has been an FIR registered against them. And getting some more updates, with a team led by the investigating officer, Sub-Inspector Gyandev, has left for Uttar Pradesh. Remember that the Karnataka police, Bengaluru police would be, we broke that yesterday for you. We told you that they would be moving from Karnataka to Uttar Pradesh and Bihar for further investigation. The police team will be going to most of the accused house today. Police to issue notices to all 4 accused. The team will also collect information about the cases registered against Atul. So this is going to be the next step in the investigation into the techie suicide case that we are getting for you right now, where the Bengaluru police and the Karnataka police would be right now going ahead and trying to crack this case. The police will be reaching Jaunpur very, very soon. And let's take our viewers through what exactly has happened and give us a little bit of a background to this update, which has really shocked the nation, has become a talking point across the nation. Atul Subhash, a 34-year-old Bengaluru techie, died by suicide, and he had been accused of harassment, and many cases were filed against him by his wife and his in-laws. His wife had accused Atul of domestic violence and harassment, filing multiple cases against him. Atul had denied these allegations, claiming that he was being unfairly targeted. And in his 24-page suicide letter, he described the pressure of the accusations as unbearable, draining him emotionally and financially. After this, on December 9, 2024, Atul was found dead in his residence in Bengaluru after taking his own life. Before his death, Atul recorded a video and penned a detailed suicide note, expressing the immense anguish caused by the ongoing legal battles. He blamed the accusations and harassment by his wife and her family as the primary reason for his decision. I'm going to go across to our colleague Ajay Dubey, who's been in Jaunpur on the ground, getting us the updates. Ajay, just take our viewers through the latest coming in. The bigger question also would be, Ajay, that those pictures that our viewers are seeing on the screen is of the family members of the in-laws of Atul fleeing on a bike. So my first question to you is, when is the police reaching Jaunpur? Number two, where are the family members? Are they there at home? Where are they? Because the pictures show that Atul's in-laws have fled on a bike.
Definitely, that woman, the mother of the lady, she left her home first, and where she reached to a lobby of a hotel. Right now I am inside this hotel. This is the hotel where she reached, and she first reached to this hotel and sat here on this sofa only, and then she waited for a car, and with the car and with her son and other family members, she left for Prayagraj. So she reached to this hotel in Jaunpur, and here we have CCTV visuals where we can see her. She's sitting just beside the screen inside this hotel lobby only. She's sitting here, and while we also reached there, we requested her for conversation. Republic requested her to make a statement about this issue, but she did not reply. She was crying continuously. We tried to have conversation with her. We tried to. He should also tell her his story also. So that's what happened yesterday, and here we are in the lobby of the hotel where she is, and this investigation is still going on. Uttar Pradesh police is yet not involved into this, but she reached to the lobby of this hotel where we are standing right now in Jaunpur.
All right, I will be coming back to you soon, Ajay, as we track the story and the investigation continues into the suicide case on Republic TV. We will continue getting you top updates. And moving ahead right now to some of the other stories that we're tracking. In a tragic incident, a 5-year-old boy had fallen into a 150 feet deep borewell, and while playing, even though the rescue teams worked round the clock to get him out, he could not survive and succumbed to his injuries. Here is a report detailing this development. Despite 3 days of persistent efforts by the rescue operations teams, a 5-year-old boy trapped inside a 150 feet deep borewell for over 56 hours has been declared dead. The boy was rescued in an unconscious state and was rushed to the hospital. However, he was declared dead in the hospital.
देखो, यहाँ लाने की सबसे बड़ी वजह ये थी कि अगर हम किसी भी तरह का कोई लाइफ की कोई गुंजाइश हो और बची हो तो हम उसको आगे ट्रीटमेंट करके उसको रिकवर कर पाएँ, लेकिन यहाँ ईसीजी करके देखी तो उसमें कोई लाइफ नहीं बची थी। क्या माना जाए बच्चे को? बच्चा इस वक्त हम घोषित कर चुके हैं, मतलब हमने डिक्लेयर कर दिया डेड। ईसीजी करने के बाद 2 बार ईसीजी निकाल के देखी।
The boy was playing in the field when he slipped and fell inside the borewell. As the NDRF and SDRF team reached the spot, the officials supplied oxygen to the boy through a pipe. A camera was also inserted inside the borewell to monitor his condition throughout. A parallel pit was dug using drilling machines to reach the child. However, the officials say that they face multiple challenges during rescue operations. Even the digging efforts proved to be futile, with soil falling on the boy. As rescue personnel raced against time to save the child, and parents prayed for a miracle, even the best of efforts failed to yield result. Getting some updates coming in right now. Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar warned against some forces in and around the country which are unable to digest India's progress and looking to divide the country. He urged people to be together in neutralizing every anti-national narrative. This comes after an Indie Bloc party submitted a no-confidence motion at the Rajya Sabha Secretary General office seeking the removal of the chairperson of the upper house, Vice President Dhankar, for allegedly conducting the proceedings of the Council of States in extremely partisan manner.
ताकतें हैं देश में और बाहर जो भारत की प्रगति को पचा नहीं पा रहे हैं। देश को खंडित करने का, देश को विभाजित करने का, देश की संस्थाओं को अपमानित करने का सुनियोजित तरीके से एक कृत्य हो रहा है। आम नागरिक की इसमें बहुत बड़ी भूमिका है। Lies in togetherness every anti-national narrative.
5-year-old boy died after being trapped in a 150 feet borewell in Dausa, Rajasthan. The incident occurred on December 9 when the child accidentally fell into the deep borewell whilst playing. Upon retrieval on Wednesday night, the unconscious child was immediately transported to hospital, where medical staff confirmed his death.
देखो, यहाँ लाने की सबसे बड़ी वजह ये थी कि अगर हम किसी भी तरह का कोई लाइफ की कोई गुंजाइश हो और बची हो तो हम उसको आगे ट्रीटमेंट करके उसको रिकवर कर पाएँ। लेकिन यहाँ ईसीजी करके देखी तो उसमें कोई लाइफ नहीं बची।
क्या माना जाए बच्चे को?
बच्चा इस वक्त हम घोषित कर चुके हैं, मतलब हमने डिक्लेयर कर दिया डेड। ईसीजी करने के बाद 2 बार ईसीजी निकाल के देखी।
A shocking turn of events. Nikita Singhania's mother, Nisha Singhania, and brother Anurag Singhania have absconded from their home in Jaunpur. The duo was caught on camera fleeing their house, leaving behind a locked door. The development comes amidst the ongoing investigation into the suicide case of AI engineer Atul Subhash, who allegedly took his own life due to harassment by his wife and her family. The latest update in the RG Kaur incident, senior advocate Brenda Grover representing Abhay's family has withdrawn herself from the case in all courts including Supreme Court, Calcutta High Court and Trial Court in Shialda. Now, coming up, viewers, we are live in breaking. Himanta announces no Aadhaar cards to persons who did not apply for an NRC. Stay tuned.
आइस बोला था लाने को, लद्दाख चला गया। पूछा फोन पे इतना बिजी क्यों है, तो क्या बोला तू? हाँ, माउंटेन्स वर कॉलिंग।
डॉक्टर जहांगीर, उस दिन सनसेट देखने छज्जे पे चढ़ा, टूट गया।
हाँ, तू किसने बोला घर की दीवार पे रॉक क्लाइंबिंग करने को?
सफीना बदतमीजी।
समझ गया। मेरे पास आप दोनों की प्रॉब्लम की मेडिसिन है। इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
The Pakistan Cricket Board could face revenue losses, lawsuits, and the risk of alienation from the cricket world if they decide to withdraw from the ICC Champions Trophy 2025. This comes as a deadlock persists with the governing body, the ICC, over the mode of organizing the 50-over event scheduled for February to March of next year. Last week, the ICC reached a consensus to conduct next year's Champions Trophy in a hybrid model, allowing India to play its share of matches in Dubai while agreeing in principle to a similar arrangement in multilateral events in 2027. However, a formal announcement of the same is awaited. Senior cricket administrator who's well versed with the organization of ICC events revealed that it would not be an easy decision for the PCB to not play in the Champions Trophy if their hybrid model formula is not accepted in entirety by the ICC and the Board of Control for Cricket in India. That if Pakistan were to withdraw from the tournament, they could face potential lawsuits from the ICC and maybe even some of the 16 other member boards on the ICC's executive boards and the broadcasters, as their withdrawal will hit the estimated revenues for all stakeholders.
Welcome back. We are live and breaking, viewers. Elon Musk, Tesla has resumed its search for a showroom space in New Delhi. That is right. In the first sign of it is rethinking entering the Indian market after putting its investment plans on hold earlier this year. So, let's have a look at this report to understand what is happening as Tesla looks for a showroom space in the national capital. Take a look.
Elon Musk's Tesla signaled a potential revival of its Indian market entry plans. Tesla has recommended its search for showroom locations in New Delhi. Following a temporary pause in its Indian showroom research, Tesla has now initiated preliminary discussions with DLF to help secure space in Delhi. Sources say that Tesla is seeking 3,000 to 5,000 square feet for a customer experience center. The company is considering multiple locations, including DLF's Avenue Mall in South Delhi. Earlier this year, Elon Musk revealed his plan to meet Prime Minister Narendra Modi. However, the plans got cancelled when Tesla announced staff reductions amidst declining sales. According to reports, Musk is still keen on investing $2 to $3 billion in the country.
Now, viewers, we are live and breaking. Bangladesh court rejects petition to advance hearing of Chinmoy Krishna Das's bail. Please stay tuned.
आइस बोला था लाने को, लद्दाख चला गया। पूछा फोन पे इतना बिजी क्यों है, तो क्या बोला तू? हाँ, माउंटेन्स वर कॉलिंग।
डॉक्टर जानवी, उस दिन सनसेट देखने छज्जे पे चढ़ा, टूट गया।
हाँ, तू किसने बोला घर की दीवार पे रॉक क्लाइंबिंग करने को?
सफीना बदतमीजी।
समझ गया। मेरे पास आप दोनों की प्रॉब्लम की मेडिसिन है। इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
Oh my God! That's completely out of touch, and it's an insult to the intelligence of the American people and the lived experience. Oh my God! That's completely out of touch, and it's an insult to the intelligence of the American people and the lived experience.
Viewers, 7 days left for winter session to end. Deadlock and showdown continues as opposition latches into the Adani matters. BJP women MPs to protest at Parliament premises over TMC MP's lady killer remark against Kalyan Banerjee. Another twist in Atul Subhash's suicide case probe. In-laws of Subhash are on the run as Bengaluru police leaves for Jodhpur.
ताकते हैं देश में और बाहर, जो भारत की प्रगति को पचा नहीं पा रहे।
VP Dhankar warns against anti-national forces in India, says some unable to digest India's progress. Himanta announces no Aadhaar card to people who did not apply for NRC. A 3-judge bench scheduled to hear multiple pleas on places of worship act. breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in, and we have the big story for you. Remember, only few days are left for the winter session of the parliament to end, but the opposition refuses to let go of the Adani matter and continues to protest outside the parliament every time around. We saw how LOP Rahul Gandhi has been outside the parliament protesting, taking part in theatrics, making some of the Congress workers and indie bloc workers and members join in the protest. We've also seen how some of them have been donning Adani and PM Modi masks. Those are pictures coming in right now as opposition theatrics continues, even though only a few days left. I repeat, 7 to 8 days are left for the winter session to end, which will end on December 20th. But we have hardly seen that the business of the House has continued. We have seen uproar in the parliament. We have seen chaos in the parliament. We have seen adjournment of both the houses, Rajya Sabha and Lok Sabha, within few minutes sometimes. So this is what we're learning of right now on Republic TV as the Rahul Gandhi and the indie bloc is latching on to the Adani issue and has created uproar and a lot of chaos disturbing the business of the House. We've also seen that at an all-party meeting, the indie bloc had promised to make sure that the business of the House is conducted in a fair and a peaceful manner, so important business can be conducted and important bills can be discussed. But we did not see that happen. Even after the all-party meeting, we have seen how Rahul Gandhi has been again and again latching on to the Adani issue and has been seen rather outside the parliament conducting these protests, which you can see the pictures of. They are coming in on your screen. Now, remember, this is coming in as even the uproar is in the parliament over the George Soros issues as well and the Adani issue as well. So we have seen that these two issues have created uproar in the parliament as we see both the issues have led to chaos and ruckus in both houses of the parliament in the past few days, and in fact till the winter session has been ongoing so far. I want to go across to Gopi, who's joining us. Gopi, I'm coming across to you, and you can see those pictures, our viewers can see those pictures where black bags with PM and Adani caricatures can be seen. We can see that some are wearing masks outside the parliament of PM Modi, Adani. Then they are playing out something, some dialogue, conversation, theatrics is happening. But the big question is that only a few days left, Gopi, for the winter session to end. But has it been productive? Gopi? Go ahead.
Well, Shivangi, as you've correctly mentioned, definitely when you speak of the houses being productive, as far as the winter session is concerned, no, it has not been productive. When you speak of Lok Sabha adjourned, when you see about yesterday what had happened, there was uproar in Lok Sabha as well on the remark by TMC's Kalyan Banerjee against India. Now again, the women MPs today are protesting regarding this, while in the Rajya Sabha also we have seen how there was a din over no trust move against the Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar, and as well as the Soros issue was raised in the Rajya Sabha, which led to its adjournment. While time and again we have seen they have been protesting using new theatrics, the opposition has been doing that. While we have also seen certain members of India Alliance parties are in fact not aligned with the Congress government. So when you look at the Congress parties, the theatrics which is going on, barring a certain few protests that have happened, TMC and SP have not supported them. So we will have to wait and watch what kind of ruckus is created today again, as we have been seeing this throughout the winter session during this season. Back to you, Shiva.
I'll come back to you, Gopi, because we're getting some more breaking updates coming in. Anytime now, we'll be tracking this protest with the BJP MPs where they are protesting against Kalyan Banerjee, TMC leaders. Comment on Jyotir Aditya Scindia, where Kalyan Banerjee called Scindia a lady killer. That is right. We saw a big uproar over this as well. And now, what we are learning so far, viewers, is that the BJP MPs will be holding a protest. TMC leader Kalyan Banerjee came under sharp attack for calling Jyotiraditya Scindia, Union Minister, a lady killer during a heated conversation at the Parliament. And following this incident, the BJP women MPs have met Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiren Rijiju demanding action against Kalyan Banerjee. So we will be seeing that there will be a protest which will be held very soon. This happened after a heated argument in Parliament between the BJP MP Jyotiraditya Scindia and TMC's Kalyan Banerjee during a discussion on the disaster management bill, which led to chaos in the Lok Sabha and it forced a 30-minute adjournment. Even though Kalyan Banerjee had apologized for the remark, Jyotiraditya Scindia said, if you get personal, be prepared for the response also. So we are seeing all this chaos which happened yesterday and today. BJP women MPs will be staging a protest against a TMC MP anytime now, and we of course will be getting you all those pictures and what is happening on the ground. So back-to-back updates coming in, and we have a reaction. Let's go ahead and play it out.
सदन में तो हंगामा
आपके बयान से हुआ है,
ठीक है, हम
आपत्तिजनक बयान दिया है महिलाओं के लिए ऐसा
नहीं महिला को नहीं उनको बोला था ज्योतिरादित्य सिंधिया को आई हैव सेड सॉरी दैट्स एनफ वो सदन में तो हंगामा
आपके बयान से हुआ है,
ठीक है, हम
आपत्तिजनक बयान दिया है महिलाओं के लिए ऐसा
नहीं महिला को नहीं उनको बोला था ज्योतिरादित्य सिंधिया को आई हैव सेड सॉरी दैट्स एनफ वो सदन में तो हंगामा
आपके बयान से हुआ है,
ठीक है, हम
आपत्तिजनक बयान दिया है महिलाओं के लिए ऐसा
नहीं महिला को नहीं उनको बोला था ज्योतिरादित्य सिंधिया को आई हैव सेड सॉरी दैट्स एनफ
There is some more breaking updates coming in right now, viewers, where Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar has made a statement claiming that a well-planned effort is going on to disintegrate the country, divide the country and insult its institutions. Vice President Dhankar says, and I quote here, there are some forces in the country and outside which are unable to digest India's progress. There is a well-planned effort going on to disintegrate the country, divide the country and insult its institutions. We must neutralize in togetherness every anti-national narrative. So this is a big update coming in right now on Republic TV, viewers. Some are unable to digest India's progress. That's exactly what Jagdeep Dhankar has said. Let's listen in to that statement.
आते हैं देश में और बाहर जो भारत की प्रगति को पचा नहीं पा रहे हैं, देश को खंडित करने का, देश को विभाजित करने का, देश की संस्थाओं को अपमानित करने का सुनियोजित तरीके से एक कृत्य हो रहा है। आम नागरिक की इसमें बहुत बड़ी भूमिका है। We must neutralize in togetherness every anti-national narrative.
वाइस प्रेसिडेंट या राज्यसभा चेयरमैन जगदीप धनखड़ के खिलाफ नो कॉन्फिडेंस मोशन तो बहाना है। दरअसल इंडी अलायंस में कांग्रेस के प्रति नो कॉन्फिडेंस को छिपाना है। जैसे ही ममता बनर्जी, आरजेडी, समाजवादी पार्टी, लेफ्ट पार्टीज, आम आदमी पार्टी सभी ने एक स्वर में कांग्रेस और राहुल गांधी के प्रति अविश्वास प्रकट किया, तो अपने प्रति अविश्वास को छिपाने के लिए संवैधानिक पदों के खिलाफ अविश्वास पैदा करना ये कांग्रेस की पुरानी आदत है। राष्ट्रपति का अपमान, कभी जुडिशरी का अपमान, सीजीआई का अपमान, इलेक्शन कमीशन को कुत्ता बोल के उनका ईवीएम का इलेक्शन कमीशन का अपमान और अब वाइस प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ इंडिया का अपमान, जो कि जाट समाज से आते हैं, जो कि किसान पुत्र है, क्योंकि वो अपना काम कर रहे हैं।
Getting us some more updates coming in right now. Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar has warned against some forces in and outside the country which are unable to digest India's progress and looking to divide the country. He urged people to be together and neutralizing every anti-national narrative. This comes after Indi Bloc Party submitted a no-confidence motion at the Rajya Sabha Secretary General Office seeking removal of Chairperson of the Upper House, Vice President Dhankar, for allegedly conducting the proceedings of the Council of States in extremely partisan manner.
कुछ ऐसी ताकतें हैं देश में और बाहर जो भारत की प्रगति को पचा नहीं पा रहे हैं, देश को खंडित करने का, देश को विभाजित करने का, देश की संस्थाओं को अपमानित करने का सुनियोजित तरीके से एक कृत्य हो रहा है। आम नागरिक की इसमें बहुत बड़ी भूमिका है। We must neutralize in togetherness every anti-national narrative.
A 5-year-old boy died after being trapped in a 150 feet borewell in Dausa, Rajasthan. The incident occurred on December 9 when the child accidentally fell into the deep borewell while playing. Upon retrieval on Wednesday night, the unconscious child was immediately transported to hospital where medical staff confirmed his death.
देखो, यहाँ लाने की सबसे बड़ी वजह ये थी कि अगर हम किसी भी तरह का कोई लाइफ की कोई गुंजाइश हो और बची हो तो हम उसको आगे ट्रीटमेंट करके उसको रिकवर कर पाएँ, लेकिन यहाँ ईसीजी करके देखी तो उसमें कोई लाइफ नहीं बची थी।
क्या माना जाए बच्चे का?
बच्चा इस वक्त हम घोषित कर चुके हैं, मतलब हमने डिक्लेयर कर दिया डेड ईसीजी करने के बाद। 2 बार ईसीजी निकाल के देखी।
A shocking turn of events. Nikita Singhania's mother Nisha Singhania and brother Anurag Singhania have absconded from their home in Jaunpur. The duo were caught in camera fleeing their house, leaving behind a locked door. Development comes amidst the ongoing investigation into the suicide case of AI engineer Atul Subhash, who allegedly took his own life due to harassment by his wife Nikita and her family. Latest update in the RT Core incident. Senior advocate Brinda Grover, representing Abhaya's family, has withdrawn herself from the case in all courts, including Supreme Court, Calcutta High Court and Trial Court in Shialda. There's some big breaking updates coming in right now, viewers. NIA is conducting raids in Madrasa over foreign funding. NIA's team is continuing its raids in Jhansi. Local police administration and other investigation teams are involved with the NIA. Raids are being conducted at the house of a person called Mukti Khalid Nadwi Ansari, a teacher in the madrasa. Mukti Khalid Nakvi Ansari works to teach foreign madrasa children online. Raids are being conducted in the case of foreign funding. Raids are being conducted also in a couple of areas. Now, this is, like we told you right now, this is over the foreign funding case in Jhansi. And as we speak, NIA is cracking down on foreign funding, which is being allegedly sent to madrasa. So the investigation is continuing right now into this case. And raids are being conducted at the house of a person named Mukti Khalid Ansari, who is a teacher, I repeat, who is a teacher in the madrasa. And Mukti Ansari works to teach foreign madrasa children online. So NIA crackdown is continuing right now, viewers. We will be getting you more updates. But this is what is happening right now as we speak. These are the pictures. We're going to put the pictures out for you also when we get them. But this is what is coming in right now as we keep getting you more updates. NIA is raiding multiple locations in Jhansi. This is in connection with the foreign funding case in madrasa. NIA has been quite active and is raiding multiple areas across the country in different cases. But this is a case which is coming out from Jhansi, where NIA crackdown is continuing in this case. Let's move ahead right now, viewers, to some of the other stories we're tracking. We put our focus on the international stories. In a major move, European Union has allowed countries to temporarily suspend asylum rights on migration. EU believes that Russia and Belarus are weaponizing migrants to destabilize the bloc. Countries like Germany, Austria, among others, have even paused asylum applications for a while. Here is the latest. Take a look. The European Union has granted green light to Poland and other countries on Europe's eastern borders to temporarily suspend asylum rights on migration. The EU believes that Russia and Belarus are weaponizing migrants to destabilize the bloc.
We know that Russian authorities, they are facilitating these illegal movements with more than 90% of migrants illegally crossing the Polish-Belarusian border with a Russian student or tourist visa.
Earlier, Poland's Prime Minister Donald Tusk announced plans in October this year to introduce a new law. The new law would suspend asylum application for up to 60 days. However, this freeze has not been imposed yet. Poland is struggling with migration pressures on its borders with Belarus, which has angered human rights groups. As per reports, the number of migrants arriving at borders of EU member states from Belarus has increased by 66% this year. Some of the migrants are even accused of attacking border guards. Meanwhile, tens of thousands of Syrian asylum seekers are in limbo after some European countries have put their applications on hold. Germany, Austria, Syrians, Sweden, among other countries, have decided to pause asylum applications. What started as a moment of hope and celebrations has turned into a cloud of worry for Syrians. While some governments are pushing for stricter immigration controls, including deportations, a move that the UN finds worrisome. This decision of European countries will impact thousands of migrants across the globe. And viewers, winter has officially set in India in many parts, as you can see in those pictures behind me. Those pictures are coming in from Sonmarg in Jammu and Kashmir, where this entire place has become a beautiful winter wonderland. You can see that the snow has shrouded the entire area. And this happened after heavy snowfall in the region. Jammu and Kashmir, Sonmarg experienced heavy snowfall, blanketing the region in a thick and a white layer of snow, making this entire place a winter wonderland. Sonmarg is completely covered in thick snow as heavy snowfall blankets the entire region. And we also know that the cold wave has intensified after the fresh snowfall. Taking a short break, viewers, much more coming up. We are live in breaking. Himanta announces no Aadhaar cards to all the people who did not apply for NRC. Stay tuned.
As part of my plan to secure the border on day one of my new term in office, I will sign an executive order making clear to federal agencies that under the correct interpretation of the law, going forward, the future children of illegal aliens will not receive automatic U.S. citizenship. It's things like this that bring millions of people to our country, and they enter our country illegally.
global updates coming in right now. Viewers, the Pentagon, citing a new U.S. intelligence assessment, said that Russia could have launched its lethal new intermediate-range ballistic missile against Ukraine again soon. U.S. officials say that the U.S. was seeing the Russians make preparations for another launch of the missile, which was used for the first time last month.
Has said publicly that Russia intends to launch another experimental Oreshnik missile, as you mentioned. It's possible that Russia could do it in the coming days. I don't have an exact date for you. I think it's important to note that should Russia choose to launch this type of missile, it's not going to be a game changer on the battlefield. It's just yet another attempt to inflict harm and casualties in Ukraine. But of course, Ukraine, with the United States, other partners around the world, continues to have our support as they, fight every single day on the battlefield.
Syria is undergoing a political turmoil after the insurgents captured capital Damascus and other important cities, leading to the fall of Assad's 24-year-long regime. Now the insurgents have set fire to the tomb of Syria's former president Hafez Assad in his town in the northwest. Videos circulating online show men inside the tomb, and also Hafez Assad was the president of Syria for 30 years until his death in 2000, when his son Bashar succeeded him. Bashar Assad was ousted over the weekend and he fled to Russia, where he was given political asylum. Tractors lined the streets of London as thousands of farmers protested against changes to tax rules. Hundreds of tractors descended on the English capital, driving slowly past the Houses of Parliament. These tractors block roads in Whitehall and surrounding areas. The farmers were seen chanting slogans such as "No farmer, no food," "Not hungry," "Thank a farmer," and "Save British farming." This protest comes in response to the UK government's budget, which outlined scrapping a tax break dating from 1990s. UK Prime Minister Starmer also spoke about farmers' issue while addressing the House of Commons. European Union gave a green light to Poland and other countries on Europe's eastern border to temporarily suspend asylum rights. EU believes that Belarus and Russia are weaponizing migrants to destabilize the bloc. Poland's Prime Minister announced plans in October to introduce a law that would suspend asylum applications for up to 60 days. Poland is one of the countries that struggles with migration problems on its border with Belarus.
Following Russia's war of aggression in Ukraine, the practice of instrumentalization and weaponization of migration started in 2021 and has continued at the borders with Latvia, Lithuania, Poland and Finland. But what we are seeing today is of an exceptional nature. We have a persistent and serious situation at the eastern border with a significant rise of illegal arrivals, particularly at the Polish-Belarus border, up to 66% from last year.
Canadians have responded to Trump's trolling comments throughout its first term in the White House. Trump has spun countless provocative and mocking statements on Canada. Now that he's preparing to return to the White House, Trump is back at it again during his recent visit to Paris for the reopening of the cathedral. Trump posted a picture with Jill Biden with a tagline saying, "A fragrance your enemies cannot resist." Even when Trudeau flew to Florida to meet Trump over his threat to impose 25% tariff on Canadian products entering US, the Republican leader tossed out the idea that Canada can become the 51st US state.
Why? The President-elect Trump wants to put tariffs because we're a threat to the U.S., because we're a manufacturing powerhouse. We created more manufacturing jobs last year than all 50 U.S. states.
U.S. President Joe Biden says that he's proud that a women's health research initiative that he launched last year already has nearly $1 billion invested in it. Further, he mentioned that women improve not only their well-being but also prosperity of the country overall. Biden's comment was an apparent reference to President-elect Trump and his incoming administration. It was Jill Biden who brought the idea of a women's health research initiative to be the president.
Because the fact is, the health of our moms and grandmothers, sisters and daughters, friends and colleagues affects not just women's well-being, but the prosperity of the entire nation. And that's a fact. We haven't gotten that through to the other team yet. No, I mean it, across the board. Anyway, I won't get into it. But that's why in my State of the Union address this year, I called on Congress to invest $12 billion in women's health research to benefit millions of lives.
That's it for now, but we will be back after a short break. A 3-judge bench scheduled to hear multiple pleas on places of worship act. Do not go anywhere.
The 2024-25 edition of the Border Gavaskar Trophy has more than lived up to the hype at this point, with the first 2 tests of the 5-match series producing 2 very different results. India made the perfect start to the series with a clinical win in Perth, making them the first visiting team to win a test match at the new Optus Stadium in the city. But Australia bounced back with a vengeance, beating India by 10 wickets in the second test in Adelaide, which also happened to be a day-night pink ball encounter, which Australia now specialise in. The third test of the series is set to be held at the Gabba in Brisbane, and the Indian team have already been given a fair idea on what it is they can expect for that particular match. The Gabba at Brisbane is traditionally renowned for being a track that assists pace and bounce, and the Brisbane pitch curator David Sandersky says that is exactly the type of pitch they are trying to prepare. Generally speaking, we still prepare the pitch the exact same way every time to try and get the same good carry, pace and bounce that the Gabba is known for. We are just trying to make a traditional Gabba wicket like we do each year, said Sandersky. He also added that the time of the year in which the test match is played can also make a difference, as the Gabba pitch is often bouncier at the start of the season. Different times of year definitely makes it different. It can be a slightly different pitch. Pitches later in the season might have a bit more wear and tear, while ones early in the season usually are a bit fresher and might...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Days left for winter session to end. Deadlock and showdown continues as opposition latches onto the Adani matter. BJP women MPs to protest at Parliament premises over TMC MP's lady killer remark against Kalyan Banerjee. Another twist in Atul Subhash's suicide case probe. In-laws of Subhash on the run as Bengaluru police leaves for Jaunpur.
कुछ ऐसी ताकतें हैं देश में और बाहर जो भारत की प्रगति को पचा नहीं पा रहे हैं.
VP Thankar warns against anti-national forces in India, says some unable to digest India's progress. Himanta announces no Aadhaar card to persons who did not apply for NRC. A 3-judge bench scheduled to hear multiple pleas on places to worship at.
Well, viewers, we have some big breaking news coming in. Even as the Parliament winter session is set to end on December 20th, the opposition led by LOP Rahul Gandhi continues to latch on to Adani matter, and now Union Minister Giriraj Singh has countered the Indie bloc with the Sonia Soros poster. Now, poster war has erupted at the Parliament with the Indie bloc. After the Indie bloc's Modi-Adani posters. Now, Giriraj Singh, Union Minister, has countered the Indie bloc with the Sonia Soros poster by bringing them to the parliament. There you see it on your screens. Union Minister Giriraj Singh holding up those posters of Sonia Gandhi and Soros. The war over Sonia Soros link continues to escalate at the parliament, inside and outside. Inside the parliament, the BJP continues to corner the Congress government by demanding answers over their alleged ties. And outside the parliament, we have Union Minister Giriraj Singh as well coming out with Sonia Soros posters in a strong counter to Indie bloc's Adani and Modi posters. A huge poster war has erupted ahead of the parliament session. Now, as we speak, Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha proceedings have begun, but outside, the theatrics continues with the Indie bloc led by Rahul Gandhi, for now, continuing with their protests over Modi and Adani. As the Indie bloc continues to up its ante against the centre, we have Union Minister there issuing a very, very strong counter by bringing Sonia Soros posters outside the parliament. These are the visuals of Union Minister Giriraj Singh with those posters. A clear-cut rebuttal to the Indie alliance and their protests over Modi Adani. Now it's Sonia Soros poster versus Modi Adani poster in the parliament. This is the big breaking news that we are tracking at the moment on top of 11 a.m. In fact, Samiksha is joining me live from the newsroom. Samiksha, even as the parliament session is underway, in both the houses, we have a poster war breaking outside the parliament, with the BJP now mounting its attack and countering the Indie bloc with the Sonia Soros posters. What's going on?
Well, absolutely. Deepak, it's all out theatrics that we are seeing in the parliament premises. On one hand, we have the Indie led by the Congress, of course, carrying posters and even donning those masks with Modi and Adani caricatures on it. On the other hand, we see now Giriraj, who's countered the opposition protest with that poster that he's carrying, which has Sonia Gandhi and Soros image, clearly sending out a statement that the BJP demands answers on the alleged link of Sonia Gandhi with a group backed by George Soros. In fact, Deepak, important to also highlight here that there's going to be another protest that will be staged by the BJP MPs regarding over the statements that were made by TMC MP just yesterday against Jyotiraditya Scindia. So parallelly, another protest that will be staged by the BJP. So on one hand, we see the opposition that's been resorting to all kind of tactics to disrupt the parliament proceedings, engaged in all sorts of protests in the parliament premises, be it carrying those black bags which had Modi and Adani caricatures, and even donning those masks for that matter. But all said and done, Deepak, it all boils down to one point, that 7 days left for the parliament session to end, the winter session to end, yet there's been not a single day when there has been a productive discussion on the floor of the House.
That's right, Samiksha. Take us through how Indie's theatrics has, worsened for the worst, because with each passing day, they've come out with a new article. One day it was a mask, the other day it was a bag, and then it was roses to the opposition, the ruling benches. What is the Indie strategy all about? Because there is no business that's happening in both the houses. But outside, we see Rahul Gandhi, smiling around and laughing around and giggling around with two people who have worn Modi and Adani masks. What is the Indie strategy, basically?
Well, Deepak, to say the least, I think the strategy would be no strategy at all. It seems that the opposition is in complete disarray, given that they've resorted to all kind of tactics to disrupt the parliament proceedings. Even the impeachment process, for that matter, they intended to impeach the vice president, even though it's absolutely clear that the opposition does not have the numbers. Even then, that bid to disrupt the parliament proceedings, which the opposition maintains, was an attempt to send out a message that the Vice President, the Rajya Sabha Chairman, was partisan in his approach, biased in his approach in the Parliament proceedings. But that being said, Deepak, what we are seeing outside the Parliament is once again a testament to the fact that how opposition has time and again disrupted the Parliament proceedings, not just inside the House, but even resorted to such disruption and even protests outside the Parliament to send out a statement in clear terms that they are not interested in letting the House function, Deepak.
In just a few moments from now, we'll get Giriraj Singh's reactions. In fact, he just spoke outside the parliament. We'll get to those reactions. But for now, let's stay with these pictures of Union Minister Giriraj Singh, who's held up the Sonia Soros poster, a strong counter to the opposition, who has been time and again raising questions about Modi and Adani links. Now, the NDA coming out strongly with these fresh poster attack on the India alliance. Well, there seems to be no end to the parliament logjam, viewers, because on one hand, the BJP continues to question the Indie bloc, which is absent in both the houses because they are busy protesting outside, wasting the time, wasting the taxpayers' money with no business in the parliament. Inside the parliament as well, there's only ruckus and sloganeering. There is no proper discussion happening, all thanks to the blockade by the Indie bloc, because this has been their template across different sessions of the parliament. Winter session has also seen a similar template with a lot of showdown and ruckus within the walls of the parliament, with the opposition leaders not allowing for any business to continue as per plans. In fact, the speakers have also given an opportunity to the opposition to respond, but instead of responding to the questions raised by the leaders of both the houses, the opposition continues to block these proceedings. In fact, now let's move on to another breaking news that we are tracking at the moment. The National Investigation Agency has conducted raids on madrasas over foreign funding. The NIA's team raided Jhansi, and over there was a madrasa on which the NIA has its lens on over foreign funding. Raids are being conducted at the house of a person named Mukti Khalid Nadwi Ansari, a madrasa teacher. Mukti Khalid Nadwi Ansari works as a teacher in the madrasa. In fact, many foreign madrasa children are also being taught by this particular man online. And raids are also being conducted in a similar case pertaining to foreign funding. In fact, we have some reactions coming in from Jhansi. Let's listen in.
सुपर कॉलोनी फातिमा मस्जिद के पास।
अच्छा, आप ये सामने जो टीम आई है इसके बारे में कुछ जानते हैं क्या? बता सकते?
अब ये जांच का विषय है और जिनकी यहाँ टीम आई हुई है वो बहुत सज्जन और अच्छे लोग हैं।
क्या करते हैं
वो? बच्चों को पढ़ाते हैं, नेशनल लेवल के ऊपर बच्चों को पढ़ाया जाता है उनकी।
अच्छा, तो उनके कितने बच्चे पढ़ने आते हैं?
वो ऑनलाइन पढ़ाते हैं सर, और जो है घर में भी पढ़ाते हैं बच्चों को। उनकी फैमिली पढ़ाती है, अच्छे व्यक्ति हैं बहुत।
कितने अच्छे सब तो बताइए।
इस बस्ती के अंदर आप मुआयना कर सकते हैं, नेक लोग हैं, पाँचों टाइम में नमाजी परहेजी हैं, मुफ्ती आदमी हैं। और भाई आप जांच करके जो सच है वो सामने लाए जाए। और झूठ फरेब तो आजकल बहुत ज़्यादा चल रहा है, किसी के भी विषय में झूठ बोला जा सकता है। और मेरा यहाँ तक अंदाज है ये कि ये शहर के जिम्मेदार लोग हैं, मुफ्ती हैं, इसलिए हो सकता है उछाला जा रहा हो।
We have Jatin joining us live from Jhansi. Jatin, a very good morning to you. Tell us about these NIA raids and what their probe is on, because foreign funding is something that they're looking into. Are funds being misused? Why is this madrasa, particularly targeted?
बिल्कुल, देखिए, खालिद नकवी के ऊपर फॉरेन फंडिंग के एलिगेशन है और यही रीजन है कि एनआईए की टीम उनके घर पर मौजूद है। खालिद नकवी के बारे में बता दें तो पिछले तकरीबन 10 सालों से वो विदेशों में वीडियो कॉल के जरिए मदरसे की जो एक तरीके से कोचिंग कह लीजिए या टीचिंग कह लीजिए वो लगातार कर रहे थे। और उसी के दौरान एनआईए को लीड मिली थी कि फॉरेन फंड से जो पैसा है वो खालिद नकवी के पास आ रहा है और उसका इस्तेमाल वो गलत तरीके से कर रहे हैं। और जिन बच्चों को वो पढ़ा रहे थे उनके लिंकअप्स कहीं ना कहीं टेरर मॉड्यूल से मिलते हुए नजर आ रहे थे। और यही रीजन है कि झांसी में खिड़की पार करके एक जगह है, वहां पर खालिद नकवी का घर है है और वहां पर इस समय एनआईए की टीम मौजूद है और लगातार इस पूरे मामले की इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रही है। एक टीम खालिद नकवी से पूछताछ कर रही है तो एनआईए की जो 6 सदस्यीय टीम वहां पर पहुंची है वो लगातार जो घर का सर्च है वो किया जा रहा है। जिस लैपटॉप सिस्टम के जरिए वो ऑनलाइन क्लासेस लिया करते थे उसकी बकायदा जांच की जा रही है। साथ ही खालिद नकवी के जो बैंक स्टेटमेंट्स हैं उनके पास जो डॉक्यूमेंट्स है उसको पूरे तरीके से जांच जो है वो एनआईए की टीम करती हुई नजर आ रही है। तो सबसे बड़ा लिंकअप इस पूरे मामले में एनआईए के सामने ये है कि फॉरेन फंडिंग कहां से की जा रही थी, खालिद नकवी के पास जो पैसा है वो कहां से आ रहा था, कितना पैसा है, ये तमाम चीजें खंगाल रहे हैं। दूसरा जो एनआईए की इन्वेस्टिगेशन जिस और जा रही है कि वो किन बच्चों को ऑनलाइन क्लासेस कराया करता था, तो वो सबसे बड़ा मुद्दा है कि किन के संपर्क में था, क्योंकि जो लीड्स एनआईए को मिली है कुछ लोगों के बारे में उसको वेरीफाई करना जरूरी है और यही कारण है कि सुबह एनआईए की टीम खालिद नकवी के घर पहुंची है। रेड्स अभी भी कंटिन्यू है।
धन्यवाद हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। वेल, दैट्स द लेटेस्ट कमिंग इन फ्रॉम झांसी। द फॉरेन फंडिंग इज अंडर एनआईए लेंस। नाउ लेट्स कट बैक to those visuals coming in from the parliament.
मिलेशन करने की कोशिश करते हैं। जिस तरह पार्टीजन है ये देख के ये मोशन मूव किया गया है। जब बहस होगी उसके ऊपर बात रखेंगे।
इसके अलावा वित्त मंत्री ने एक बड़ा आरोप लगाया कि जब यूपीए की सरकार जो पब्लिक सेक्टर बैंक्स थे वो एक सीधे तौर पे एटीएम बन के रह गए।
पब्लिक सेक्टर का ही तो पैसा लगा हुआ है अदानी के बिजनेसेस में, तो उसका हम चाहते हैं कि उसके ऊपर जांच हो, खुलासा हो जाएगा कि कौन पब्लिक सेक्टर बैंक के पैसे किस किस को दिए पता चल जाएगा। अरे क्या
Well, that was the Congress MP there speaking about how Adani's funds are allegedly in public sector banks, because the face-off over public sector banks has also intensified, with Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman issuing a very, very strong retort saying that public sector banks were used as ATMs during the UPA regime. In fact, she also fired another attack on the UPA regime, saying that bank managers and bank officials were also harassed by the then UPA regime. So now she believes that under the Modi government, public sector banks have been strengthened, and on the contrary, it was the UPA regime that weakened these public sector banks. And now these are the visuals of the Congress MPs staging a protest outside the parliament with placards and slogans against the central government. And inside the parliament, business continues as usual, but the Indie bloc seems to be resorting to their same old tactic of disrupting the parliament inside and outside as well. Inside, they don't let the business go as usual, but outside too, they are resorting to their same old protest tactic, and this time as well in the winter session too. It's the same opposition with the same old template. You can see Priyanka Gandhi and the other members of the parliament staging a protest there, and not really letting any business to go as usual or proceed as usual in the parliament. Each passing day, we've seen how both the houses have been adjourned, with the Indie bloc MPs creating ruckus and not raising any important issues that matters to the people. In fact, we'll get you some reactions from outside the parliament, but let's stay with these visuals. Earlier, just a few moments back, we showed you how Union Minister Giriraj Singh came out with these posters of Sonia and Soros questioning and cornering the Congress government over the alleged links. And now we have the Congress MPs back outside the parliament once again with their sloganeering against the Modi government. And inside the parliament too, they create ruckus. Outside, it's only theatrics. No real issues are being raised. Nothing is being done by the opposition to raise people's issues. It's only they're completely transfixed on the Adani matter from day one of the winter session till now, with just 7 more days left for the winter session to conclude. The opposition's tactics and agenda haven't really changed. We've seen how day after day, it's just the Modi-Adani protest that the Congress has been staging outside the parliament. In fact, their India Alliance partners are also sick and tired of the Modi-Adani protest. They have in fact boycotted the Congress, and they have said that Modi and Adani issue is not an issue for them. And now, after the Modi-Adani attack by the Indy bloc, we have Union Minister Giriraj Singh issuing a strong rebuttal with another poster.
जो है ऑपोजिशन दादा सुप्रीम कोर्ट में आज सुनवाई होनी है जितने भी प्लेसेस ऑफ वर्शिप एक्ट हैं, चाहे वो वाराणसी का है, ज्ञानवापी मस्जिद, शाही जमा मस्जिद, संभल का, इन सभी.
Well, we'll get you those reactions from outside the parliament. Union Minister Giriraj Singh was issuing a statement. We'll put that out in just a few seconds, but let's stick to the theatrics, viewers, of the opposition. First, they wore the Adani masks in the parliament premises. Then they came out with bags, black color bags with PM and Adani caricatures on them. And after that, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra and the other opposition leaders wore black masks. And then they came out with another rose protest with a flower and a tiranga in the parliament premises as part of their protest, handing out roses to the ruling MPs. And now we've seen how they're once again back outside the parliament with placards against the central government, and their theatrics continue with each passing day. They refuse to answer inside the house but continue to protest outside the parliament against the central government. Inside too, there's no business happening, and outside as well, the opposition has nothing else to corner the central government on. It's just the Modi-Adani issue that they're transfixed, and their own partners have alienated them as far as these protests are concerned. It's just the Congress out in the cold protesting against the central government, whereas the TMC, Aam Aadmi Party and Samajwadi Party are inside the parliament raising other issues against the central government. And in view of Congress's Modi-Adani protest, we have Union Minister Giriraj Singh as well coming out with Sonia Soros questioning and cornering the Congress government, demanding answers from them as to why they are hand in glove with anti-India forces and what is the relationship between Sonia Gandhi and Soros. Because Sonia Gandhi, according to Mahesh Jethmalani's tweet yesterday, co-chairs a forum that is completely funded by the Soros Foundation, and intensifying the attack on the Indy bloc, particularly the Congress party. Mahesh Jethmalani said that Sonia's alleged links with Soros exposes her to UAPA charges if the probe is done on their alleged links, and also the narratives that are being peddled by the Soros media are time and again being used by the Congress party, and these false... Moving on, viewers, a day after Kalyan Banerjee made those derogatory sexist remarks against Jyotiraditya Scindia, Lok Sabha Speaker has stated that such remarks should not be made regarding caste, religion, creed, and even the identity of a person. Lok Sabha Speaker said that the concerned MP had apologized on the floor of the House and in writing as well. The Speaker has accepted the apology but has reprimanded him, and those comments have also been expunged. Today, the BJP is also planning a mega protest against TMC MP Kalyan Banerjee over his sexist remarks, where he called Jyotiraditya Scindia a lady killer. So these remarks have been expunged from the parliament, from the Lok Sabha. And on the other hand, we have the BJP there planning a protest against the TMC MP. The Speaker has also reprimanded Kalyan Banerjee over his remark. In fact, we'll get you those live reactions from outside the parliament. Let's listen in.
बीजेपी वो सदन में तो हंगामा
आपके बयान से हुआ है,
ठीक है, हम
आपत्तिजनक बयान दिया है महिलाओं के लिए। ऐसा
नहीं, महिला को नहीं, उनको बोला था ज्योतिरादित्य सिंधिया को, आई हैव सेड सॉरी, दैट्स एनफ। वो एक
आपके बयान से हुआ
हाँ ठीक है, हम
आपत्तिजनक बयान दिया है महिलाओं के लिए ऐसा
नहीं महिला को नहीं, उनको बोला था ज्योति वो सदन में था हंगामा। एक
आपके बयान से हुआ
हाँ ठीक है, हम
आपत्तिजनक बयान दिया है महिलाओं के लिए ऐसा
नहीं महिला को नहीं, उनको बोला था ज्योतिरादित्य सिंधिया को। आई हैव सेड सॉरी, दैट्स एनफ।
Well, that was Kalyan Banerjee, the TMC MP, saying that, yeah, I know, I apologized to Jyotiraditya Scindia. I told him sorry, so it's all settled. But the BJP over there clearly stating that these kind of remarks should be avoided and has taken strong cognizance of what the TMC MP said. They planned the protest. The speaker has pulled him up. The speaker has reprimanded Kalyan Banerjee. His remarks have been expunged, and the speaker has also warned him from making such sexist and derogatory remarks against a member of the parliament or anybody within those walls of the parliament. Now, protest continues to intensify. In fact, the BJP has also said that a protest will be launched against TMC MP Kalyan Banerjee over his remarks. We'll get you those visuals of the BJP protest, but right now it is Kalyan Banerjee who continues to, defend his statement while issuing a token apology, saying that I've apologized to him and that's there. The matter has been settled. So why blow it out of proportion? Well, Kalyan Banerjee has to realize that these derogatory remarks were made inside the parliament, which clearly goes against the dignity of the house. And this is exactly what Jagdeep Dhankar, the vice president and also the chairman of the Rajya Sabha, as well as Om Birla, the Lok Sabha speaker, have been, urging the opposition to maintain the dignity of the house and to allow the smooth proceeding of the business in both the houses. But clearly that the TMC as well as its India Alliance partners are out of line, once again crossing the line with each passing day. Every day there's a controversy created by the opposition, be it inside the parliament or outside the parliament. Inside the parliament, we have TMC MP Kalyan Banerjee making those sexist remarks. In fact, let's cut across to Rajya Sabha.
Admissibility and the chairman's ruling cannot be questioned or criticized. To do so is an संजय जी रोकूंगा। संजय जी
किस को सिखाऊंगा?
सभापति जी,
लीडर ऑफ द आई हैव गिवन फ्लोर टू द लीडर ऑफ द संजय सिंह योर conduct. No, take your seat. Take your seat. I know. Take your seat. If you don't take your seat, I will not. Honorable members, I hope, and you are a leader of your party. क्या कर रहे हो आप? Are you his brief holder? Are you his spokesperson? He can do it himself. Only leader of the house will go on record. Nothing else.
Sir,
nothing else is going on record.
जैसा मैं कह रहा था कि the chair cannot be questioned with regard to the admissibility and for other purposes. Chairman's ruling cannot be questioned or criticized. To do so, Sabhapati ji, to do so is contempt of the house and the chairman. ये बड़े स्पष्ट शब्दों में कहा गया है। मुझे दुख के साथ कहना पड़ता है कि कल लीडर ऑफ द ऑपोजिशन श्री खड़गे जी जो बहुत सीनियर लीडर हैं, वयोवृद्ध नेता हमारे जो बहुत ही तजुर्बेकार हैं, उन्होंने एक प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करके चेयर को क्रिटिसाइज किया। ये बहुत ही आपत्तिजनक है। दिस इज ऑब्जेक्शनेबल, ये कंडेमनेबल है, ये निंदनीय है और ये गलत परंपरा को रास्ता दिखाता है। इसकी जितनी भी भर्त्सना की जाए वो कम पड़ेगी। इसको कंडेम करना चाहिए बाय वन एंड ऑल। और जैसा मैंने कहा कि इन्होंने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में आरोप लगाया कि इनको अपॉर्चुनिटी नहीं दी जाती है। मैं ये बताना चाहता हूं कि आपको एक बार नहीं अनेकों बार चेंबर में बुलाया गया है। लेटर्स हैव बीन रिटन बाय द चेयर।
बैठ जाइए, ये बोल रहे हैं।
लेटर्स हैव बीन रिटन।
ऐसा अधिकार नहीं है कि कोई भी बोले तो आप बोलेंगे।
लेटर्स हैव बीन रिटन।
आप यहाँ भी बोलेंगे, बाहर भी बोलेंगे, मर्जियों से बोलेंगे, सुना
लेटर्स हैव बीन रिटन बाय द चेयर टू द लीडर ऑफ द ऑपोजिशन टाइम एंड अगेन to participate and come to the chamber, but the leader of opposition has always denied, and he has also not participated in the BSc meeting also in the last meeting. ये बताता है कि प्रजातांत्रिक परंपराओं की व्यवस्थाओं में कितनी आपकी रुचि है और कितना आप उसका आदर करते हैं। इसको भी आपको ध्यान में रखना चाहिए। मैं यह भी यहां उद्धृत करना चाहता हूं कि आपके ऑफिशियल हैंडल से, इंडियन नेशनल कांग्रेस के ऑफिशियल हैंडल से चेयरमैन को चेयर लीडर कहा गया है। इसकी जितनी भर्त्सना की जाए एंड कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल पोस्ट को इस तरीके से डेरोगेट करने का, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल पोजीशन को इस तरीके से डिमीन करने का जो आपने कुत्सित प्रयास किया है, जो गलत प्रयास किया है, जो प्रजातांत्रिक मूल्य और संसदीय प्रणाली को आपने झटका दिखाया है, भारत की जनता कभी माफ नहीं करेगी इंडियन नेशनल कांग्रेस को और कांग्रेस पार्टी। मुझे यह भी यहां उद्धृत करना है, आज आप बहुत चिंता कर रहे हैं प्रजातांत्रिक व्यवस्थाओं की, प्रजातांत्रिक मूल्यों की और संवैधानिक पोजीशंस की, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल पोजीशंस की आप बहुत चिंता कर रहे हैं। यही पार्लियामेंट है और इसी पार्लियामेंट के परिसर में बाहर आपकी मिमिक्री का वीडियो बनाते हुए के सीनियर लीडर, कांग्रेस पार्टी का वरिष्ठतम नेता उसका वीडियो बना रहा था। यह भी इतिहास इस बात का गवाह है। मैं यहां ये बताना चाहता हूं कि कांग्रेस पार्टी को संवैधानिक व्यवस्थाओं में न कोई रुचि है, न ही इंटरेस्ट है और न ही संवैधानिक दृष्टि से हमारे संसदीय प्रणालियों के प्रति, पार्लियामेंट्री प्रैक्टिसेस के प्रति न ही कोई रिस्पेक्ट है, न ही कोई आदर है। और जो इन्होंने कल प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस किया वो इस बात को भी बताता है कि मूल मुद्दे से देश को भटकाने का प्रयास है, जो मैंने कल भी कहा था। देश जानना चाहता है कि इस हाउस की वरिष्ठतम नेता कांग्रेस पार्टी की, उनका क्या संबंध है, सोनिया जी का क्या संबंध है सोरोस से। What is the relationship between Sonia Gandhi ji and Soros? The country wants to know. देश की आम जनता जानना चाहती है। जो सोरोस इस देश को डिस्टेबलाइज करने के लिए बिलियंस ऑफ डॉलर्स डोनेशन के रूप में देता है और उसकी आवाज कठपुतली खाती है और देश को डिस्टेबलाइज करती है। ऐसी स्थिति में यह भर्त्सना करने के योग्य है। इसकी जितनी भी भर्त्सना की जाए वो कम है, और जो देश को भटकाने का प्रयास है देश माफ नहीं करेगा सभापति जी। और इस तरीके से संवैधानिक पदों को की गरिमा को ठेस पहुंचाने का जो प्रयास है उसकी भारतीय जनता पार्टी और ये हाउस इसकी निंदा करती है, और मैं इसके लिए निंदा प्रस्ताव लाने की बात भी करता हूं, ये मैं कहना चाहता हूं।
Leader of the opposition, please go to your seats. First, go to your seats. Go to your seats. Go to your seats.
सर, मैं बड़े गंभीरता से उनकी बात सुनी, लीडर ऑफ द हाउस। उन्होंने ये कहा कि जो चेयरमैन साहब बात करते हैं तो उनके सब ऑर्डर के खिलाफ उनके जो निर्णय रहते हैं उसके विरुद्ध कोई बात नहीं करना चाहिए। ये कंटेम्प्ट होता है, उन्होंने कहा। सर, मैं एक बात बताना चाहता हूँ, ये लोग अपने विषय को भटकाना चाहते हैं, अपने विषय को भटकाना चाहते हैं।
आप आज तक किसी कमेटी में आए क्या? आपने को स्वीकार किया? The House stands adjourned to meet at 2 p.m. today.
All right, viewers, getting some more breaking updates coming in right now. Rajya Sabha stands adjourned. Coming in, big update coming in right now, viewers, as we saw that the parliament session once more had kicked off. Proceedings had resumed amid ruckus over no confidence motion. We saw the ruckus. And now we see that Rajya Sabha has once again been adjourned. Now remember that Parliament had reconvened today 11 a.m. onwards following a chaotic session during which both Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha were adjourned amidst uproar. And this is coming in as the disruptions were triggered by the Indie bloc submitting a no confidence motion in Rajya Sabha against Chairman Jagdeep Dhankar. Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla says whatever happened in the House yesterday was extremely inappropriate and no comment should be made on any respected member. Rajya Sabha has been adjourned now, from what we're learning, till 2 p.m. And like I was telling you, Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla says, I would request that respected members to refrain from personal comments on any caste, society, women, men in their speeches. Kalyan Banerjee has also apologized for this in the House and has also given it to me in writing. So this is what happened right now, where Kalyan Banerjee has apologized for the comment that he had made, where he referred to Jyotiraditya Scindia as a lady killer. And once more we're seeing a lot of ruckus, and we also saw a short while back that Priyanka Gandhi had joined opposition MPs to protest against the government as usual outside the parliament premises. This is what we're learning of right now on Republic TV, viewers. We will be going ahead and getting you more updates. We're getting some more breaking updates coming in. Maharashtra Deputy CM Ajit Pawar has arrived at the parliament to meet Home Minister Amit Shah. So this is what we are learning right now on Republic TV. Remember that the top leaders from Maharashtra are here in the national capital, and they're holding a lot of meetings with the BJP top brass in the national capital, viewers. So those are pictures coming in as well. We'll try to get those pictures for you in a short while from now. But Ajit Pawar is going to meet Home Minister Amit Shah. He's a Maharashtra Deputy CM Ajit Pawar. This is coming in as the meetings have been taking place in the national capital, especially in the backdrop of the formation of the cabinet in Maharashtra. There are a lot of issues which have to be sorted and key issues have to be discussed regarding that. So in the backdrop of this, we see top leaders, Devendra Fadnavis. We also see that Ajit Pawar, Deputy CM, they have been in the national capital holding late night meetings in Delhi amid the Maharashtra portfolio suspense. Okay, so Maharashtra Deputy CM Ajit Pawar has arrived at the parliament. We'll try to connect to reporters as well to understand what we can expect next. Gopi, I'm coming across to you right now. Maharashtra Deputy CM Ajit Pawar will be meeting Home Minister Amit Shah. If you could take our viewers through once again, what would be the agenda of the meeting, given the fact that the top leaders from Maharashtra, the Mahayuti Alliance, are in the national capital to discuss the portfolio allocation and the cabinet formation in Maharashtra, which everybody is waiting for with bated breath. Go ahead, Gopi.
Well, Shivangi, we have seen last evening also, last late night, it was JP Nadda at Amit Shah's residence along with Devendra Fadnavis, who was here. They had a long meeting at Home Minister Amit Shah's residence yesterday. Definitely a day before as well, there were marathon of meetings in Maharashtra, wherein there were two deputy CMs along with CM were present to discuss about the cabinet and portfolios which will be allocated to them on the 14th of December, when it is unlikely that the cabinet expansion meeting is going to take place on 14th of December. Now, with Ajit Pawar coming here and meeting Home Minister Amit Shah at the Parliament, definitely they are here to clear out certain portfolios. We have seen since past many days that BJP is trying to eye on the key portfolios, which includes home and finance, while Eknath Shinde-led Shiv Sena is eyeing on urban development as well as revenue will be given to NCP. This is what we are learning from our sources. Now, there are certain portfolios over which debates and discussions are still ongoing. Deliberations have been happening since many days, which includes agriculture and PWD portfolio. So, there is a possibility that there will be more deliberations regarding the same, regarding the portfolios, while the cabinet berth allocation, what we are learning from our sources, would be 22, 11 and 10 each of BJP, Shiv Sena and NCP. But we need to wait and watch what pans out after Ajit Pawar meets Home Minister Amit Shah, as the discussion would be very crucial in terms of portfolio and cabinet berth allocation. Back to you,
All right,
Shivani.
thank you for joining us there with all those details, Gopi. I will be coming back to you because we're getting multiple developments coming in from the national capital. Taking a very short break. Do not go anywhere, viewers.
Indian Army has busted a terror hideout in the Mahur area of the Riyasat district. 58 Trust Rifles of the Indian Army launched an operation which led to the recovery of 1 AK series rifle, 2 pistols, 4 grenades and 5 magazines along with the 400 ammunition. And for more, stay tuned to Republic TV right after this short break.
आइस बोला था लाने को, लद्दाख चला गया, पूछा फोन पे इतना बिजी क्यों है, तो क्या बोला तू? हाँ, माउंटेन्स वर कॉलिंग।
डॉक्टर जहांगीर, उस दिन सनसेट देखने छज्जे पे चढ़ा, टूट गया।
हाँ, तो किसने बोला घर की दीवार पे रॉक क्लाइंबिंग करने को?
सफीना बदतमीजी।
समझ गया। मेरे पास आप दोनों की प्रॉब्लम की मेडिसिन है। इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
There's some big breaking news coming in right now. Union Health Minister and BJP Chief JP Nadda launched a scathing attack on the Congress party in the Rajya Sabha over the alleged links between Sonia Gandhi and George Soros. Nadda says the Grand Old Party has disrespected the RS chair and openly mocked the constitutional post. Again, this big breaking updates coming in right now on Republic TV. I remember that a short while back, JP Nadda had spoken and he said, slamming the opposition, that they do not respect the parliamentary tradition. Let's go ahead and play the reaction.
The chair cannot be questioned with regard to the admissibility and for other purposes. Chairman's ruling cannot be questioned or criticized. To do so, Sabhapati ji, to do so is contempt of the house and the chairman. ये बड़े स्पष्ट शब्दों में कहा गया है। मुझे दुख के साथ कहना पड़ता है कि कल लीडर ऑफ द ऑपोजिशन श्री खड़गे जी, जो बहुत सीनियर लीडर हैं, वयोवृद्ध नेता हमारे, जो बहुत ही तजुर्बेकार हैं, उन्होंने एक प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करके चेयर को क्रिटिसाइज किया। ये बहुत ही आपत्तिजनक है। दिस इज ऑब्जेक्शनेबल, ये कंडेमनेबल है, ये निंदनीय है और ये गलत परंपरा को रास्ता दिखाता है। इसकी जितनी भी भर्त्सना की जाए वो कम पड़ेगी। इसको कंडेम करना चाहिए बाय वन एंड ऑल। और जैसा मैंने कहा कि इन्होंने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में आरोप लगाया कि इनको अपॉर्चुनिटी नहीं दी जाती है। मैं ये बताना चाहता हूं कि आपको एक बार नहीं अनेकों बार चेंबर में बुलाया गया है। लेटर्स हैव बीन रिटन बाय द चेयर।
बैठ जाइए, ये बोल रहे हैं।
लेटर्स हैव बीन रिटन।
ऐसा अधिकार नहीं है कि कोई भी बोले तो आप बोलेंगे।
लेटर्स हैव बीन रिटन।
आप यहाँ भी बोलेंगे, बाहर भी बोलेंगे, मर्जियों जैसे बोलेंगे, सुना
लेटर्स हैव बीन रिटन बाय द चेयर to the leader of the opposition time and again to participate and come to the chamber, but the leader of opposition has always denied and he has also not participated in the BSc meeting also in the last meeting. ये बताता है कि प्रजातांत्रिक परंपराओं की व्यवस्थाओं में कितनी आपकी रुचि है और कितना आप उसका आदर करते हैं, इसको भी आपको ध्यान में रखना चाहिए। मैं यह भी यहां उद्धृत करना चाहता हूं कि आपके ऑफिशियल हैंडल से, इंडियन नेशनल कांग्रेस के ऑफिशियल हैंडल से चेयरमैन को चेयर लीडर कहा गया है। इसकी जितनी भर्त्सना की जाए एंड कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल पोस्ट को इस तरीके से डेरोगेट करने का, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल पोजीशन को इस तरीके
पार्टी को संवैधानिक व्यवस्थाओं में न कोई रुचि है, न ही इंटरेस्ट है और न ही संवैधानिक दृष्टि से हमारे संसदीय प्रणालियों के प्रति, पार्लियामेंट्री प्रैक्टिसेस के प्रति न ही कोई रिस्पेक्ट है, न ही कोई आदर है। और जो इन्होंने कल प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस किया वो इस बात को भी बताता है कि मूल मुद्दे से देश को भटकाने का प्रयास है, जो मैंने कल भी कहा था। देश जानना चाहता है कि इस हाउस की वरिष्ठतम नेता कांग्रेस पार्टी की, उनका क्या संबंध है, सोनिया जी का क्या संबंध है सोरोस से। व्हाट इज द रिलेशनशिप बिटवीन सोनिया गांधी जी एंड सोरोस? द कंट्री वांट्स टू नो, देश की आम जनता जानना चाहती है। जो सोरोस इस देश को डिस्टेबलाइज करने के लिए बिलियंस ऑफ डॉलर्स डोनेशन के रूप में देता है और उसकी आवाज कठपुतली बन करके यहाँ कांग्रेस पार्टी उठाती है और देश को डिस्टेबलाइज करती है। ऐसी स्थिति में यह भर्त्सना करने के योग्य है। इसकी जितनी भी भर्त्सना की जाए वो कम है, और जो देश को भटकाने का प्रयास है देश माफ नहीं करेगा सभापति जी। और कैसे संवैधानिक पदों को की गरिमा को ठेस पहुंचाने का जो प्रयास है उसकी भारतीय जनता पार्टी और ये हाउस इसकी निंदा करती है, और मैं इसके लिए निंदा प्रस्ताव लाने की बात भी करता हूं, ये मैं कहना चाहता हूं।
उस दिन सनसेट देखने छज्जे पे चढ़ा, टूट गया।
हाँ, तो किसने बोला घर की दीवार पे रॉक क्लाइंबिंग करने को?
सफीना तमीज़ी।
समझ गया। मेरे पास आप दोनों की प्रॉब्लम की मेडिसिन है। इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
Welcome back, viewers. A 5-year-old boy who fell in a 150 feet deep borewell while playing has died after he remained trapped inside it for over 56 hours. The child was pulled out and rushed to a hospital but was declared dead. Rescue teams faced several challenges while rescuing the 5-year-old. Here's a report. Despite 3 days of persistent efforts by the rescue operations teams, a 5-year-old boy trapped inside a 150 feet deep borewell for over 56 hours has been declared dead. The boy was rescued in an unconscious state and was rushed to the hospital. However, he was declared dead in the hospital.
देखो, यहाँ लाने की सबसे बड़ी वजह ये थी कि अगर हम किसी भी तरह का कोई लाइफ की कोई गुंजाइश हो और बची हो तो हम उसको आगे ट्रीटमेंट करके उसको रिकवर कर पाएँ, लेकिन यहाँ ECG करके देखी तो उसमें कोई लाइफ नहीं बची।
क्या माना जाए बच्चे को?
बच्चा इस वक्त हम घोषित कर चुके हैं, मतलब हमने डिक्लेयर कर दिया डेड ECG करने के बाद। 2 बार ECG निकाल के देखी।
The boy was playing in the field when he slipped and fell inside the borewell. As the NDRF and SDRF team reached the spot, the officials supplied oxygen to the boy through a pipe. A camera was also inserted inside the borewell to monitor his condition throughout. A parallel pit was dug using drilling machines to reach the child. However, the officials say that they face multiple challenges during rescue operations. Even the digging efforts proved to be futile, with soil falling on the boy. As rescue personnel raced against time to save the child, and parents prayed for a miracle, even the best of efforts failed to yield result.
Indian Army has busted a terror hideout in the Mahur area of the Riyasat district. 58 Trust Rifles of the Indian Army launched an operation which led to the recovery of 1 AK series rifle, 2 pistols, 4 grenades and 5 magazines along with the 400 ammunition. And for more, stay tuned to Republic TV right after this short break.
The Pakistan Cricket Board could face revenue losses, lawsuits and the risk of alienation from the cricket world if they decide to withdraw from the ICC Champions Trophy 2025. This comes as a deadlock persists with the governing body, the ICC, over the mode of organizing the 50-over event scheduled for February to March of next year. Last week, the ICC reached a consensus to conduct next year's Champions Trophy in a hybrid model, allowing India to play its share of matches in Dubai while agreeing in principle to a similar arrangement in multilateral events in 2027. However, a formal announcement of the same is awaited. Senior cricket administrator who is well versed with the organization of ICC events revealed that it would not be an easy decision for the PCB to not play in the Champions Trophy if their hybrid model formula is not accepted in entirety by the ICC and the Board of Control for Cricket in India. That if Pakistan were to withdraw from the tournament, they could face potential lawsuits from the ICC and maybe even some of the 16 other member boards on the ICC's executive boards and the broadcasters, as their withdrawal will hit the estimated revenues for all stakeholders. Pakistan has not only signed a host agreement with the ICC, but like all other participating nations in the event, it has also signed a mandatory members participation agreement or MPA with the ICC, the administrator told news agency PTI. It is only after a member nation signs the MPA for playing in an ICC event that it is eligible to get a share of revenues earned from ICC events. Most importantly, when the ICC signed a broadcasting deal for all its events rights, it has given a guarantee to them that all ICC members are available to play in their events, including the Champions Trophy. As part of the broadcasting deal, at least one Pakistan and India match has to be scheduled.
Welcome back, viewers. In a major move, European Union has allowed countries to temporarily suspend asylum rights on migration. EU believes that Russia and Belarus are weaponizing migrants to destabilize the bloc. Countries like Germany, Austria, among others, have even paused asylum applications for a while. Here is the latest. Take a look. The European Union has granted green light to Poland and other countries on Europe's eastern borders to temporarily suspend asylum rights on migration. The EU believes that Russia and Belarus are weaponizing migrants to destabilize the bloc.
We know that Russian authorities, they are facilitating these illegal movements, with more than 90% of migrants illegally crossing the Polish-Belarusian border with a Russian student or tourist visa.
Earlier, Poland's Prime Minister Donald Tusk announced plans in October this year to introduce a new law. The new law would suspend asylum application for up to 60 days. However, this freeze has not been imposed yet. Poland is struggling with migration pressures on its borders with Belarus, which has angered human rights groups. As per reports, the number of migrants arriving at borders of EU member states from Belarus has increased by 66% this year. Some of the migrants are even accused of attacking border guards. Meanwhile, tens of thousands of Syrian asylum seekers are in limbo after some European countries have put their applications on hold. Germany, Austria, Syrians, Sweden, among other countries, have decided to pause asylum applications. What started as a moment of hope and celebrations has turned into a cloud of worry for Syrians. While some governments are pushing for stricter immigration controls, including deportations, a move that the UN finds worrisome. This decision of European countries will impact thousands of migrants across the globe.
Hustle and bustle in Delhi as Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis comes here to meet the top brass Amit Shah as well as JP Nadda to discuss crucial cabinet berths and portfolios amidst the cabinet expansion which is most likely to take place on 14th. We will be back with the rolling coverage. Stay tuned with Republic TV.
And completely out of touch and an insult to the intelligence of the American people and the lived experience. And completely out of touch and an insult to the intelligence of the American people and the lived experience.
We have a strong person of interest in the shooting that shook our city last week. CEO Brian Thompson of United Healthcare was the victim of a senseless act of violence.
Members of the Altoona Police Department arrested Luigi Mangione, a 26-year-old male, on firearms charges. At this time, he is...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Tuning in, I'm Suesha Samant, and yes, from the postal wars to the ongoing disruption in the parliament, we continue to get you the latest and the political statements that have been coming in from both sides. In this edition, first a quick check of the headlines we're tracking.
हम लोग जानना चाहते हैं कि सोनिया गांधी जवाब को भटकाए नहीं, बातों को अटकाए नहीं, सदन में जवाब दे, सदन में जवाब।
All-out poster war in Parliament premises. BJP counter Indies poster campaign with Sonia Soros poster.
देश जानना चाहता है कि इस हाउस की वरिष्ठतम नेता कांग्रेस पार्टी की, उनका क्या संबंध है, सोनिया जी का क्या संबंध है सोरोस से।
Nadda escalates the attack on Gandhi's, demands answers from Congress on Sonia's link with Soros group.
विशेष रूप से महिलाओं पर विशेष टिप्पणी नहीं करना चाहिए। माननीय सदस्य ने भी इस बारे में सदन में क्षमा मांग ली है और लिखित में मुझे दे दिया है।
Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla pulls up TMC MP Kalyan Banerjee for lady killer remark against Syria. Another twist in Atul Subhash's suicide case. Probe in-laws of Subhash are on the run as Bengaluru police leaves for Jaunpur. Himanta Biswa Sarma announces no Aadhaar cards to persons who did not apply for NRC. A three-judge bench scheduled to hear multiple pleas on Places of Worship Act. Remember that statement that was made by TMC MP Kalyan Banerjee against Jyotiraditya Scindia, where he referred to him as a lady killer. This, of course, was taken up by the BJP. Kalyan Banerjee also had to apologize at a later point. In the latest, we are learning that Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla has made a statement against Kalyan Banerjee, setting the precedent that such remarks should not be made regarding anyone's caste, religion, creed or sex. Lok Sabha Speaker has said that the concerned MP, that is Kalyan Banerjee, has apologized on the floor of the House and in writing as well, and the Speaker has accepted his apology. Listen in.
माननीय सदस्यगण, कल सदन में जो कुछ भी हुआ वो अत्यंत दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है और किसी माननीय सदस्य विशेष रूप से महिलाओं पर विशेष टिप्पणी नहीं करना चाहिए। ये सदन की गरिमा मर्यादा के अनुकूल नहीं है। मैं माननीय सदस्यों से अनुरोध करूंगा कि वो व्यक्तिगत टिप्पणियों और किसी जाति, समाज, महिला, पुरुष सब पर व्यक्तिगत टिप्पणियों से अपने भाषण के अंदर बचना चाहिए। सहमति, असहमति, सकारात्मक रूप से व्यंग्य भी हुए हैं यहाँ पर, लेकिन एक विशेष तरीके से टिप्पणी ये संसदीय मर्यादाओं के अनुकूल नहीं है। माननीय सदस्य ने भी इस बारे में वहाँ पर सदन में क्षमा मांग ली है और लिखित में मुझे दे दिया है। प्लीज।
Meanwhile, we are learning that Union Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju is meeting JP Nadda in his chamber in the Parliament right now. Top sources are also telling Republic that the ruling party is all set to bring in a censure motion against the opposition in this session itself. So we will get a confirmation on this soon, but we are learning that the two leaders are discussing the very same, as the ruling party is now mulling bringing in a censure motion against the opposition in this session. This, as we understand, how the ruling party has very strongly opposed the no confidence motion that the opposition is set to move against Vice President JP Dhankar, and in as many words that the BJP has called out the opposition on this front, a counter move to that as the ruling party is mulling bringing in a censure motion against the opposition. Let me cut across to Gopi joining us on the broadcast to give us further details on the same. Over to you, Gopi.
Well, what we are learning from our sources is that Kiran Rijiju, the Parliamentary Affairs Minister, has met and JP Nadda have met and they are deciding over the censure motion to be brought in the Parliament. Now, when you speak of this specific censure motion in the Parliament, it is because of the high disapproval towards the certain minister or council of ministers or group of ministers. So, in fact, we will have to wait and watch what pans out from that meeting which is ongoing in the Parliament currently and which is underway. We will have to wait and watch what comes out. Back to you.
All right, Soumya, many thanks for getting us those details. Of course, we wait and watch what the ruling party does as a counter. For the moment, we shift our focus to the Atul Subhash case. Yes, in the latest, we are learning that the in-laws of Atul Subhash are on the run. That includes the two accused, that is the estranged wife's mother and her uncle, who are the two accused in this case, along with the wife and the brother. And we are learning that her in-laws are on the run. This as the Bengaluru police has left for Jaunpur to nab them. Now remember, Atul Subhash in his 24-page suicide note had put out revelations against the family of how he was being harassed and false cases were being pressed against him. It has also been revealed that just 2 minutes before his death on the 19th of December, he had sent a distressing email to President Draupadi Murmu and a Supreme Court judge as well. Several responses that have come into this effect. Let's listen in.
तमाम मुकदमे उसने कर रखे थे उनकी पत्नी ने, अतुल सुभाष के, और 498 डाइवोर्स का भी एक मुकदमा किया गया था, डोमेस्टिक वायलेंस का भी मुकदमा था, और 125 का जो मुकदमा चल रहा था तो वो हम लोग देख रहे थे। और 125 के मुकदमे में 29 जुलाई 2024 में फैसला हो गया था।
फैसले में क्या हुआ था और किस तरीके का वो फैसला था?
देखिए, वो फैसला मेंटेनेंस का था, जो कि पत्नी को तो कोई मेंटेनेंस नहीं दिया गया था क्योंकि पत्नी कमा रही थी, और उसके लड़के माने अतुल के लड़के व्योम के लिए जो अपनी माँ के साथ रहता था, ये बताया गया, तो उसके फेवर में 40,000 रुपये प्रति माह का आदेश किया गया था। और जून के बाद से उससे हमारी कोई मुलाकात या बातचीत नहीं होती रही। निश्चित रूप से वह बहुत दुखी इस बात को लेके था कि उसकी पत्नी उसके बच्चे से बिल्कुल बात नहीं करने देना चाहती थी। मेरे पास तो अभी FIR नहीं आया है, मैंने 306 का मुकदमा किया है, दैट इज अबेटमेंट टू सुसाइड। लेकिन यह है कि वह अपने बच्चे जो जिस समय आता रहा तो बच्चे से न मिलने के कारण उसके पत्नी के व्यवहार से, उसके घर वालों के व्यवहार से बहुत दुखी था। तमाम मुकदमे उसने कर रखे थे उनकी पत्नी ने, अतुल सुभाष के, और 498 डाइवोर्स का भी एक मुकदमा किया गया था, डोमेस्टिक वायलेंस का भी मुकदमा था, और 125 का जो मुकदमा चल रहा था तो वो हम लोग देख रहे थे। और 125 के मुकदमे में 29 जुलाई 2024 में फैसला हो गया था।
फैसले में क्या हुआ था और किस तरीके का वो फैसला था?
देखिए, वो फैसला मेंटेनेंस का था, जो कि पत्नी को तो कोई मेंटेनेंस नहीं दिया गया था क्योंकि पत्नी कमा रही थी, और उसके लड़के माने अतुल के लड़के व्योम के लिए जो अपनी माँ के साथ रहता था, ये बताया गया, तो उसके फेवर में 40,000 रुपये प्रति माह का आदेश किया गया था। और जून के बाद से उससे हमारी कोई मुलाकात या बातचीत नहीं होती थी।
अध्यक्ष हैं, उन्होंने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करके चेयरमैन के ऊपर आक्षेप लगाए थे। सबसे पहली बात तो मैं ये बताना चाहता हूँ कि खड़गे जी जो इतने सीनियर लीडर हैं, उनको इतनी इल्म होना चाहिए, इतनी जानकारी होनी चाहिए कि द रूलिंग ऑफ द चेयरमैन इज़ फाइनल एंड द रूलिंग ऑफ द चेयरमैन इज़ अनक्वेश्चनेबल। और वह भी हाउस के अंदर नहीं, हाउस के बाहर इस तरीके का आरोप लगाना यह बहुत ही निंदा योग्य है। ये इसकी जितनी निंदा की जाए वो कम है। इसकी भर्त्सना करनी चाहिए और हम इसकी भर्त्सना करते हैं, कंडेम करते हैं। और ये बहुत ही, जिसे कहा जाए कि दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है। एक बात और मैं कहना चाहता हूँ कि खड़गे जी को भरपूर मौका दिया गया है। उन्हें अपनी बात को रखने का मौका हाउस के अंदर भी दिया गया और उन्होंने ऑन रिकॉर्ड है कि कहा कि नो, आई विल नॉट स्पीक। बाद में उनको चेंबर के अंदर निमंत्रित किया गया, एक बार नहीं अनेकों बार किया गया। वह चेंबर में आने से उन्होंने रिफ्यूज़ कर दिया। उन्होंने कहा नो, आई विल नॉट गो टू द चेंबर। इसलिए ये स्पष्ट हो जाता है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी का उद्देश्य हाउस को में कोऑपरेट न करने का है। ये स्पष्ट हो जाता है कि उनको प्रजातांत्रिक व्यवस्था और संसदीय प्रणाली पे विश्वास नहीं है और वह अराजकता लाने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं। एक तरीके से वहाँ पर वो इस तरीके की स्थिति खड़ा करना चाहते हैं ताकि संसदीय व्यवस्था में कार्य करने मुश्किल हो जाए। और इसलिए मैं इस बात की भी कंडेम करता हूँ, वो बीएससी के मीटिंग में नहीं आए। वो जब चेंबर के अंदर मीटिंग हुई है उसमें उन्होंने पार्टिसिपेट नहीं किया है। तो ये स्पष्ट बताता है कि उनका कोऑपरेशन, कांग्रेस पार्टी का कोऑपरेशन कदापि नहीं है। और उनके मुंह से संसदीय प्रणालियों की चर्चा करना ये हास्यास्पद है। ये मैं अगर आपको बताना चाहूँ तो आपके ध्यान में आया होगा कि वाइस प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ इंडिया एक संवैधानिक पोजीशन है। वह चेयरमैन ऑफ द हाउस, राज्यसभा भी होते हैं। उनकी मिमिक्री संसद के परिसर में हो और कांग्रेस का वरिष्ठतम नेता जो लीडर ऑफ द ऑपोजिशन इन लोकसभा है, राहुल गांधी, वो उसकी वीडियोग्राफी बनाए और उसको फिर से उकसाए कि हाँ फिर से कीजिए, फिर से कीजिए। मुझे तो ऐसा लगा जैसे मुझे कॉलेज के दिन याद आए, जो कॉलेज में यूनिवर्सिटी के बाहर विपक्ष और कॉलेज के लड़के जैसे करते हैं, उस तरीके की हरकत वो संसद के परिसर में संसद की गरिमा को ठेस पहुंचाते हुए करते हैं। और कांग्रेस पार्टी और उनकी वरिष्ठतम नेता सोनिया गांधी जी एक शब्द नहीं बोलती हैं। ये परंपराओं को ताक में रखने वाले लोग और परंपराओं को नीचे गिराने वाले लोग, एक नहीं अनेकों उदाहरण हैं जो इस बात को बताते हैं कि किस तरीके से इन लोगों ने प्रजातांत्रिक व्यवस्थाओं को चोट पहुंचाई है। ये सस्पेंड हुए हैं पार्लियामेंट के अंदर, कुर्सी पर चढ़ने का काम इन्होंने किया है, टेबल पर चढ़ने का काम इन्होंने किया है, पेपर फेंकने का काम इन्होंने किया है, पेपर संसदीय व्यवस्थाओं के कागजातों को फाड़ने का काम इन्होंने किया है। और ये संसदीय प्रणाली के मर्यादाओं के बारे में चर्चा करने या करते हैं, ये हास्यास्पद है। मैं यहाँ ये भी कहना चाहता हूँ कि कांग्रेस पार्टी मुद्दे को भटकाना चाहती है। दे वॉन्ट टू डिविएट एंड डाइवर्ट द इशू। The issue is very clear that the countrymen are very much disturbed जब उनको ये पता चलता है कि एक सज्जन, एक व्यक्ति जॉर्ज सोरोस नाम का, वो देश की स्टेबिलिटी को डिस्टर्ब करना चाहता है, वह देश को मुसीबत में डालना चाहता है, वह भारत की संप्रभुता को पर प्रश्न खड़े कर रहा है। और सोनिया गांधी जी जो फोरम ऑफ द लीडर्स ऑफ द एशिया पैसिफिक की को चेयरपर्सन है, जो फंडेड है जॉर्ज सोरोस से, उनका क्या संबंध है ये देश जानना चाह रहा है। आज ये जो जॉर्ज सोरोस बड़े स्पष्ट शब्दों में कहता है कि मैं वर्तमान व्यवस्था को डिस्टर्ब करूंगा, जो कहता है कि मैं मोदी जी की गवर्नमेंट को पदच्युत करने के लिए, डिस्टेबलाइज करने के लिए मैं फंडिंग करूंगा, उनके साथ सोनिया गांधी जी का क्या संबंध है, ये देश जानना चाहता है। इस मुद्दे को भटकाने के लिए इस तरीके का प्रयास कांग्रेस पार्टी कर रही है। हम इसका पुरजोर भर्त्सना करते हैं, निंदा करते हैं, और इस तरीके की व्यवस्था को हम जनता के बीच में भी ले जाएंगे और उनको बताएंगे कि किस तरीके से कांग्रेस पार्टी का गैर जिम्मेदाराना रवैया रहा है।
What is the way forward? So what is the way forward?
Way forward, everybody will have to think accordingly. What I am saying, that has to be addressed and taken care. And it depends upon the जिसे बुद्धिमत्ता कहेंगे, वो कांग्रेस पार्टी की बुद्धिमत्ता पर निर्भर करता है।
सदन के उनके कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन पर महत्वपूर्ण चर्चा होनी है।
हाँ, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन हम तो चाहते हैं, होगी, करेंगे चर्चा।
सरकार निंदा प्रस्ताव लाने के लिए चर्चा कर रही है, क्या गवर्नमेंट इज मलिंग?
देखिए, हमने भर्त्सना की है, हमने निंदा की है, और सब लोगों ने ताल ठोक करके यानी समर्थन किया है उसका, तो समर्थन ही है।
इलाहाबाद हाईकोर्ट शेखर यादव के
धन्यवाद।
So that's the latest response coming in from JP Nadda as he hits out at the Congress for insulting the institutional post of Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar, saying that the Congress has violated all decorum. Also saying that the Congress must clarify its ties with George Soros. The Congress has been silent on it so far, while he has once again highlighted the ongoing disruption in the parliament and how the Congress and the opposition are responsible for the logjam and no constructive business happening on the floor of the House. This is the latest response that is coming from JP Nadda. We now take a quick check of the other top stories we are tracking for you closely. These are stories in brief in Bharat in 2 minutes. A Pakistani national who was apprehended by the Indian Army in a village Noorkot near LOC, 18-year-old Mohammad Salik, was attempting to infiltrate India from Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir. Now he has been handed over to Poonch police for further investigation. In an attempt to link the Aadhaar card with NRC, Assam government decided that all applications to get unique identity card will be rejected if the applicant or the family has not applied for NRC. The decision that was taken during a cabinet meeting in view of an infiltration attempt by citizens of trouble-hit Bangladesh. This comes after scores of infiltrators have been nabbed by the Assam police, Tripura police, BSF in the last 2 months, with infiltration on the rise from Bangladesh being a major concern for Assam. Chief Minister Himanta called for strengthening the system and decided to toughen the Aadhaar card mechanism. As farmers' protest entered 305th day, farmer leader Sarwan Singh Pandey expressed his disappointment over negotiations being delayed with the centre. Amid farmers' demands over MSP continue, they appeal to everyone to join their protest. Farmers further slammed the centre as well as the opposition over making irresponsible statements.
जो किसान मजदूर मोर्चा और SKM नॉन पॉलिटिकल का जो आंदोलन दिल्ली आंदोलन 2 के नाम से मशहूर हुआ है, उनको 305 दिन आज हो गए और खनौरी बॉर्डर पर अमर अनशन लगभग 17वें दिन में दाखिल हो गया है। जहां तक सरकार का न्योते का सवाल, अभी तक सरकार के मंत्री जो मुझे लगता भी एक विदाउट संजीदगी, जो संजीदगी नहीं है उनके बयानों में, गैर संजीदा बयानबाजी कर रहे हैं। तो कोई भी इस तरह का प्रस्ताव अभी है नहीं कि सरकार अभी वार्ता के लिए तैयार हो रही है हमारे साथ।
78 Bangladeshi fishermen apprehended by the Indian Coast Guard 2 days ago for fishing within Indian waters are said to be repatriated as procedures to return them to their home country are currently underway. Indian Coast Guard apprehended fishermen and their vessels during a routine patrol on December 10. The Indian Coast Guard described the operation as a crucial step towards maintaining maritime security and preventing unauthorized fishing activities in Indian waters.
ये हम लोग वेरिफिकेशन किए, उन लोग में सब बांग्लादेशी नेशनल थे, उनका आई कार्ड इंटरनेशनल ID कार्ड वेरिफिकेशन हुआ। उसके बाद उन लोगों फिर हमको इंफॉर्मेशन किया बाय फोन लेकर पोस्टल अथॉरिटी में कि उनको रिटर्न करने के लिए अकॉर्डिंगली हम लोग ने उनको हैंडओवर किया कर दिया है। उनका प्रोसेस चल रहा है कि तो उनको बांग्लादेश रिटर्न करने के लिए पोस्टल अथॉरिटी का प्रोसेस चल रहा है।
Late night in East Delhi's Trilokpuri 13 block, unknown miscreants fired several rounds of bullets at a person. The injured person was sitting in a park with his friends when some miscreants came and fired several rounds of bullets. The injured has now been admitted to Max Hospital. He's in a critical condition. According to reports, it is being said that the person was hit by more than 3 bullets. The injured youth has been identified as Ravi, who is a resident of Trilokpuri. The police are communicating with the family to ascertain if Ravi had any enmity with anyone. Lawrence Bishnoi's associates Rohit Godara and Goldie Brar have claimed responsibility for the crude bomb explosion outside a bar in Gurugram Sector 29. 2 cotton bombs were thrown outside the bar when associates allege that the bar owner earns crores through illegal means, evades taxes, causes harm to the country. They warned that everyone will have to pay taxes. In a purported Facebook post, they issued a threat stating that this was a minor explosion and were capable of carrying out larger attacks. Gurugram police has arrested a man identified as Sachin in connection with the incident. Preliminary investigations revealed that Sachin was intoxicated at the time of the incident. Gurugram police is further finding out the same. Moving on, as the NIA conducts raids in madrasas over foreign funding, this is the latest that is coming as NIA teams raids that are continuing in Jhansi. The local police administration and other investigation teams that are also involved in these raids that are being conducted at the house of a person named Mukti Khalid Nadwi Ansari, a madrasa teacher. Mukti Khalid Nadwi Ansari also works to teach foreign madrasa children online. And the agency suspects that he is a man who is not just a teacher but is someone who is involved in foreign funding for wrong means. Several responses that have come in, let's listen in.
सुपर कॉलोनी फातिमा मस्जिद के पास।
अच्छा, आप ये सामने जो टीम आई है इसके बारे में कुछ जानते हैं क्या? बता।
अब ये जांच का विषय है और जिनकी यहाँ टीम आई हुई है वो बहुत सज्जन और अच्छे लोग हैं।
क्या करते हैं
वो? बच्चों को पढ़ाते हैं, नेशनल लेवल के ऊपर बच्चों को पढ़ाया जाता है उनकी। अब
अच्छा, तो उनके कितने बच्चे पढ़ने आते हैं?
वो ऑनलाइन पढ़ाते हैं सर, और जो है घर में भी पढ़ाते हैं बच्चों को। उनकी फैमिली पढ़ाती है। अच्छे व्यक्ति हैं बहुत।
कितने अच्छे सब तो बताइए।
इस बस्ती के अंदर आप मुआयना कर सकते हैं, नेक लोग हैं, 5 टाइम में नमाजी परहेजी हैं, मुफ्ती आदमी हैं। और भाई आप जांच करके जो सच है वो सामने लाए जाए। और झूठ फरेब तो आजकल बहुत ज़्यादा चल रहा है, किसी के भी विषय में झूठ बोला जा सकता है। और मेरा यहाँ तक अंदाज है ये कि ये शहर के जिम्मेदार लोग हैं, मुफ्ती हैं, इसलिए हो सकता है उछाला जा रहा हो।
And we now get you details of that 5-year-old boy who had fallen in a deep bore well, which was 150 feet deep. He was playing and he was trapped for nearly 56 hours, after which he passed away. In fact, the rescue teams that had to face several challenges in order to bring him out. He was rushed to a nearby hospital where unfortunately he was declared dead. Here is that report.
Despite 3 days of persistent efforts by the rescue operations teams, A 5-year-old boy trapped inside a 150 feet deep borewell for over 56 hours has been declared dead. The boy was rescued in an unconscious state and was rushed to the hospital. However, he was declared dead in the hospital.
देखो, यहाँ लाने की सबसे बड़ी वजह ये थी कि अगर हम किसी भी तरह का कोई लाइफ की कोई गुंजाइश हो और बची हो तो हम उसको आगे ट्रीटमेंट करके उसको रिकवर कर पाएँ, लेकिन यहाँ ईसीजी करके देखी तो उसमें कोई लाइफ नहीं बची थी।
क्या माना जाए बच्चे को?
बच्चा इस वक्त हम घोषित कर चुके हैं, मतलब हमने डिक्लेयर कर दिया डेड। ईसीजी करने के बाद 2 बार ईसीजी निकाल के देखी।
The boy was playing in the field when he slipped and fell inside the borewell. As the NDRF and SDRF team reached the spot, the officials supplied oxygen to the boy through a pipe. A camera was also inserted inside the borewell to monitor his condition throughout. A parallel pit was dug using drilling machines to reach the child. However, the officials say that they face multiple challenges during rescue operations. Even the digging efforts proved to be futile with soil falling on the boy. As rescue personnel raced against time to save the child, and parents prayed for a miracle, even the best of efforts failed to yield result.
Time now for a short commercial break. On the other side, we get you details of how Himanta Biswa Sarma, in a bid to thwart infiltration bid, has now said that those who did not apply for NRC will not get an Aadhaar card.
उस दिन सनसेट देखने छज्जे पे चढ़ा, टूट गया।
हाँ, तो किसने बोला घर की दीवार पे रॉक क्लाइंबिंग करने को?
सफीना बदतमीजी।
समझ गया। मेरे पास आप दोनों की प्रॉब्लम की मेडिसिन है। इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
As part of my plan to secure the border on day one of my new term in office, I will sign an executive order making clear to federal agencies that under the correct interpretation of the law, going forward, the future children of illegal aliens will not receive automatic U.S. citizenship. It's things like this that bring millions of people to our country, and they enter our country illegally.
Hello and you're watching Republic TV. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. It's 12:30 and our top focus is on what's happening in the parliament because JP Nadda has ripped apart the Congress party over Kharge's insult to Dhankar. We'll get you all the latest from the parliament, but first a quick check on the headlines.
हम लोग जानना चाहते हैं कि सोनिया गांधी जवाब को भटकाए नहीं, बातों को अटकाए नहीं, सदन में जवाब दे, सदन में जवाब।
All-out poster war in the parliament. BJP counters India's poster campaign with Sonia Soros poster.
जानना चाहता है कि इस हाउस की वरिष्ठतम नेता कांग्रेस पार्टी की, उनका क्या संबंध है, सोनिया जी का क्या संबंध है सोरोस से?
Nadda escalates attack on Gandhi's, questions the Congress party over Sonia's alleged links with Soros.
विशेष रूप से महिलाओं पर विशेष टिप्पणी नहीं करना चाहिए। माननीय सदस्य ने भी इस बारे में सदन में क्षमा मांग ली है और लिखित में मुझे दे दिया है।
Speaker Om Birla pulls up TMC MP Kalyan Banerjee for killer lady remark against Scindia. Another twist in Atul Subhash's suicide case. In-laws of Atul seen running away as Bengaluru police leave for Jaunpur. Mamata announces that no Aadhaar cards to persons who do not apply for NRC. Aadhaar must be linked with NRC is what Himanta has said. A 3-judge bench scheduled to hear multiple pleas on Places of Worship Act.
पूरे देशवासियों से इन लोगों का न्याय सिस्टम से भरोसा उठ चुका है। जैसा कि हम कल से बातचीत करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं इन लोगों से और इन लोग की व्यथा सुन रहे हैं। न्याय प्रणाली से इनका भरोसा जो है उठ चुका है और जिस तरीके से चक्कर काटने पड़े अतुल सुभाष को और मजबूर होना पड़ा खुदकुशी करने के लिए, ये वो कहानी है जो कि पूरे देश के लोगों को जानना चाहिए और उस पर जो सिस्टम में बैठे लोग हैं उनको आगे की कार्रवाई करनी चाहिए कि लेट लतीफ़ी से कैसे किसी का भरोसा उठ जाता है और अपनी जान दे देता है। हमारे साथ मौजूद हैं पवन मोदी जी, पहले इनसे बात करेंगे, उसके बाद फिर विकास जी से बात करेंगे। पवन मोदी जी, कल से मैं देख रहा हूँ, आपकी पत्नी भी आई, कल एयरपोर्ट पर जो देखा हमने बेहोश हो गई, बड़ा हृदय विदारक था। और अतुल सुभाष जी ने जिस तरीके से अपनी जान ले ली, क्या आपको अंदाज़ा था कि ऐसा हो सकता है और ऐसा क्यों हुआ, आपको क्या लगता है?
मुझे ऐसा नहीं लगता था कि ऐसा होगा, लेकिन मेरा लड़का भीतर भीतर घुट रहा था। इस न्याय प्रणाली से इतना टूट चुका था, वहाँ के भ्रष्टाचार को देख के, वहाँ की सिस्टम को देख के, कि उसको ऐसा फैसला लेना पड़ा। इसलिए वो 2-3 महीना पहले से इस बात को सोच लिया था कि मुझे आवाज़ उठाना है। और कैसे आवाज़ उठाना है, जैसे भगत सिंह ने शहीद होकर के पूरे राष्ट्र को जगाया और आज़ादी मिली, उसी तरीके से उसने भी अपने आप को फांसी पर चढ़ा के राष्ट्र को एक संदेश दिया है। नरेंद्र मोदी जी को संदेश दिया है, नीतीश जी को संदेश दिया है, लालू जी को संदेश दिया है कि इस न्याय प्रणाली पर सवाल उठाते हुए हम परिवार का कम से कम ध्यान रखते हुए इस पर ध्यान दे और इस व्यवस्था को सही करे। मेरा पोता है, मैं न्याय से मैं यही मांगता हूँ कि हमारे परिवार पर आज भी 498 का मुकदमा जौनपुर में चल रहा है, जिसमें मेरे सीनियर वकील है विजय कुमार श्रीवास्तव और श्री सुशील यादव जी और एडवोकेट, आपको क्या कहते हैं उनका नाम मैं भूल रहा हूँ, अवधेश तिवारी जी, ये 3 हमारे सीनियर वकील हैं। वहाँ पर गलत आदेश, गलत आपको मीडिया के सामने में एक वकील आके कहते कि मेरा जूनियर इसको देख रहा था, कोई बात नहीं थी। 20 से 40 हज़ार रुपया मीडिएशन का फिक्स हुआ तो कोई बात नहीं थी। आप जाते उसके अपील में, मेरा बेटा तो गया था अपील में। हाई कोर्ट का क्या सिस्टम है, आप लोग इसकी जानकारी लें कि वहाँ का हाई कोर्ट का यही सिस्टम है कि जौनपुर से माने इलाहाबाद जाने की दूरी है 150 किलोमीटर। यदि कोई आदमी अपील में जाता है तो उसको 5,000 से 50,000 तक एक दिन का खर्चा बियर करना पड़ेगा, नहीं तो वो जा ही नहीं सकता है अपील में। क्या सोच के देखिए, गरीब आदमी इस पैसा को दे सकता है जो
आप लोगों ने फैमिली से मीडिएट करने की कोशिश की कभी? और जैसा कि मैंने वीडियो में देखा, उन्होंने कहा कि कभी भी फैमिली से बात करें तो वीडियो रिकॉर्डिंग हो, अकेले ना जाए, तरह तरह के आरोप लगाए जा सकते हैं आप लोग पर, तो इस तरह का भी डर था?
हम लोग को डर इस बात का था कि हम वो तो कोर्ट में बोलबे किए थे कि 1 करोड़ रुपया दीजिएगा तो हो जाएगा मीडिएशन ख़त्म। उसके बाद कुछ दिन के बाद वो कही कि जो 3 करोड़ दोगे तब होगा।
हम बात करते हैं विकास मोदी जी से भी, जस्टिस इज ड्यू का प्लेकार्ड लेकर रखे, कल से बात कर रहे हैं। ये बताइए कि अस्थि कलश आप लेकर आए हैं और उनकी इच्छा है कि जब तक न्याय न मिले अस्थि कलश को प्रवाहित न किया जाए किसी नदी में या कहीं भी पुण्य स्थल पर।
सर, इस सिस्टम को अगर आप देखोगे जिस पे उसने आवाज़ उठाई है उसमें एक जज भी शामिल है, जिस जज के ऊपर जो है जिस तरह का वो करप्ट हैं और करप्शन का जो लेवल है उनका, वो कह रही हैं कि 5 लाख रुपए अगर दोगे तो मैं केस सेटल कराऊंगी, अदरवाइज़ तुम्हें और तुम्हारे फैमिली को सबको जो है वो आपको कोर्ट में घसीटूंगी। तो अगर सिस्टम ऐसा है, जस्टिस देने वाले लोग अगर ऐसे हैं, तो कानून व्यवस्था से तो बिल्कुल जहां हम जस्टिस की उम्मीद करते हैं वो ख़त्म हो जानी चाहिए। हमारे मेन के लिए ऐसा कोई फोरम नहीं बनाया गया है या ऐसा कोई जगह नहीं दी गई है हमें कि जहां पे हम अपनी बात रख सकें। हमें अगर मेंटली हरास किया जा रहा है तो हम कहीं जाके अपनी बातों को बता सकें। जो उसने अंतिम इच्छा लिखी है उसमें यही लिखा है कि अगर हमें जस्टिस मुझे मिलता है तो मेरी अस्थियां जो हैं वो गंगा में बहाई जाएं। अगर जस्टिस नहीं मिलता है तो इसे वहीं कोर्ट के बाहर किसी गटर में बहा दिया जाए। तो अगर सिस्टम ऐसा है तो आप सोच सकते हैं कि उसने किस तरह के हरासमेंट को उसने झेला होगा। जो ये लाइन लिखी होगी उसमें ये बोला उसने लिखा है कि सिस्टम अगर ऐसा ही चलता रह गया तो शायद हो सकता है कि आगे आने वाला जो टाइम है उसमें दूसरा अतुल सुभाष भी बन जाए, तीसरा अतुल सुभाष भी बन जाए और पता नहीं कितने लाख अतुल सुभाष बने। फिर भी अगर ये सिस्टम नहीं जागा तो पता नहीं लोग ये भी सोचेंगे कि शादी करनी चाहिए या नहीं करनी चाहिए।
आप लोगों को तो अब बहुत सारे फ़ोन कॉल्स आ रहे होंगे, क्या मदद के लिए भी फ़ोन कॉल्स आ रहे हैं? क्या आपने सुप्रीम कोर्ट के चीफ जस्टिस को भी पत्र लिखा है इस घटना के बाद कि इस पर कोई कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए? क्योंकि देश के न्यायिक व्यवस्था पर ये सवाल उठ रहा है और तमाम तरह के सवाल उठ रहे हैं पूरे समाज में।
सर, मेरे भाई ने खुद ही सुप्रीम कोर्ट ऑफ इंडिया को मेल लिखे हैं, इसके अलावा प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ इंडिया को भी मेल लिखे हैं। अगर वो लोग इस चीज़ को देख रहे हैं या सुन रहे हैं मीडिया के थ्रू, तो मैं ये सिर्फ सुप्रीम कोर्ट से दरख्वास्त करूँगा कि वो अपने संज्ञान में स्यूमोटो के थ्रू अपने अंदर ये केस ले, या तो कोई कमेटी बिठा के या फिर जैसे भी हो इसके एंड तक जाए, पहचाने कि कैसे करप्शन चल रहा है। जज के खिलाफ हमने आवाज़ उठाई है तो ऐसा होना चाहिए कि जज के अगेंस्ट भी कोई, क्योंकि पुलिस वाले कभी जज के अगेंस्ट कुछ काम करेंगे नहीं। तो मेरा ये मानना है कि इधर कोई कमेटी बना के या जैसे भी हो उसकी भी चीज़ें देखी जाए। मैं तो करप्शन में अगर चीज़ें हैं तो मैं ये मानता हूँ कि जितनी इनकम वो शो करती हैं उससे ज़्यादा उनके पास एसेट्स मिलेंगे, तो इस तरह से भी चीज़ें देखी जानी चाहिए। बाकी सुप्रीम कोर्ट जो है वो ज़्यादा हमारे से ज़्यादा कानून उनके पास उन्हें पता है और जो भी चीज़ें उन्हें ज़्यादा पता है, तो मैं ये मानता हूँ कि वो अपने संज्ञान में ये सारी चीज़ें लें और इसका इन्वेस्टिगेट एंड टू एंड तक जाके करें। और जो भी इसमें जिम्मेदार है उसको कड़ी से कड़ी सजा दी जानी चाहिए।
आप लोगों ने एफआईआर किया है कई लोगों के खिलाफ और न्याय के लिए, जैसा कि आप लिखे हुए जस्टिस इज ड्यू, न्याय के लिए आगे की प्रक्रिया आप क्या अपनाएंगे? क्योंकि अभी तो कर्मकांड वगैरह चल रहा है, उसके बाद आगे की प्रक्रिया क्या अपनाएंगे और क्या अपेक्षाएं रखते हैं पूरे सिस्टम से, या देश की सरकार हो, राज्य की सरकार हो, न्यायालय व्यवस्था हो, सुप्रीम कोर्ट हो, और किसी लोगों का इंटरवेंशन आप चाहते हैं?
सर, जैसा कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट के द्वारा ही एक उसमें बताया गया था कि जो आज की डेट में 498A का जो केस है वो 98% जो है वो फेक हैं। तो अगर डेटा अगर सुप्रीम कोर्ट के पास है तो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया क्या कर रही है, इस पर क्या एक्शन ले रही हैं, ये मेरा एक क्वेश्चन है। गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया अगर इस चीज़ पे अगर एक्शन नहीं ले रही है तो शायद हो सकता है आगे आने वाला टाइम जो है वो दूसरा अतुल सुभाष या लाखों अतुल सुभाष बन जाए जिनको सुसाइड करने पे मजबूर होना पड़े। जब से ये निर्भया का जो केस हुआ है तब से जिस तरह से एक्ट में जो चेंजेज हुए हैं उससे इतनी आज़ादी मिल गई है लड़कियों को उस एक्ट का फ़ायदा उठाने का कि वो आज की डेट में वो फेक केसेस फाइल कर रही हैं। मेरे भाई के ऊपर भी आप देखोगे उसने बताया है कितने फेक केसेस उसके ऊपर अलग अलग एक्ट्स के अंदर में फाइल किए हैं। उस एक्ट्स में ऐसे प्रोविजंस हैं कि अगर आपने एक केस को किसी ऑर्डर के द्वारा किसी ने खारिज कर दिया कोर्ट ने, तो टाइम के अकॉर्डिंग आप दोबारा उस केस को फाइल कर सकते हो, दोबारा आपके ऊपर ट्रायल होगा, दोबारा सारी चीज़ें आपको फिर से करनी पड़ेगी।
किन किन के खिलाफ आप कार्रवाई की मांग कर रहे हैं, जो FIR किया है?
हम जो FIR किए हैं और जो भाई ने मेरे वीडियो बनाई हैं 80 मिनट्स की, वो पब्लिक में हैं, और हम ये चाहते हैं कि जितने लोगों को उसने दोषी ठहराए हैं हर के खिलाफ एक्शन हो और हर के खिलाफ जो है वो न्यायिक कार्रवाई की जाए।
मैं ये जानना चाहता हूं पवन जी कि ये बताइए कि कानूनी कार्रवाई आप आगे किस प्रक्रिया के रूप में ले जाना चाहते हैं, क्या अपेक्षा रखते हैं?
हम तो अपेक्षा रखते हैं कि हमको न्याय मिलना चाहिए, और कोई अपेक्षा हमारी नहीं है। जो दोषी है उसको सजा मिलनी चाहिए।
लड़ाई को लड़िएगा?
हम लड़ेंगे अंतिम
किस रूप में?
जब तक न्याय नहीं मिलेगा उसकी अस्थि हम विसर्जन नहीं कर पाएंगे। उसकी अंतिम इच्छा को तो हम पूरी करेंगे। उसने तो अमेरिका के राष्ट्रपति को भी मेल लिखा है, वहाँ से भी इसके पास मीडिया वाले का फोन आया अमेरिका से।
भारत में अमेरिका के राष्ट्रपति का क्या काम?
Well, that was Atul's family members speaking exclusively to Republic, and Atul's father and his brother acting according to the suicide note. His last wishes, one of them was that his ashes must not be immersed till the perpetrators and the harassers are punished by law. And now the chorus for justice for Atul continues to grow louder and louder with each passing day. Let's shift our focus on another breaking news that we are tracking from Assam in an attempt to link the Aadhaar card with the National Register of Citizens, or the NRC. The Assam government has decided that all applications to get the unique identity card will be rejected if the applicant or the family had not applied in NRC. And this decision was taken during a cabinet meeting in view of the infiltration attempts being made by several citizens of trouble-hit Bangladesh. Himanta Biswa Sarma has made it very, very clear. No unique identity card for those who have not linked their Aadhaar to NRC. That's the biggest statement coming in from Himanta Biswa Sarma in the recent on the infiltration issue. Let's listen in to the Assam Chief Minister. Well, we have the Congress reaction also coming in. The Congress has hit out at Himanta Biswa Sarma's latest diktat, saying that people must be given time to prove their identity. That's the attack that's come in from the Congress party. The Congress says that first people must be given time. It doesn't happen on an immediate basis. So give them time, and let's listen in to that reaction.
You see, NRC is a complex issue. I believe this is for people who have entered the country after 1975. But I think the government of Assam should give all kinds of options to people, because a lot of poor people don't have, documents with them. Should give maximum time and maximum options for people to prove, who are generally Indian citizens, to prove that they're Indian, and make sure that they are given a comprehensive way of proving their citizenship.
But Mr. Chaudhary, don't you feel there's also a way to actually reveal, and the identity of the people will be revealed, and there are several people residing in the state who are not ready to show their documents and show their proofs that when they came to India, how they entered, whether they entered illegally or they entered with complete process. So it's also a better way to bifurcate, and they will not be benefited of any schemes, anything, when there will be no Aadhaar card.
See, I agree that a country should have control over its borders and over its immigration and who enters the country. Definitely we agree with that.
Well, moving on, we have some big breaking news coming in from the state of Maharashtra, even as the deadlock over cabinet allocation and portfolio distribution continues. We have the dates now. Maha cabinet expansion will take place on the 14th of December. Ajit Pawar has said that the expansion of the cabinet will take place on the 14th of December, in just a couple of days from now. And we also have a big statement coming in from the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra after meeting the Union Home Minister in the national capital. Let's listen into Ajit Pawar first.
कैबिनेट एक्सपेंशन 14 तारीख को होगा पूरा, ऐसा उन्होंने बताया.
मी माझ्या पक्षाच्या नेत्यांना भेटायला आलेलो आहे आणि आमच्या पक्षाचे मंत्री कोण असतील, त्यांच्या पक्षाचे कोण असतील, शिंदे साहेबांचे शिंदे साहेब ठरवतील, अजितदादांचे अजितदादा ठरवतील. आमच्या पक्षाचे मंत्री कोण असतील याचा निर्णय हा शेवटी आमचं जे काही पार्लमेंटरी बोर्ड आहे, आमचे नेते ते घेतात. त्यामुळे काल बावनकुळेजींनी आणि मी आमच्या नेत्यांची भेट घेतलेली आहे, त्याच्यावर चर्चा केलेली आहे. प्रत्येक विभागातनं प्रॉबेबली कोण मंत्रिपदाचे उमेदवार असू शकतात, कोणाला आपण बनवू शकतो, असे एक प्रॉबेबल शॉर्टलिस्टिंग देखील त्यांच्यासोबत आम्ही केलेलं आहे. आता या संदर्भात वरिष्ठ स्तरावर ते निर्णय करतील आणि आम्हाला कळवतील.
Yes, Sandeep joining us on the phone line. Sandeep, Ajit Pawar has said it, cabinet expansion will happen on the 14th of December. And Milind Deora, on the other hand, has also dispelled all rumors that Eknath Shinde is unhappy. Take us through the latest that's coming in.
All right. See, yes, Ajit Pawar and Devendra Fadnavis are there. In fact, Ajit Pawar has clearly made a statement that on 14th, other cabinet expansion will be taking place. And in fact, Milind Deora had given a clarification on the Eknath Shinde. Remember, Eknath Shinde has not Delhi.
Well, it seems like we have some technical difficulties. We'll get Sandeep back on the line, but it's time for us to move on to Karnataka, viewers, because BJP MLAs have staged a protest against police lathi charge on Panchamasali Lingayat community members in Belagavi. They were protesting, seeking the revision of their quota status. Members of the Panchamasali community held a protest demanding reservation under the 2A category. And during the protest, the police resorted to mild lathi charge. And now the BJP has condemned the police action, saying that protesters should not have been lathi charged. BJP State President B.Y. Vijendra has also reacted to this. Let's listen in.
For yesterday, Panchamasali Swamiji, Jayamrutyunjaya Swamiji, that organized a peaceful protest demanding reservation for Panchamasali community here in Belagavi. When the peaceful dharana was going on, Chief Minister Siddaramaiah did not bother to come and meet Swamiji. That he did not come and take their representation. Instead, police were given full powers to do lathi charge against protesters who were peacefully protesting. So, Bharatiya Janata Party as well as JDS has taken this issue seriously. We have done dharana before Ambedkar statue. Now, since session is going to commence again today, we are going to demand Chief Minister to give answer for our questions, because Chief Minister has completely failed. State government, Congress government itself has ordered police to do lathi charge. So we are demanding answers from Chief Minister Siddaramaiah.
Agitation, what was going on by the Veerashaiva Lingayat community, particularly Panchamasali. Their demand was to increase the reservation, which the previous our BJP government had implemented. Since it was taken up by the people went to the Supreme Court, it has been stalled. In this direction, they were having a peaceful agitation, peaceful program, peaceful dharna was going on, and the government unnecessarily has instigated the agitators by lathi charge against the peaceful agitators. They were trying to, suppress the entire agitation. They wanted to create fear among them, which is not really appreciated. The people who are into the peaceful agitation, peacefully they were doing dharna, have been beaten very badly. So we totally condemn this incident, and we want the government, the Congress government, to take action against the concerned official who have been lathi charged by these officers against the peaceful agitation, peacefully participating agitators.
Well, Sri Lakshmi is joining us live from our Bengaluru newsroom. A very good afternoon to you, Sri Lakshmi. But state of affairs in Karnataka seems to be in shambles because the Congress government, instead of addressing the demands of these protesters, has unleashed the police on them on a peaceful protest, as claimed by the BJP. What's the situation?
Well, very good afternoon, Deepak. This entire lathi charge incident was very unexpected, and it is definitely going to create a lot of challenges and problems for current Karnataka government, because on one hand, this Panchamasali struggle or protest for reservation under 2A is going on since many years. But now they are taking it to a new level, because on one hand, it is there in the Supreme Court as well. On the other hand, Karnataka government or any government who comes in Karnataka can take a decision upon it. That's what they are, demanding for. On the other hand, we should also make note that Panchamasalis are the largest among Lingayats who are having extreme, they're truly having a strong political hold on Karnataka politics. On the other hand, Panchamasalis from every walk of life, like doctors, engineers, lawyers, all of them have joined hands for this struggle. When last BJP government was there, many Congress leaders like Vijayanand Kashyapanavar had joined this very same reservation protest. Now BJP is supporting this Panchamasali protest, but Panchamasali protest is going on in the leadership of Jayamrutyunjaya Swamiji and many other seers who belongs to many different mutts, and they are demanding for a reservation under 2A, which is also creating a lot of debate. But in many cities like Gadag, Vijaypura and Davanagere and many other cities, Goa, Dharwad, Hubli, in all the major cities of Karnataka, we can observe that Panchamasali protest is going on against this lathi charge which has happened yesterday. Even though the protest was going on peacefully, police started doing this lathi charge, where the women were there, children were part of this protest, and many senior citizens were there, part of this protest. So this created a lot of anger in Panchamasali community. So the heat is gearing up more and more, and the protest is gearing up in every city more and more. So this definitely is going to create a greater challenge
with the lathi charge against the protesters who are demanding a correction in their reservation category from 3B. They want their reservation under 2A, which has increased their quota from 5% to 15%. But clearly the Congress government has declared force on them. In fact, they have resorted to lathi charge the police under the Congress regime. And now the protest, which started off for a quota demand, has now translated into a protest against police atrocities. With that, viewers, we'll slip into a short break now. More news and updates will continue on the other side, and our focus will remain on Om Birla reprimanding Kalyan Banerjee over his sexist remarks. Stay tuned.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
The 2024-25 edition of the Border Gavaskar Trophy has more than lived up to the hype at this point, with the first two tests of the 5-match series producing two very different results. India made the perfect start to the series with a clinical win in Perth, making them the first visiting team to win a test match at the new Optus Stadium in the city. But Australia bounced back with a vengeance, beating India by 10 wickets in the second test in Adelaide, which also happened to be a day-night pink ball